Over 90 miles of creeks run through Santa Rosa. Runoff from streets, roofs, and parking lots end up in our creeks through the storm drain system. To help protect creeks, keep your street gutters and roadside ditches clear of trash and other pollutants. For more information on the benefits of our creeks and tips on how to enjoy them, visit the Stormwater and Creeks webpage.
You still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
In recreation and parks, the days begin when the sun rises. Most of our workspaces don't have 4 walls or a desk, but there's a lot to be done to get this place up and running. It takes a big team to cover so much ground. Each space is unique, requiring its own special method of care and service. And it's of utmost importance to see that it happens each day, because our workspace is your leisure space. And it includes 950 acres of Santa Rosa. It's the parks, the trees, the fields, the trails, special gathering places, community spaces, and it belongs to everyone.
We work for our community.
Striving to improve quality of life.
We provide family experiences, friendly competitions, leisurely evenings,
And places to bond with man's best friend.
We create space for celebration, relaxation, and artistic expression.
You can learn to serve a ball or learn to serve a meal.
Take a walk on a path or walk the plank.
We've got beautiful settings, space to show off our history.
We have room to roam, to roll, or to run.
We allow for the silly, the serious, the cool.
We offer countless ways to work on your health.
We keep our youth safe and teach them
to keep others safe.
We challenge people to want to challenge themselves.
We foster creativity, guide athletes, hone passions.
We allow for little minds to dream.
And we'll keep doing what we do each day.
Because we know
that for our community,
Parks make life better.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
Texting.
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
Over 90 miles of creeks run through Santa Rosa. Runoff from streets, roofs, and parking lots end up in our creeks through the storm drain system. To help protect creeks, keep your street gutters and roadside ditches clear of trash and other pollutants. For more information on the benefits of our creeks and tips on how to enjoy them, visit the Stormwater and Creeks webpage.
still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
In recreation and parks, the days begin when the sun rises. Most of our workspaces don't have 4 walls or a desk, but there's a lot to be done to get this place up and running. It takes a big team to cover so much ground. Each space is unique, requiring its own special method of care and service. And it's of utmost importance to see that it happens each day, because our workspace is your leisure space. And it includes 950 acres of Santa Rosa. It's the parks, the trees, the fields, the trails, special gathering places, community spaces, and it belongs to everyone.
We work for our community.
Striving to improve quality of life.
We provide family experiences, friendly competitions, leisurely evenings,
and places to bond with man's best friend.
We create space for celebration, relaxation, and artistic expression.
You can learn to serve a ball or learn to serve a meal.
Take a walk on a path or walk the plank.
We've got beautiful settings, space to show off our history.
We have room to roam, to roll, or to run.
We allow for the silly, the serious, the cool.
We offer countless ways to work on your health.
We keep our youth safe and teach them to keep others safe.
We challenge people to want to challenge themselves.
We foster creativity, guide athletes, hone passions.
We allow for little minds to dream.
And we'll keep doing what we do each day.
Because we know that for our community,
Parks make life better.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
Over 90 miles of creeks run through Santa Rosa. Runoff from streets, roofs, and parking lots end up in our creeks through the storm drain system. To help protect creeks, keep your street gutters and roadside ditches clear of trash and other pollutants. For more information on the benefits of our creeks and tips on how to enjoy them, visit the Stormwater and Creeks webpage.
You still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
In recreation and parks, the days begin when the sun rises. Most of our workspaces don't have 4 walls or a desk, but there's a lot to be done to get this place up and running. It takes a big team to cover so much ground. Each space is unique, requiring its own special method of care and service. And it's of utmost importance to see that it happens each day, because our workspace is your leisure space. And it includes 950 acres of Santa Rosa. It's the parks, the trees, the fields, the trails, special gathering places, community spaces, and it belongs to everyone.
We work for our community.
Striving to improve quality of life.
We provide family experiences, friendly competitions, leisurely evenings,
and places to bond with man's best friend.
We create space for celebration, relaxation, and artistic expression.
You can learn to serve a ball or learn to serve a meal.
Take a walk on a path or walk the plank.
We've got beautiful settings, space to show off our history.
We have room to roam, to roll, or to run.
We allow for the silly, the serious, the cool.
We offer countless ways to work on your health.
We keep our youth safe and teach them to keep others safe.
We challenge people to want to challenge themselves.
We foster creativity, guide athletes, hone passions.
We allow for little minds to dream.
And we'll keep doing what we do each day.
Because we know that for our community,
Parks make life better.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
Over 90 miles of creeks run through Santa Rosa. Runoff from streets, roofs, and parking lots end up in our creeks through the storm drain system. To help protect creeks, keep your street gutters and roadside ditches clear of trash and other pollutants. For more information on the benefits of our creeks and tips on how to enjoy them, visit the Stormwater and Creeks webpage.
You still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
In recreation and parks, the days begin when the sun rises. Most of our workspaces don't have 4 walls or a desk, but there's a lot to be done to get this place up and running. It takes a big team to cover so much ground. Each space is unique, requiring its own special method of care and service. And it's of utmost importance to see that it happens each day, because our workspace is your leisure space. And it includes 950 acres of Santa Rosa. It's the parks, the trees, the fields, the trails, special gathering places, community spaces, and it belongs to everyone.
We work for our community.
Striving to improve quality of life.
We provide family experiences, friendly competitions, leisurely evenings,
and places to bond with man's best friend.
We create space for celebration, relaxation, and artistic expression.
You can learn to serve a ball or learn to serve a meal.
Take a walk on a path or walk the plank.
We've got beautiful settings, space to show off our history.
We have room to roam, to roll, or to run.
We allow for the silly, the serious, the cool.
We offer countless ways to work on your health.
We keep our youth safe and teach them to keep others safe.
We challenge people to want to challenge themselves.
We foster creativity, guide athletes, hone passions.
We allow for little minds to dream.
And we'll keep doing what we do each day.
Because we know that for our community,
Parks make life better.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole, because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
Over 90 miles of creeks run through Santa Rosa. Runoff from streets, roofs, and parking lots end up in our creeks through the storm drain system. To help protect creeks, keep your street gutters and roadside ditches clear of trash and other pollutants. For more information on the benefits of our creeks and tips on how to enjoy them, visit the Stormwater and Creeks webpage.
You still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
In recreation and parks, the days begin when the sun rises. Most of our workspaces don't have 4 walls or a desk, but there's a lot to be done to get this place up and running. It takes a big team to cover so much ground. Each space is unique, requiring its own special method of care and service. And it's of utmost importance to see that it happens each day, because our workspace is your leisure space. And it includes 950 acres of Santa Rosa. It's the parks, the trees, the fields, the trails, special gathering places, community spaces, and it belongs to everyone.
We work for our community.
Striving to improve quality of life.
We provide family experiences, friendly competitions, leisurely evenings,
and places to bond with man's best friend.
We create space for celebration, relaxation, and artistic expression.
You can learn to serve a ball or learn to serve a meal.
Take a walk on a path or walk the plank.
We've got beautiful settings, space to show off our history.
We have room to roam, to roll, or to run.
We allow for the silly, the serious, the cool.
We offer countless ways to work on your health.
We keep our youth safe and teach them to keep others safe.
We challenge people to want to challenge themselves.
We foster creativity, guide athletes, hone passions.
We allow for little minds to dream.
And we'll keep doing what we do each day.
Because we know that for our community,
Parks make life better.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
Over 90 miles of creeks run through Santa Rosa. Runoff from streets, roofs, and parking lots end up in our creeks through the storm drain system. To help protect creeks, keep your street gutters and roadside ditches clear of trash and other pollutants. For more information on the benefits of our creeks and tips on how to enjoy them, visit the Stormwater and Creeks webpage.
You still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
In recreation and parks, the days begin when the sun rises. Most of our workspaces don't have 4 walls or a desk, but there's a lot to be done to get this place up and running. It takes a big team to cover so much ground. Each space is unique, requiring its own special method of care and service. And it's of utmost importance to see that it happens each day, because our workspace is your leisure space. And it includes 950 acres of Santa Rosa. It's the parks, the trees, the fields, the trails, special gathering places, community spaces, and it belongs to everyone.
We work for our community,
striving to improve quality of life.
We provide family experiences, friendly competitions, leisurely evenings,
and places to bond with man's best friend.
We create space for celebration, relaxation, and artistic expression.
You can learn to serve a ball or learn to serve a meal.
Take a walk on a path or walk the plank.
We've got beautiful settings, space to show off our history.
We have room to roam, to roll, or to run.
We allow for the silly, the serious, the cool.
We offer countless ways to work on your health.
We keep our youth safe and teach them to keep others safe.
We challenge people to want to challenge themselves.
We foster creativity, guide athletes, hone passions.
We allow for little minds to dream.
And we'll keep doing what we do each day.
Because we know that for our community,
Parks make life better.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
Over 90 miles of creeks run through Santa Rosa. Runoff from streets, roofs, and parking lots end up in our creeks through the storm drain system. To help protect creeks, keep your street gutters and roadside ditches clear of trash and other pollutants. For more information on the benefits of our creeks and tips on how to enjoy them, visit the Stormwater and Creeks webpage.
session. Mr. McGlynn, could you introduce the study session, please?
Yes, item 4.1, rent stabilization options. Chuck Regalia, Assistant City Manager, presenting.
Thank you.
Mayor Sawyer and members of the council, I'm pleased this afternoon to introduce the presentation on the rent stabilization options that we've been working on. First of all, I'd like to introduce Christine Butterfield and Stephen Boshian from Management Partners, who have been working on this project. And the purpose of the meeting today is to allow our consultants to present the findings of their research. The purpose of this research was to help advance the City Council's knowledge of this subject as we began this project. And hopefully at the end of the day today, the Council will be able to provide direction for future work and for the future alternatives that you would like further study on. So with that, I'd like to introduce Stephen. Stephen Boshian to begin the presentation.
Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. So as indicated on this first slide, the presentation is basically separated into those specific areas, and we will touch on all of them. We would like to get through this presentation as quickly as we can, so there may be some slides that we skip over, some that we go over very quickly. We have prepared written material on this, and that material is intended to both provide a lot of information and to answer a lot of specific questions that we've dealt with since the start of this project. So some of that detail we will leave to the written material, and we will just move through this on sort of a higher level here.
Stephen, could you pull your microphone a little closer?
Sure thing. Okay. So on the first slide here, the purpose of this meeting, as Chuck just indicated, we want to inform the entire council and the public regarding the work that we've done to date. We also wanted to provide a general summary of the work that the subcommittee's been involved with, and the other things that you see on here, specifically to allow for public comment. So considering the size of the audience here, that's one of the reasons why we're going to move through this. As we've been engaged throughout this process, we have viewed our work as being a component of the city's effort related to affordable housing in general. And we have viewed these programs as potentially specific strategies that could be part of a larger affordable housing program. So as such, we've just focused on these as individual projects and not tried to link them to your larger affordable housing effort. There are three specific programs that we've looked at. One is a rent mediation, which may include arbitration. The other is a just cause for eviction, and the third is rent stabilization programs. As I indicated, the City Council has created a subcommittee to work on this. We've had 3 meetings with that group. I think they've been very productive. We have invited the public, and we've received responses from the public throughout the course of those meetings. So hopefully for those that have had an opportunity to attend, there's nothing dramatically new here. These are the things that, that we've been talking about. The specific contract that Management Partners has is divided into 4 deliverables, and working with your staff, we sort of separated those into 3 specific steps. And basically, we're on step 3 right now, which is to, after we conducted our broad sort of general research, is to present our draft material in a public meeting, and then to be prepared for future meetings also. So looking at the project approach, as I indicated, we did look at these 3 programs, and the approach that we took were to identify communities that had well-established and what seemed to be effectively functioning programs and use those as the basis of our research. So those are the individual communities that we looked at, and we basically focused on what they do, on how their programs are structured, what their costs are, and who they're actually impacting throughout the community. Throughout our process, too, we've talked with the subcommittee, and it has expressed its specific goals and its interests. And there's 3 of those that I think have been highlighted. And so these are the 3 here. And, you know, much of our work specifically for this presentation has been geared towards trying to address these. And we have a couple slides that actually address this later on in the presentation, and we'll look at that. Also, I should say that attachment 1 to the memorandum that you have is a matrix that sort of highlights those specific goals and interests and how these programs impact that. So moving on to the definitions of the 3 programs that we were looking at, you could see the, you know, the way that we define these specific programs here. There's nothing really unique about the definitions, but many cities have different ways of sort of viewing this, and we tried to look at the most common, you know, definitions that we could find and look at those specific areas. So with that introduction, I'd like to move on to the first area, and that's the rent mediation and the arbitration. As I indicated, these are the individual communities that we looked at. This is a general outline of what those communities offer. This is, gives you a little bit of an idea about their population and the total units within that community. So you can look at that as how it relates to Santa Rosa. So this slide provides some general information about these programs, and the first one is generally why communities look to implement these programs in the first place. You know, the communities that we looked at, their programs have been in place for some time, and sort of looking back at the ordinance record, this is the information that we find. And that bullet number 2 is probably the primary reason that you'll see for having a mediation program, and that is it provides a vehicle for addressing disputes between landlords and tenants in the area of rent increases. And some communities, it also includes service modifications if a tenant feels that that impacts rents. These programs are implemented by a city ordinance. All of the ordinances are somewhat unique. They're tailored to the individual community, and there's no necessarily best practice out there that you see all of the communities using. They all have their own sort of twists and turns. This is a follow-up slide. The programs that we looked at have what's called mandatory participation, and what that means is that if a tenant files a petition, that the landlord is required to participate through that process. It applies to all rental properties. So there's some communities that include single-family homes. There's some communities that do not and restrict it to, let's say, an apartment development that has 3 or 5 or more units. There are generally exclusions to the program, and those include transient housing, government housing, and again here, most communities have their own sort of unique ways, but I think the important message here is there's some time taking to sort of look at what do we exclude. Mobile homes, hotels, you know, government affordable housing projects that have deed restrictions, so on and so forth, are those things that you see typically. These are some common elements that you that you see. Also, relative to when does someone file a petition to proceed through the mediation process? And it ranges. So there are various options out there if a community wanted to pursue. They seem to all include a right to know notification, and what that means is that there is an effort that takes place between the city and the property owners or the property management firm to actually inform the tenants of their rights under the program. That's a very important element of the program, and I know that cities emphasize that. Another slide on this is, I think, important on that first bullet here, is that in almost all cases, the city is not part of the mediation. So the city contracts with a nonprofit, and that nonprofit works to work through the mediation process. There are some exceptions to that. So, for example, the city of San Leandro has a rent mediation board, and it gets engaged in that process and sort of working through this. But in general, the city is not directly involved. They all include no retaliation provisions. Many of those are already included in state law, and these other points that you see here. So these are generally drafted so that there's a burden placed on the landlord to basically justify the rent increase as you're moving through the rent mediation process. As I indicated, there's no power that the city has to implement a specific rent. It's just through the mediation process. But what it does is it creates a sort of an equal table, in a sense, where the tenant and the property owner meet to sort of talk about justification for that rent increase. Some of them have an appeal process. As I indicated, the city of San Leandro has that. All of them go through basically a step-by-step process that includes conciliation, mediation, as you move on, the fact-finding, and a couple of them have arbitrations. The arbitration is not generally used in a standalone program, so you don't see it often. Some of these programs utilize a city commission. This is a table that indicates where they're used and how often they meet. Oftentimes they meet only when there's a specific case, which means that in some communities, up until recently, it's not that much. I think in the city of Campbell, it's only met up until this year once or twice in the last number of years. This is the usage data and the cost information of these programs. This is the total cost that the city has allocated to these specific programs. So you can get a range on what the cost is, and you could get a range on how many petitions filed, how many went through the mediation process, and those that actually went through the arbitration process. These are some advantages of these programs. I won't touch on these for the sake of time, except for the first one. Is I think it's again, the key issue is that it creates this outlet that's beneficial really to the tenants to have some vehicle to try and deal with a rent increase or a service modification. And the disadvantages on this also too. And I think that the one that I'd like to point out here is some of the processes may be a little cumbersome, specifically for a tenant who may not be very experienced in an administrative process like this and has to go through a conciliation process where they're expected to have a conversation with the landlord sort of offline, then work through a mediation process and maybe work through some sort of a hearing. It can be a little bit overwhelming for tenants. So with that, I'm going to move on to just cause for eviction.
Before you do, just a quick question. talked mostly about mediation here and not much about arbitration, and
Yeah.
I understand why, since this chart shows that 0 cases have gone to arbitration in these cities. You note that it is subject, arbitration is subject to Costa-Hawkins.
Yes.
So a mediation program can be universal, should we decide, on every rental unit in the city.
Yes.
But if we had a mediation and arbitration ordinance, arbitration would only apply to rentals pre-1995 and 4 or more units, I think.
Well, the non-condos and the non-single family homes.
All right.
And that's a general, but I think that your point is well taken, that they would have to be consistent with the Costa-Hawkins Act. So
if I could follow up.
Sure.
Is the arbitration in such an instance as Councilman Corsi's just describing, would that be binding or non-binding?
So, for example, in the city of Gardena, it's a binding arbitration, yes. So that's where it's used generally. Could it be non-binding? It probably could, but that's sort of the mediation process. So the just cause for eviction, I'm sorry?
Ms. Combs.
So during the subcommittee meetings, I recall asking that you also bring back the data with this chart on looking at how many of these actually resulted in a rent being lowered. And I don't see that data yet.
I don't have that specific data, but I
know
can
that
tell
I've
you,
asked
but
for it more than one time.
those that went through the mediation process means that there was a agreement between the tenant and the landlord.
I understand that.
So if there's an agreement between the tenant and the landlord, it means that they were resolved to the satisfaction of the tenant.
Of both parties?
Yes, right.
I understand. Thank you.
So on the just cause for eviction, again here on that first bullet, indicating on why these were implemented in general and why they have been implemented. It basically, you could say, expands the tenant rights that are included under state law as it relates to evictions. It requires the noticing of 30 to 60 days, similar to what is in state law, but it requires that specific cause be given basically for all evictions.
Could I just one question, and then I'll come right to you, Ms. Combs. The first statement enacted to address housing shortage. Could you explain how just cause for eviction addresses a housing shortage?
Yeah, I think that the concept behind this is that if a individual is evicted from a unit without cause, then that individual has to find housing elsewhere within the community. And that housing may not be available within the community. So I think that the idea of having that tenant remain in his or her unit sort of is viewed as a way of addressing a potential shortage that's within the community.
Thank you. Ms. Combs, I'm sorry, Ms. Carlstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize. I need to go back to clarify an answer that you gave to Councilmember Combs with respect to the outcomes of the mediation. Do I understand that you are asserting every dispute that went through the mediation reached a resolution? I have a hard time with that only because I've been counsel on both sides, and you can have an agreement reached, but you can also have no agreement reached, and the mediation just concludes with no agreement.
Not every individual case where parties went through mediation ended up in an agreement. no, that is not the case. But what my point was that if you did reach an agreement, if you had a mediated agreement, then both parties were generally okay with that.
Well, that part I understand. I want to see what are the numbers in our presentation reflecting. Are they reflecting agreements reached or disputes going through the mediation process?
Let me check my notes here to confirm that as Christine providing her information.
Thank you.
Okay. On the just cause for eviction here, so on this slide, we're just recently talking about this. Most of these programs here, there's no direct city involvement. So these are standalone programs that we looked at. Oakland obviously has a rent stabilization program, but it also has a separate sort of a mediation, a just cause for eviction program also. They include non-retaliation, anti-harassment provisions. Some of them include relocation assistance and those other points that we have here. And, and I think it's important to mention in the last bullet there too, the overall rent stabilization program, in that these are generally linked to a rent stabilization program. You don't find a lot of standalones. So the just cause for eviction provisions generally track what is in the state law, and these are some of them there, but there are some unique ones that you see on the second page. So for example, smoking in violation of requirements that the city has, and and other provisions here. So basically a community has some leeway here in terms of drafting this, but generally they're linked to requirements that are set forth in the state. This is a listing of the advantages that these programs have. And I'll go here to the disadvantages and that these have. Okay, so we'll move on now to the rent stabilization portion.
As it relates to rent stabilization, excuse me, one piece of information to keep in mind as a result of the Costa-Hawkins legislation is that, oh, sure. Excuse me.
Sure.
Thanks. Thanks for your patience. Again, as it relates to state legislation, really the current environment for rental properties constructed after February 1st, 1996, we really transitioned into a rent stabilization environment from rent control. So that's an important piece of information to keep in mind, along with the Ellis Act, which does allow rental property owners to remove units from the rental system and change their use. So for our work, we looked at a number of communities: Berkeley, East Palo Alto, Hayward, Santa Monica, and West Hollywood. And as you can see here, a survey of the population, total number of rental units, their vacancy rate, those that fall within the rent stabilization program, as well as individuals in the community that pay more than 30% or more of their income towards rent.
Hold on just one second. Ms. Combs?
Thank you. In the previous slide, you don't mention vacancy decontrol, which is also, I think, a key part of Costa-Hawkins. And I wonder if you're going to be mentioning that in the future or not.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for asking that question. It's a great question. So some of the general components that are typical across the systems that we look at include programs are funded through an annual registration or administration fee. Typically, a portion of that is passed along to tenants. There are some exemptions, including Section 8 housing and those deed restricted that meet that serve housing to low-income individuals, along with enforcement fees. The rent stabilization ordinances across the board expand the protection of tenants, tenant rights, and include provisions that prevent unwarranted rent increases, arbitrary discriminatory practices, and all include some form of due process along with hearing examination. Housing quality is a key component, and Stephen mentioned earlier that many of the ordinances do address the issue of housing services, and what that means is that within the lease, the term between the tenant and the landlord, there's a commitment or agreement on the housing services that will be included. And then, in addition, as Stephen mentioned earlier as well, rent stabilization typically goes hand in hand with just cause for eviction provisions, along with some form of tenant counseling. In talking to some of the communities as their programs transition from rent control to rent stabilization, tenant-landlord counseling is a significant piece of the work that they're engaged in the current environment. Public outreach and training is a critical piece of
Mr.
the
Mayor?
programs.
Sorry.
No, not at all.
Wave from down here.
Yeah, I know.
Would you mind going back one slide? With respect to the program funding, there's a parens that 50% is passed on to the tenant. I imagine that's in order to keep the burden equally imposed on both parties. Do you have any data on how that's monitored?
So for the cities that track rental units, they establish the increase and the exact amount that can be passed on to tenants. And there's notice around that.
I'm sorry, and there's no what? I did not hear the last portion.
There's notice to the public, to the tenants. For those programs that are soft rent control, the city informs, for instance, Hayward was a model that we looked at, informs the property owners of that fee, and it would be up to the tenant if they had a concern that it was more than 50%. It would be at the tenant's initiative to engage the city to say that this fee was not equitably administered, or I'm paying 65%. Just to make a note, in the communities that don't track units and they're establishing the rent ceilings, the costs are significantly lower. And we'll talk about that in a little bit as well. I think that if I recall correctly, the fee was $1.70 on an annual basis for Hayward. So they're passing along half of that to the tenant.
Thanks.
Okay, great.
Sure. Mr. Corsi?
Just to follow up on that, the landlord pays the fee.
Correct.
And it's up to the landlord to pass on half of that.
Correct. Correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good question. Going on as it relates to some of the typical program components, public engagement and training seems to be a critical provision. Informing tenants of their rights, informing landlords of the programs, and then some provision around training. Critical related to this landlord communication is the issue of unit habitability and code compliance. Rent control exemptions are pretty typical: hospitals, motels, those properties with affordability covenants, and single-family properties. And there were a couple of ordinances that we looked at, and the subcommittee specifically raised this interest, that do provide the rent board or the governing body the ability to suspend the rent stabilization program if their vacancy rates exceed 5%. And lastly, A number of these programs have evolved over decades, and as the market has changed and the built environment has changed, they've also established provisions around notice to tenants when there's condo conversion. Rental business licensing fees now are being considered as a mechanism to bring in revenue to generate resources to construct affordable housing. Stephen mentioned relocation assistance. That's really peppered throughout a number of these ordinances and affordable housing strategies for these communities, along with Ellis Act notice provisions. And again, that's when a property owner wants to change the use of the property. In a number of communities, there's either a formal notice or there's a permit required to change the use. So those are important complementary provisions that some of these communities have developed over time. Here's just a layout of the surveyed communities, their governance structure. Some rent stabilization programs depend on an elected board. Others have an appointed board, and in the case of Hayward, it's completely staff-driven. And it gives you a sense of also the staffing and then the annual costs. Advantages. Clearly, we heard over and over again from those that we spoke with that it's an important mechanism to identify and engage landlords, and they really use the program as an opportunity to educate the public. It provides reasonable rent increases to those in stabilized units. In addition, it can serve as an incentive for a tenant to remain in a rent-stabilized unit. Unit habitability was a significant piece of the program and discussed repeatedly for those that we surveyed the value of it, and the importance in preserving quality rental housing. Again, there's a process for dispute resolution, and in one community that we saw, they created a mechanism to facilitate rental housing reinvestment, and that was Hayward. And then finally, the ability to track those units that are in this rent stabilization program. Disadvantages, the affordable housing gap persists for those at area median income and below. It really, because the programs track units or the units are part of the program, it's not tracking the income of individuals in units, and it's not targeting units and tying that directly to individual income. It's had, what we observed was a neutral effect on vacancy rate in the short run. As you could see from the earlier slide, there are significantly low vacancy rates in the Bay Area. There's a potential threat to the reduction of rental housing in the long run. I know one community we talked to, they've established a moratorium on development because they've got a 2,500 unit rental property that is owned by a company outside of the Bay Area, and they're considering their long-term use of that and the potential for redevelopment. So. And vacancy decontrol, as we mentioned, within the rent stabilized environment now in California, when a unit is vacated and it's voluntarily vacated, the property owner has the ability to set the market rate of the unit, which means that they can increase the rate. And that's what I believe Councilmember Combs was mentioning. And so what that means is for the term of the tenancy, the rents must comply with the adjustable, the increase that's established by the jurisdiction. However, once it's vacated, again, on a voluntary basis, then the property owner can adjust those rates to market rate.
Mr. Corsi.
Did you also find that in cities that have adopted the mediation or arbitration programs that vacancy decontrol applies there as well?
So I think it's consistent with what Stephen reported. I will say to you that for the staff that worked in the environment, in the programs when there was prior to vacancy decontrol, they spent most of their time managing those rent ceilings and tracking those. But today, in the rent stabilization environment, they spend typically more than half their staff is focused on mediation and that dialogue between tenant and landlords to ensure that those expanded tenant rights are fully exercised.
I'm trying to get to whether vacancy decontrol, when somebody moves out of an apartment, if the market rate is, the landlord can go to the market rate in a mediation environment rather than a rent stabilization.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Wysocki.
Just to be clear, I want to follow up on that as well. It has to do with binding arbitration. How can a arbitrator hold against a landlord in terms of price or price of the rent if there is no rent stabilization ordinance?
Because it's set forth as a term in the ordinance itself.
So you'd have to have, it'd have to go hand in hand.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
You want to switch?
I think we'll just stay here. So we're going to talk about the program options right now. And just a little bit of background here and in terms of the context. So as part of our work with the subcommittee, we were asked to provide 3 general program options. So that were 3 sort of, individual programs that had unique characteristics. And so we did that. And, in forming those, the idea was to look at those specific interests that the subcommittee talked about. And we also looked at other things too in putting these things together here. These are the context of these programs, and I think that it's important to note this here. First of all, these programs were not developed necessarily to be a best fit for Santa Rosa. So we didn't look at the community here. We didn't analyze your specific situations or your, the overall goals that the city may have relative to its affordable housing. We just developed what we thought would be a range of programs that would give the council a pretty good sort of a reflection on what's sort of possible here. We were asked to provide some cost information, and we did that. We did that in a very sort of broad brush, rough estimate way. They are not intended to be final costs. And one thing that we tried to make very clear in the memo that we presented for this meeting is that in a lot of ways, those costs are driven by your own financial policies, by your resources, but also the way that you design these programs. So program elements lead to higher costs or reduced costs. Also, we didn't look at basically what the resources were available throughout the communities here. But nonetheless, we think these represent 3 pretty general options that you could be thinking about. So those 3 are, the first one is we linked a mandatory mediation program with a just cause for eviction. This is intended to be sort of a minimal program. The way that it's structured is that the mediation has sort of higher triggers in it, so that, for example, someone goes through this process, through the mediation process, if their rent is increased by 10%. The second one is what we called a soft rent stabilization program, and we'll talk about that. And the third is just a general rent stabilization program. So next slide. So for this option 1, as I just indicated, mediation would be available to tenants with a rent increase, and we assumed a 10%. It could be anything. It could be nothing. It could be for any type of a rent increase, or it could be something that's related to CPI or 5%. It's sort of a arbitrary number based on what the city council wants to try and accomplish through this program. We said this option would apply to all multifamily units in excess of 3 units, and that there would be exemptions. And as I indicated, should the city want, it could include any rental unit within the city, with the exception of the exemptions. We would think that this program at a minimum would have to include the notification requirements as we talked about previously. So when we looked at the overall sort of cost of this program as indicated here, we estimated about $20,000. This could really range from easily $20,000 to $60,000, we would think. You know, again, the idea with that this would be minimal. I think when we met with the subcommittee at our last meeting, we talked about $40,000 about for this program, but for this presentation, we scaled it down to a very minimal program. Also, too, it could be 2 separate programs. It wouldn't have to be linked into one. You could have a rent mediation program, and you could also have a separate just cause for eviction ordinance. And sort of we modeled a bit on the San Leandro and the Glendale programs. Next slide, option 2. I'll just do that. The option 2 is what we call the soft rent stabilization program. This too would address to properties that had 5 or more units. It would be subject to Costa-Hawkins. What it does that's unique to this program is it sets a cap. So there's a 5% cap, and it's there annually, year after year. It's not fluctuating with the CPI. It's an amount that stays until the council would choose to change it. It does not involve the tracking of, I'm sorry.
Excuse me, on the cap of 5%, is the cap unique to a soft rent stabilization program, or could this be CPI or some other number that we pull out of it?
Yeah, it could be.
Sure.
I think if you know, the way that we were looking at a, soft rent stabilization program, it made sense, in the context of these 3 program options to present this with a hard cap, but it could float for sure.
Mr. Wysocki.
Quick question, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Why did you change the scope from option 1 being triplexes to option 2 being 5 or more units?
I think because we were basically looking at a program that's currently in place in Hayward, where they listed at 5.
Thank you.
But that's an arbitrary number too. There's no tracking of units, so you'll see that in the option 3, there's a very significant administrative process involved where you track the rents of every unit. This is not like that. This is basically requires the tenants to be proactive relative to what's happening with their individual unit.
John, may I?
Hold on, Steve. Ms. Combs.
If I understand correctly, this one is a complaint-based process.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And we assume that there would be a full cost recovery with a city fee with this program. It doesn't have to be. You could have it at 85%. You could assume the cost whatever you'd want. But in soft rent stabilization programs, there's generally a fee that supports the program. A rough estimate cost is about $28,000. And you're utilizing existing FTEs for this program, similar to option 1. And again, we did look at what your staff capabilities are and whether a program would require the addition of new staff. But this is what we think it would take to run the program. Option number 3, sure. Then.
Ms. Combs.
I just want to revisit one of the items in option 2. Other than Haywood, does any other program have an ability to buy out a unit from rent stabilization? Haywood's the only place that does that, is that right?
In the communities that we talk to,
Within the scope of the study,
Correct.
Hayward is the only one that has the buy it out option.
Correct.
And you've included that in option 2. Are you suggesting that for option 2?
Yes, it's right there.
That's correct.
Thank you.
We think that in a soft rent stabilization program, that's an important component.
Excuse me. Can I ask why you think that's an important component of this, of option 2? What makes that necessary in this case?
Because in some ways, and maybe Christine could add to this, but in some ways, one of the strengths of option 2 is to infuse capital to improve units that could benefit from capital improvements. And so it sort of like ties into the soft sort of definition of this, and that is that if a property owner provides capital improvements, then they can be exempt of the program.
So do you see a soft rent stabilization approach as being more geared toward the goal of improving the rental stock of the community than of actually stabilizing rents?
So when we first met with the subcommittee, one of the questions was, or one of the points of information that the group expressed interest in exploring was some type of sunset or short-term provision for rent stabilization. And so that's why we explored some of the ordinances that indicate, yep, if you reach a certain vacancy rate, the elected body, governing body, or city council could suspend rent stabilization. You were to retain your just cause provisions. This is uniquely targeted at addressing the issue of habitability and housing quality. So again, based on that initial interest that was expressed by the subcommittee, if there is an interest to look at some type of short-term rent stabilization, this is a program that's in existence in the Bay Area and has been very successful in infusing investment in rental units. Now, in Hayward, they have about 11,200 units that are part of the program. In the last several years, 8,000 have exempted themselves or met the criteria to be removed from the rent stabilization program. They're still subject to the just cause for eviction, but those properties have been required to invest $1,000 in one-bedroom units, $1,500 in two-bedroom units, and $2,000 in three-bedroom units, and they need to follow a process, and they need to have the chief building official sign off that they've met those requirements and that they're in good standing and that they've had a voluntary vacancy. That's critical with all these programs. But it's one strategy or approach, and as part of our task in expanding the council's understanding of the topic, we saw it as one of the options in the buffet of alternatives that you could evaluate, select, or ignore.
Yeah. And just so all of the council is clear on this, that those landlords who invested that $1,000 or $2,000 into their unit were able to remove any kind of rent restrictions at all from that unit for the future.
For perpetuity, correct.
Yeah. I got to come back to the question, do you believe that a soft rent control, rent stabilization program can work without that, what are we calling it, the opt-out or the buyout
Certainly.
improvements?
Certainly.
Yes, it can?
Yes, it can. And again, one of the things that we've discussed repeatedly with the subcommittee, and we'll talk about it again at the close of the discussion, that these programs are most effective when they uniquely target the needs and the long-term goals around affordable housing. And so clearly for this community, investment was critical, but it really is going to depend on those interests, priorities, and that long-term vision that the city of Santa Rosa holds for quality housing.
Okay, thank you. And pardon the interruption, but I think that was a good discussion to have. Yeah.
Great.
Good point. Mr. Wysocki?
Can I just expand? What year were those numbers, the $1,000, $1,500, $2,000 numbers? What year were those arrived at? I assume that was arbitrary by the city of Hayward.
The year that the ordinance was enacted, I can check my notes. I recall that they updated it in 2010, but I can confirm that.
Would you please? Thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Combs?
Does Hayward also have a regular inspection program or a code enforcement element that goes with their housing program?
They do. They have a very aggressive residential rental property inspection program along with Berkeley.
Did they form that at the same time as they did this program, or was it pre-existing?
I can't answer that. I understand that they've had a long-standing program and they made some significant revisions to it in 2011, but we could get back to you on that.
If you would, please. Thank you.
Certainly.
Vice Mayor Schwedhelm.
Thank you. Christine, earlier in response to Councilmember Corsi's question about could it work if we remove that opting out option, since I'm big on the metrics, so when you say it could work, in your opinion, what would be the metrics that you would use to say it would work, just to put it into context?
So, again, a rent stabilization program needs to target the unique needs of your community. All of these programs have the purpose of delivering safe, decent, sanitary housing. And in addition, creating a level playing field or balancing the relationship between tenants and landlords. Some of the individuals we spoke with reported what they really want to do is provide renters the same types of rights as homeowners, or kind of level that relationship. So if unit habitability is not an issue and you've got other mechanisms to ensure that you're providing safe, decent, sanitary housing, it may not be necessary. However, for all of these rent stabilization ordinances, code compliance is a component of overall compliance with the program, not just the rental increases. Does that make sense?
Well, thank you for clarifying what you meant by saying it worked, because again, that's what I would argue, just what you said. There are some other ways of doing it other than option 2. So I'm just very sensitive when people say, yeah, it works, is with the subcommittee, I ask this often. So how did they come to the determination of what works and what doesn't? What metrics are they using? So we're all talking similar language.
If I can just offer one more comment. We did not evaluate the isolation of a rent stabilization program from any other code activity that's happening in those municipalities. And again, as I mentioned earlier, these programs have evolved over time. So as they've taken shape, the communities have identified needs or problems, and so they've fashioned other ordinances or they've revised their rent stabilization legislation. But each one of these addresses habitability. How they do it in the ordinance or with other provisions is really something, again, that's unique to those communities. I hope that's clear.
And I think that's a good point, too. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Stephen.
Because we're seeing now, on the mediation side, that a number of communities that have rent mediation programs are looking at amending those. So times have changed, and they're hearing different types of complaints and observing things that are raising unique concerns. So, they're looking at ways to amend those programs to address that. So they do evolve. So I think we're on option 3 right now. And option 3 is basically your, a rent stabilization program. These are the key elements here. I think importantly is it would involve an independent rent board. That board would be elected. It would involve the registering and the tracking of units. You would have rents that would be linked to a percentage of the CPI. And it would include a wide range of housing programs, not just, the rent limits, maximum rent amounts. On this particular program, you'd have a full cost recovery. You'd have a staff that would be engaged with the rent board. It's a fairly significant staff. We estimated here about 21 FTEs, and what that staff is engaged with is basically administering the program, and that means all the way up to to providing support to the rent board, but it also includes processing the mediations, handling arbitration hearings, so that whole sort of gamut of the program is sort of encapsulated within the city or the rent board.
Ms. Carlstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for bringing up this point about the city facilitating the mediations. It begs a question that I had about the two previous options. I presume that both options 1 and 2 rely on the resources of the landlord and the tenants to pay for the mediation or the arbitration, or to elicit the services of a nonprofit. Solicit.
They would involve the securing the services of a local nonprofit to run the mediation process.
And so, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. It would be interesting, depending on how today's conversation goes, to see how we might go about increasing the services provided by the city through in any of the options that we may pursue. Mm-hmm. Just an interest on my point. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Sure, Ms. Combs.
I'm aware that we asked that you bring in the FTE information per 1,000 units regulated, and I don't see that here. The 21.1 FTEs, is that for Berkeley or Santa Monica? Is that Berkeley? And that's not the number, they don't have the same number of units we would be regulating in Santa Rosa if we were to do this. I'm a little interested that you've put the FTEs down, not for Santa Rosa, but for another location, and wondered if you had done the calculation we requested for the number of FTEs for Santa Rosa here.
So we had an analyst take the per unit rate in Berkeley, and this is a calculation based upon those 13,300 units. And again, this is ballparking. We haven't looked at the city's data in depth. That potentially could be a next step, but we wanted to provide a range. So that was our attempt to respond to the subcommittee's interest.
So the 21 FTEs is for 13,000 units?
That's correct.
And Santa Monica has how many units and uses 25?
Yeah, this was based on, I think we used the Berkeley per unit rate, and they have about 19,000.
Okay, because I know Santa Monica has a whole lot more than we do and uses 25, so I have some problems with this number. Thank you.
Okay, next. So these next couple slides are the advantages and the disadvantages of option 1, 2, and 3. We're going to skip over those because I think we touched on the advantages of these programs and move on to the subcommittee's interests. So the attachment 1 that was included to the cover memo provides a comparison of these 3 programs, and within that is information related to those specific interests that were raised throughout the process. So, for example, if you look at the first one, the idea of would these programs balance tenant and landlord rights? And so for all of those, we said yes, they move more towards balancing the rights of the tenants and the landlords. If you look at option 3, you know, there's some people that we have talked to throughout the process that say, well, they balance it, but they move it too much towards the tenant. So that's what we're trying to reflect in that first box there. Clearly, they all have the just cause for eviction, and we think that that's an important element relative to this particular interest. The second one is the stabilization of tenants currently residing in housing and the preservation of the rental housing inventory. And you could see how we've tried to address this here. You know, the mediation has, you know, a limited impact. We think that it has value, but as far as addressing this specific interest, it's somewhat limited. And you could see in option 2 and 3 how we address that situation. And then the next slide are the measures of success. And I think that the idea behind this particular interest is, okay, if the city were to implement one of these programs, how do we measure whether it's working? What are the measurements that we would use before we would implement the program? So what are we trying to accomplish? And then how do we measure if we're in fact accomplishing that? And so these are sort of the key indicators that we think that you can look at. For example, in number 1, so you could look at, well, how many tenants are contacting and sort of trying to take advantage of this program? Are they actually calling, requesting information? Are they being informed of their rights under the program? So on and so forth. So we've tried to lay those 3 things out, and you could see, I think, the differences between the 3 of those.
Already talked about this.
Here again is the cost information, and we already talked about this. So this particular slide here, and there's 2 of these.
Can I just interrupt real quickly, if you don't mind? When you say capital improvements, does that include improvements to the real property, or does that include purchase of appliances?
That's improvements to the structure.
Thank you.
After our last meeting with the subcommittee, there was a request to explore some additional data points. So we reached out to representatives at the Community Legal Services in East Palo Alto, and they provided some data on experience working in municipalities with a rent stabilization ordinance and tenant protection ordinance versus working in neighboring communities without those. And one of the reports from one of the attorneys we spoke with was that he felt that they had a greater success rate when a tenant had been issued a notice of eviction, that with the rent stabilization ordinance and the expanded tenant protections ordinance, he was able to negotiate between the landlord and tenants a pay and stay agreement 70% of the time. While in other neighboring municipalities that did not have some type of expanded tenant rights and just cause for eviction, the success rate was significantly lower, about 14%. I think Stephen and I have also mentioned a number of times in our comments today that really the value that was reported in our survey research work of ensuring that if you do have rent stabilization ordinance, that you also have the companion of the just cause for eviction so that they can be used to, again, balance the relationship between the tenant and the landlord. And there's really clear ground rules on how to conduct a business, but again, leveling the playing field for those tenants, and critical, informing tenants that they do have the rights, that they can exercise those rights.
Mr. Corsi.
Could you explain what a pay and stay agreement is, and are you saying this is a good thing or a bad thing that there's 70%?
Thank you. Well, the legal representative that we spoke with indicated, again, without those just cause for eviction provisions and rent stabilization ordinance, that those tenants may have been evicted, but because there were requirements in the ordinance that it allowed, those provisions allowed a negotiation so that if the landlord wanted to increase the rent, They were ensuring that they complied with the ordinance to increase the rent, that the housing services were consistent, and that the tenant was in compliance. So potentially, the pay and stay agreement indicated the tenant could stay, and there may have been a reduction in potentially that rent increase. So the outcome was, in 70% of the cases, tenants in stabilized units preserve their right to stay in the unit.
This is following up on the previous slide, and basically what this is through the subcommittee process, we talked a lot about the impact that these programs would have on displacement. And what we indicated is that we've been unable to find data that specifically can point to an impact one way or the other, that it has a favorable or a negative impact. We were unable to locate that information. So we contacted representatives from the individual communities, the staff members of those cities, and we also talked to one individual that has been, that is affiliated with UC Berkeley, that has been looking at displacement and primarily gentrification programs, and tried to get a hand on whether any of her organization's research revealed information one way or the other. And this sort of reflects what we found, and that is it's difficult to gather this information. And there's, she was not specifically aware of any types of data that was out there that could shed light on this particular subject. So it's unfortunate, but that's the information.
Can you go back one slide?
Sure.
And is the person who does the research specifically on displacement, is this her comment in at the?
It's primarily this.
I'm sorry, I asked for back one slide.
It's primarily.
Yes, at the one at the bottom.
The next slide.
No, this is the slide.
Yes, right.
Displacement research contacts consistently expressed that successful programs offer both just cause for eviction protections and rent stabilization provisions. Were those her statements?
These were statements from the attorney that we spoke with at Community Legal Services, along with the attorney that is administering the program in the city of Hayward, as well as the administrators in both the city of Berkeley and East Palo Alto.
Okay, I understand the first dot are those attorneys. The second dot, I thought, involved the Berkeley staff, since they're referred to as displacement research contacts.
So universally, this was expressed to us as a critical component. Okay.
Next slide. So this slide regarding future decisions and considerations, you can see these in terms of overall program purpose and goals. We talked about that a lot today, that our research shows that these programs are really designed to address specific goals, specific purposes, and the articulation of those help sort of design the program. Any program sort of development has to involve a clear understanding of those program elements, those unique sort of features that each program has, and takes discussion relative to that. The method of adoption of the program, there's some, for example, program 1, could be adopted through an ordinance, and a matter of fact, option 2 and 3 can also, but those generally come with a certain amount of controversy, and there may be an interest, in a ballot measure on those. Certainly, Christine and I were in Richmond, working on their rent stabilization program, and the city adopted that by ordinance, and then it was referended. So the programs come with some controversy. This slide here, in terms of the next steps, what is what is missing. So if there's information that we haven't touched on, we would certainly like to know that. We'd also like to know if there's a specific program, option 1, 2, 3 that really resonates, with the council, and you would like us to look at that further. Any feedback that you can provide relative to a buffet of program elements, even if it's not related to a specific option, I think helps. The next step would be a legal and financial analysis. I believe working with your city staff here on these specific areas, and then focus of the next city council meeting. We are anticipating, based on the schedule that we have, that there would be a meeting February 23rd. However, based on the timeframes involved and the direction that the city council would provide, specifically if it involves some sort of community outreach, our sense is that it would be difficult to reach that mark. And I should say, relative to that, we didn't touch on it here, but we did throughout the subcommittee process talk about the community outreach effort. And we did identify 3 potential approaches for doing that. And, our sense is that those are really geared best depending on any action that the city council has relative to an individual program that you may wish to pursue. So that's why we didn't spend a lot of time sort of dealing with those specific options here. So the next slide deals with discussions and questions, but I would like to clarify on that slide that we had previously, where we had the mediation, and those were intended to provide mediation outcomes. So where we had the column that said mediations, those were the ones where there was a mediation agreement.
Well, thank you for the presentation. We'll move to council questions at this point prior to going to public comment. Council, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to public comment. A few of, I'm sorry, Mr. Schwedhelm.
Thank you, I'm sorry. So I had a question based on your research pertaining to just cause evictions. And if you go to slide 25, indicates some examples, reasons for evictions. And I'm trying to think how this would actually work. So now it would be dependent upon or incumbent upon the landlord to prove this. Obviously, the first one, non-payment of rent, is kind of somewhat of a black and white issue, even though it could be arguable. Well, you're right, I didn't pay it, and here are the reasons why. But how have these other cities gone about proving, like, disorderly conduct or unlawful drugs? What does that look like?
Well, I can tell you that in the just cause for eviction program that we've been engaged with, the city does not get involved with this process. So it's handled through the typical eviction process. So which means that the tenant receives a notification. That notification states why they're being evicted. They either move out voluntarily or they contest that process, and it works through the court system. So we did talk with communities, and individuals involved with this, and generally, the information involved. So like, for example, if there was unlawful drug use, there could be police reports that are provided. If there's damage to an individual unit, destruction to property, it can be proof of that damage. It could be photos and information like that sort of work through the process.
So I appreciate that. That sounds great theoretical, but recognizing the challenges that our police department has faced, let's just say with the drug complaint, to actually be able to prove that and go into a court of law, how would that be proven? What neighbor is going to want to, we talked about threats of retaliation. Right. What neighbor is going to want to talk about the other neighbor, especially if there's that intimidation? I'm just trying to get a feeling of how other cities have grappled with that, but it sounds to me like there's no statistical data to show how has it been done in court and what has been the resolution of those cases. Is that correct?
Specifically, okay. Yes.
I would just like to offer, as we've mentioned, as these programs have evolved, a number of these communities outside of the rent stabilization program have established crime-free lease programs that typically can be administered through the police department. Berkeley has such a program which provides landlord training as well as some type of assistance for, you're going to walk through the exterior of a property to ensure that there's good visibility. These programs typically work very closely with the California Apartment Association and provide some support on, what are those best practices with high quality lease agreements and, and in order to support the business operator.
Okay. And then also on slide 23, for me, there's a little bit of a disconnect with what's been provided on your attachment one, the metrics for success, and if we just stick with just cause evictions. So on slide 23, it's enacted to address housing shortage, tenant stability, concern for lower income households, threats of eviction. And then when I go to the metrics, number 26 on the attachment, I think you had it on the slides, potential success measures include tenant contacts, number of dispute requests filed, mediation results. To me, that doesn't, those aren't the same. If we're saying, here's why we did this, for me, I'm still a little bit of a disconnect about, but those metrics that we would use to measure is it in fact addressing the housing shortage, tenant stability, concern for low-income household, threats of eviction? These metrics don't do it for me. So I was just asking your research, are there other communities that have been actually tracking, basically, here's the metrics, and reviewing, is this working the way we hoped it would work?
I can tell you that with the City of Oakland, so I talked to the individual administering the program there, and what she indicated is that when a notice is provided to a tenant regarding an eviction under their ordinance, they also provide a copy of that to the city itself. So the city then would have some information relative to why these evictions are occurring.
So is the City of Oakland, is there any document where you could say the City of Oakland intended to address this issue with this policy, and here's how it's coming out so far?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
Thank you.
Other questions, council? Okay, so we'll move to public comment at this point. Just a few rules I'd like you to try to respond to. This is, for many, a very emotional topic, and I would like people to, I'd like to encourage respectful listening. Applause and the opposite of applause is discouraged. This is, it's not a reality show, and it takes also a lot more time, and we can't hear people as well, and you can't hear me announce the next speaker if you're applauding or making other sounds. Even with a 2-minute time limit, we have approximately 3 hours of public testimony before us. That's if everyone takes their full 2 minutes, which of course is not a requirement. Brevity is encouraged. If you'd like to come down and speak and say, I agree with or without a particular concept, then please do, but you do have 2 minutes. And halfway through the speaker cards, I'll take a bit of a break, 10-minute break, just to give people a chance to stand. So, because 3 hours of public testimony can be difficult to sit through without a bit of a break. So, and I will also apologize in advance for any mispronunciations of your names. I may even ask for, if I can't read the last name, I might even go for a first name, and then, or vice versa. So I'll just, like I said, apologize in advance. And I will, yes, so I'll be announcing a name and then also bringing the second person up, or the next speaker, so that you can come down, or you can also use the podiums at the top of the stairs. There's no requirement to come down to this podium in front of us. So, to begin, C.C. Rosas, followed by Jock McNeil.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Cece Rosas, and I'm a property manager, broker associate with Dee Dee's Rentals, and I've been there for going on 9 years. My biggest point and my biggest issue is a just cause eviction, and my biggest concern just recently, I've really been thinking about it, is yes, there is a process, like Vice Mayor was saying, that if there was an issue with tenants, and we've had problematic tenants where we have notices served and there are police reports, and my biggest issue is when you start needing to get other neighbors involved. You know, I lived in a property where there was prostitution and someone tried to break into my apartment because he thought it was theirs. So I made an anonymous call to my property manager and said, this is what's happening, this is what's wrong. And they gave them notice and they were able to leave. Under normal circumstances, I would have to, you know, be a witness against them and say there was an issue and this is what happened. Now, although the eviction may get actually passed in process, the biggest aspect there is the 10-day holdover period until the sheriff contacts them to go inside and lock them out of the property. In those 10 days, me as a single female at the time would have been in my apartment, hoping that everything's okay. I heard someone else here as I'm passing out these pins, because it's Real Housing Solutions, and there was someone here that said they got a notice because they appeared to be homeless, and that's why the landlord gave them notice. And that, I think, is the exception rather than the rule. I think that's what's being, you know, really put out there, is that people are just being asked to leave just for unfortunate discriminative purposes. But the real reason, I think, is what we're looking at, is just to protect ourselves as a community. And that's what I hope, that's what the real housing solution I hope we can find. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacques McNeil? And
Lawyers, get off your knees, get off the fence, stop paying the mortgages.
Peter.
Together united.
Peter.
The system be united, not a penny to the system. Together arisen as an almighty piston. The authority is mine to say as I do, and the authority be ours to make this come true. You cannot serve two masters. All it maintains is continued disasters. It's either almighty
Officer.
or mammon.
Officer.
Maintainer Centennial's backgammon. The 4-day shutdown of the system, and that changes the game. And we do it in Almighty's name. I say it, you hear it, so be it. We can do nothing if we all stop paying at the same time. Nothing at all. Even law enforcement will support us, because they're getting screwed just as well under this nation where craft liberty fell.
Good afternoon. My name is Jock McNeil. I'm a local real estate broker, and I have no idea how I'm going to follow that. I own a local property management company, and we have seen rents increase over time because demand has greatly exceeded supply. Our cities should be making a much greater effort to attract new construction. This will take commitment, money, and time. It's not an easy process, and it won't happen overnight. And I'll remind you that this problem wasn't created overnight either. Implementing price controls would limit an owner's willingness and ability to improve our older housing stock. Many of my clients have been improving their properties and might not be able to do so if limitations are placed on rents. I think you'll also find that the rental market is beginning to loosen up, and we won't see the rent increases we've seen in recent years. If we really are focusing on safe rental housing and improving our rental homes, the city should be directing more resources towards code enforcement. The Neighborhood Revitalization Program, or NRP as we fondly call it at our office, was a very successful program when it had the resources. As a property manager, a just cause eviction policy would make it much more difficult and expensive to keep our communities safe when we need to get rid of a resident who is causing problems. Most terminations will end up in the court system, creating more lawsuits and more evictions. Under the current civil code, a resident can receive a notice to move out without cause and move on without an eviction or a legal proceeding. Just cause could create a tenant base who have unnecessary evictions on their records. And most of us know that a landlord won't always rent to someone with a prior eviction. I encourage you to avoid further regulations on an already taxed and regulated industry. We want to help address these problems as well, but this approach could be very damaging. Thank you.
Thank you. And I've just been informed that there is a bit of a delay between the sound hitting our secondary lounge because of the number of people that came here to speak and listen to the proceedings today. So what I will do, if I call someone's name and they don't happen to be in the room, I may go back to them when they enter the chamber. So just know that it may get a little bit squirrely, but we'll do our best. But there is a bit of a delay, and they need to move from our secondary lounge up to the chamber. So Alan Appel, or Appel? followed by Robert Zimmer.
Yes, my name is Alan Appel. I'm a landlord in Santa Rosa. I've been for 25 years, 47 units. First of all, let's look at this research. It was really interesting. Tom Schwendelhelm mentioned there was asked about a metric regarding the success of these programs. I think that is what the focus where it should have been. And what has happened is in this, the study that has been gone on here, is they have not looked at Santa Rosa. They've looked at other towns around, and they haven't looked at previous research. There's a lot of research out there. If you Google it, you'll have a lot of it. I sent you, members of the City Council, several studies that exist. This was completely skipped over and gone to basically an implementation program. I think that's wrong. You start with what's going on in Santa Rosa, what the problems are here, and you look at it at the existing research that's out there. For example, the Cato study in 1997, it shows how Boston and Cambridge prospered when they got rid of rent control. The Sonoma State University 2015, just last year, Rob Eiler did a study on Santa Rosa specifically. And both of those studies panned rent control completely. And why skip over that? You're putting the cart before the horse. Let's figure out what works for Santa Rosa or what the failures are. Also, when you look at only the cities that have rent control, you're looking at a biased sample. Look at the ones that have thrown it out, like in Boston and Cambridge. They got rid of it. Cotati got rid of it. Why not look there as well to see what works and what doesn't work? That's what we need to know is what goes on here. That's the number one question. Secondly, if you, do you think that rent-controlled cities have lower rent?
Thank you, Mr. Appel.
Okay. Look at
Robert Zimmer.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Appel. I need to be very strict on this time limit, and I apologize, but I will cut people off. We need to be fair.
My wife Barbara and I have been renters in Santa Rosa, and we currently own rental property in Santa Rosa for over 40 years. We maintain our property well and take care of our tenants' housing needs. I want to address the issue of rent control and in particular just cause eviction. Landlords and managers like good tenants to pay their rent on time, take care of their residents, and are good neighbors. No one wants to live near people who traffic in drugs, are violent, process drugs, make loud noises day and night, smoke, or are a general nuisance. Tenants who manifest these bad behaviors are not good neighbors and are a health and safety threat and life quality threat to their neighbors and must be removed from the residence by management as soon as possible. With just cause, this removal process, usually eviction, will take much longer and be much more expensive. Just cause eviction means that a court system will be involved. Management must build a case against an accused tenant by filing a lawsuit, hiring lawyers, gathering witnesses to testify who are often intimidated by the accused, and months before judgment by a court. Meanwhile, good tenants and management suffer from the nuisance tenants' behavior, none of which deserve to be exposed to such bad behavior. This city has an affordable housing shortage. Rent control and just cause don't create more housing. No housing developer will consider building more units here in this community with rent control and just cause eviction. Many existing rental units will be removed from the rental market and converted to condominiums and sold to new owners, decreasing even more the affordable housing inventory. Fewer rentals will only increase the cost of renting. Rent control and just cause eviction will not keep rents low or create new housing. They will only drive up the cost of housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmer. Good timing. Barbara Zimmer, and Barbara will be followed by Mike Arndt.
Thank you. I basically want to address just cause. I feel that we are small owners and have been for many, many years. And just cause would mean that we have to prove that the tenant has either had drugs or has very undesirable behavior. When we were very much younger and just getting in the business, we used to go sit and watch and see what's happening. We no longer can do that. We do not have an on-site manager who could record what's going on. Therefore, we would have to hire a private investigator to go and find out the actions of the tenant to be able to prove it. Now, that's an additional cost, and that's something we would have to pass on to our tenants. But we don't want to get rid of good tenants. We have been in the business of providing good, clean, safe, quiet homes for low-income tenants. When we have one that disturbs people and has drugs, then we have to be able to move quickly. I had to do an eviction not too long ago, and I hadn't done it for many years. The people were destroying our place. They were having all kinds of people in and out. And so I had to serve them a notice. A minimum cost, and before you even have a trial, is at least $1,200 before you even get started. So it's very expensive to do this, and it's not fair to the good tenants. So I would urge you to please not put just cause in with rent control if you decide that you want to go that way.
Thank you, Ms. Zimmer. Thank you, Mike Arndt, and Mike Arndt will be followed by Scott Gerber.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Arndt. We have a gaping wound in this society of ours in Santa Rosa. It's been getting bigger and festering more over the years. We can't put a Band-Aid on it. Band-Aids such as rent control. This is an artificial means. What we need to do is to do some studying on how we can improve the process. There's a developer who has recently moved here from Minneapolis. He specializes in low-income housing. He's trying to get 20 units for farm worker housing in the county. It's taken him over a year and a half longer than it took him to do the same thing in Minneapolis, where he developed 22 units. The cost for the permits of those 22 units was $54,000. For the 20 units he wants to put here, it's $600,000. No wonder it doesn't pencil. I've made a lot of constructions over the period of years, and we don't go into a deal unless it pencils. We run into very few instances of that taking place a day. Government continues to grow, continues to get more complex. I don't see how this is going to help at all by adding in another 20 employees if we adopted more stringent of these methods. So what I urge you to do is find ways of improving the housing supply rather than finding a way of artificially controlling our housing supply.
Thank you. Scott Gerber. Scott will be followed by Patty Goodwin.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Gerber. I'm a managing director with Cushman & Wakefield and a multifamily housing specialist. I've surveyed over 400,000 units in this county in the last 20 years, and as you've seen, the rental market is stabilizing. I mentioned that, and I provided you with a rent survey of 10,834 units last recent meeting. And I just forwarded you on January 11th a third-party report showing that regional rents are stabilizing. San Francisco rents were down 1.7% in the fourth quarter of 2015. I'm an information guy. There's two problems, or there's two contexts. One is the stabilizing market. So this conversation needs to understand the rental market is stabilizing and the market works. Number two, the number or the cases involving landlord abuse and excessive landlord abuse involve 1/3 of 1% of the tenants in the city of Santa Rosa. That's it. 99.7% of the landlords and property owners in this town are good landlords. So what do we need to do? Number one, create a grievance board. I agree with mediation. a neutral grievance board to hear issues between landlords and tenants, a code enforcement program, inspect 10% in all the common areas of every building. Each year, in 10 years, you'll survey every unit on every building in this town. You'll reduce and improve the quality of the housing stock. What's number 3? I forgot. I've lost track here. Number 3, add 2 staff positions to process and expedite multifamily housing permits and applications. You'll solve this housing crisis. It won't cost $4.5 million a year like rent stabilization. And lastly, but not least, just cause eviction will reward bad tenants and penalize good tenants. It doesn't work. Neither of those programs work.
Thank you, Mr. Gerber. Patty Goodwin, and Patty will be followed by David Silver.
My name's Patty Goodwin. I've been in the apartment management business since I was 19, over 30 years now. I want to address just cause eviction, which has been included in all 3 possible options in your study. In being very much involved over the past 30 years with residents, I am involved when we have to ask a resident to move. As a property manager, we deal firsthand with residents harmed by neighbors, causing lack of sleep, stress, loss of enjoyment of their home, which should be their safe place. We are sympathetic to the emotional distress we see firsthand. Currently, before we give a resident a notice to vacate, we spent more than a month documenting, sending warning letters, begging the injured resident to please give us written documentation. We do this for weeks and weeks because we don't, under state law, want to endure a lawsuit for retaliatory eviction. It is so hard currently to get written documentation for neighbors in fear of retaliation. Frequently, I hear my neighbor confronted me and asked me if I complained about them. So often we see our good residents just decide to move because they don't want to deal with an offending neighbor. California state law already has laws in place to protect tenants and landlords. With just cause eviction, rental property owners would have to subpoena other residents to testify. There is no guarantee that eviction boards will find cause. The only reason we give a 30 or 60-day notice to vacate is for serious and repeated violations to the rental agreement. No rental owner or manager asks a good resident to move. Why would we do that? It would make no sense monetarily or ethically. I urge the council to study a plan without just cause eviction. Santa Rosa should focus on educating renters on their protection under existing state law, instructing owners on their obligation, and enforcing the laws we have. Please provide a forum for owners and residents to resolve disputes in a neutral setting, not in a court, not in a political setting of an eviction board, and not more new laws and regulations on top of all the California laws in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goodwin. David Silver. David will be followed by Mallory Spilker, or Spilkett.
Thank you. This community is filled with people who have taken their life savings.
Oh, yeah, in the mic.
Sorry. This community is filled with people who have taken their life savings and put it into properties to serve residents. Residents are our customers. Hundreds have spoken out about the dangers of these options that have been presented here today. How did the City Council arrive at a point where they're already studying the individual options of rent stabilization without studying all the other options at hand? Even your management consultant here has said they haven't studied these options relative to Santa Rosa. Where's the economic impact study? Where is the study on the damages to affordability? Where is the opportunity for the business owners to sit down and have a real discussion and a dialogue, not just 2 minutes where we can't converse back and forth? I would have to say that if the City Council decides to go forward with one of these options, then it's probably smart that someone conducts an investigation as to why these steps were skipped. I've met with all of you, and I know you're all good people trying to do the right thing. I just ask that you please go a level deeper into the other options that are available. Thank you.
Thank you. Mallory?
Good afternoon. I'm Mallory Spilker, Executive Director for the California Apartment Association, the North Coast Division. We represent rental housing owners and property managers in Santa Rosa. We recommend that Santa Rosa focus on a program for enhanced education for rental property owners and also for tenants. Santa Rosa needs to educate renters on their rights, roles, and responsibilities that are outlined by state, federal, and local law. Renters are often unaware of these rights. Better education and outreach can ensure that renters understand the resources available to them. The city should develop a multilingual, multimedia program to provide information to renters on local laws, their rights, and available resources to help residents resolve their housing issues. Also, the city should educate rental property owners. Santa Rosa should host workshops for rental property owners to educate them on property operations and maintenance, fair housing, crime prevention, and compliance with local laws. To address the recently highlighted issue of substandard housing, CAA also supports targeted code enforcement efforts. CAA encourages its members to adhere to all federal, state, and local housing laws and to provide clean and safe housing for their residents. We recognize that there are some rental owners who do not properly maintain their units and who may not provide clean and safe housing in accordance with the law. Santa Rosa should work with CAA to develop a plan to identify those owners and target city and community resources to focus on those housing providers who do not follow the law. We urge you to focus on education and enforcement to preserve and improve our current stock of rental housing. Rent control will do nothing but compromise the quality and quantity of rental housing in Santa Rosa and is not a solution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Fermin Escuta, followed by Lee Hoskin. Hey, hold on.
Oh, sorry.
The mic is now on, and speak closely to it.
Perfect.
Thank you.
My name is Fermin Escutia, Realtor and President of Santa Rosa Chapter of Realtors. I feel rent control is not the answer, as it will be expensive to the city of Santa Rosa. Berkeley has spent around $4 million each year on staff and attorneys. So why doesn't the city better spend those millions of dollars on housing opportunities? Rent control has not been the solution for Berkeley, nor is it more affordable. Let's do the right thing and not implement a rent control.
Thank you. Lee Hoskin, and Lee will be followed by Dorothy Beatty.
Hi, I'm Lee Hoskins. I'm an associate broker with Bradley Real Estate. I represent many buyers that buy rental properties. I personally own rental properties. What we're talking about here today does not make sense. Why don't you spend the money, $4 million, and fast-track development for housing units for people making apartments to rent? I mean, we've got a situation as a landlord. I haven't raised my rents in 3 years on anybody. I don't evict people. But the way you're setting this up is you're rewarding lousy tenants and penalizing good tenants. So there's not an incentive when I represent buyers to say, buy a rental unit. They're going to say, heck no, it's not a good idea. Spend the money where it needs to be, like code enforcement. If you read the paper, you see that these people, you're not enforcing your own codes. Look at the backlog. Why don't you spend the $4 million and get some code enforcement people and get rid of the bad landlords? Most of the landlords are very good. So all I'm suggesting is please think about this. It does not make sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Dorothy? Dorothy will be followed by Wendy Goris.
Hello, I passed out my little slides and then hopefully they pass them down just a couple of pages. I even spent money on my color printer ink. So just wanted to address a couple things. I asked myself, how does this affect our city? We live here all together and we don't want to do the wrong thing. So I took a look at, given Costa-Hawkins and the Ellis Act, what percentage of our population would actually benefit because they live in pre-1995 homes and there are more than 3 units, what percentage would actually benefit? 34%. The other 66 would not. Page 2. Then I took a look at how does it divide up with the metric that we've been looking at where over 30% of a person's housing, or the cost of housing represents more than 30% of their income. We've defined that as a key metric to it being not affordable. So I took another look and said, well, let's look at the people that are fortunate enough to be in that pre-1995 housing that's over 3 units. How many of those people actually are paying more than 30%? And that came up to 5,534 units, taking a look at the census data, and I gave your team here the same census data we looked at last time. So it actually that page 2, is interesting because we in fact would protect 19% of the total renter base. That's the 5,534. We do that, that's great. We are also protecting 4,400, which aren't spending 30% and don't need the help. And we're not protecting 10,700, which need the help but don't happen to live in a post or pre-1995 greater than 3-unit property. So 2/3 of the people that need the help would not receive it. If our goal is to help people from being homeless, which is where we started with this. So in summary, of the households that do earn,
Thank you,
read my
Ms. Beatty.
summary later.
Wendy Goris, and Wendy is followed by Sylvia Schegerer.
Hi, my name is Wendy Goris, and I'm here today to urge you to protect good tenants by not choosing just cause evictions as part of the solution to our complicated problems regarding the housing shortage in Santa Rosa. Imposing just cause evictions will take away our ability as property managers to protect our good tenants and others in the neighborhood. As a rental property owner and manager of rental property for others, I've had many instances where I have protected my good tenants by giving notice to vacate to tenants with month-to-month contracts who were creating problems that would be very difficult to prove in court. For example, I managed a property on Cherry Street with 8 units in the Cherry Street neighborhood where a tenant began hosting late-night parties. As is my policy, I made repeated requests that the behavior stop. My requests were ignored. A neighboring tenant called the Santa Rosa Police Department while a party was taking place. The next day, when I called the Santa Rosa Police Department to get a copy of the police report, I was told that a report was not taken. Proving this in court would have been very difficult, if not impossible. If just cause were in place, I would have lost many great tenants where a fantastic tenant community had been created, while I collected evidence and went through a lengthy court process. The whole neighborhood would have been negatively affected. The only behavior easy to prove in court is non-payment of rent. It has been my experience on multiple occasions that problem tenants, especially those engaging in illegal activity, pay their rent in full and on time, and their neighbors are afraid to give information that would help prove the illegal behavior. This was certainly the case when I had problems with illegal drug activity on a multi-home property in Santa Rosa. Our long-term tenant with young children would not go on record to give me information needed to prove the illegal behavior. He was too scared of retribution. That tenant, my tenant that I protected, remains in his home.
Thank you, Ms. Goris. Sylvia Schegerer. Moving to Thomas Nochik. Trish McLean. And these people may be outside, so if they come in, we'll go back to them. Is Trish standing? No. Vanessa Seibern? Kelly Bass. Brian Ling. Here's Brian.
Hello down there.
Hold on. You're
Which way you want to do it? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'm Vanessa Seaburn, and I'm with FPI Management. We are a professional management company. I oversee properties in 8 different counties within the Bay Area, and I'm very pleased to say that I started my career here in Santa Rosa as a property manager. I wanted to point out that housing is becoming unaffordable because of the lack of supply and an increase in demand. That's Economics 101. Did you know that 96% of economics say that rent control does not work? There are 456 cities in California. Only 12 have rent control. 7 of those cities have options just short of rent control. By my calculation, that's only 4% of the cities in California. Richmond was the last city in decades to pass rent control in California, and it was quickly repealed. Rent control cities have the highest rents in the Bay Area, and they're starting to push out lower income rentals and renters. In Santa Rosa, there's 66,000 units. Only 18,000 would fall under rent stabilization. Santa Rosa has some of the lowest rents in the Bay Area. Rents are increasing in Santa Rosa because multifamily housing has failed to expand with the ever-growing population. If rent control is passed, I'll tell you that property taxes income will go down. Responsible landlords are going to be unfairly punished. Utilities and construction costs are rising dramatically, and rent stabilization does not provide owners with the ability to cover their costs. There are options. If habitability is a concern, implement a housing inspection program. This is done in several cities throughout the Bay Area, and implement code enforcement policies. If the lack of housing is the concern, make it easier for developers to build in Santa Rosa. Research lowering impact fees and exploring density bonuses. I've recently spoken personally with several developers, both on the affordable and conventional side, who are willing and eager to build in Santa Rosa if they can make their deals pencil out. Rent control will not help them do that.
Thank you, Vanessa. Is anyone standing at the top of the chamber that was called earlier? Okay, so just one by one, just identify yourselves, and then I will move on to Mr. Ling after you're finished.
Good afternoon, Trish McLean.
Thank you.
I'm a realtor here in Santa Rosa. I just wanted to comment that I'm very disappointed in the data that we were presented, in that it did not address some key issues which previous speakers have touched on, such as what percentage of homes in Santa Rosa or apartments are actually affected by this, and what's the percentage of people who have experienced the rent increases that has spurred this whole discussion. As we've heard, it appears that the majority of the properties that we're talking about have not gone about and raised rents on their tenants. So we're trying to impose a blanket solution for a problem that is small. To me, it's like if you have somebody speeding in Santa Rosa and you decide, oh, we have too many speeders, so let's ticket every licensed driver in Santa Rosa in order to prevent those few who are speeding from speeding. That's what we're doing here. We're saying let's impose regulations on homeowners, and we haven't even asked what that impact is going to be on those property owners. So there's been no metric on what's the financial impact on those property owners, and also future projections of if this is implemented, how is that going to affect our future housing stock? So I would urge the council to ask those questions and incorporate that into the discussion. I obviously am not in support of either the rent control or the just cause eviction, because I think it will create more long-term problems. And 20 years from now, a new council will be sitting there trying to figure out how to undo what was done today. Thank you.
Thank you. And just give your name for the record, please.
Kelly Bass-Seibel with the Santa Rosa Chamber of Commerce. I'm going to keep this brief because I think we've come before you and you know where the chamber stands. We do oppose rent control. But I just want to point out that we represent almost 1,000 businesses in Sonoma County, thousands of employees. And this is, we're hearing every day from employers that are telling us that they're having trouble hiring because people can't find places to live. Rent control is not going to be the answer to that problem. We need to look at ways to incentivize more options for housing, affordable housing, workforce housing, market rate housing across the board. If we put things in place that are going to hinder development, are going to hinder people wanting to come to Santa Rosa and build, then that is not going to solve our issue. So it's an economic issue. It's around economic vitality. And while our vacancy rate is very, very low, putting in controls around rent increases is not going to solve that problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in queue before I move to Mr. Ling? All right, Brian.
Thank you, Mayor. Brian Ling, Sonoma County Alliance. We remain opposed to the rent control and just cause eviction that you're under your consideration. And it's the previous couple speakers really spoke for what I'm thinking too, is the first rule of any class in economic supply and demand. This is the supply is far underdone. What you're considering is further regulation, further restrictions. evictions. What's created this supply problem is regulation and restrictions, and we're trying to do more regulation and restrictions. And so fundamentally, we're just hugely opposed to additional funding, regulations and restrictions. Maybe more positively, I know on your agendas in the months ahead, you're looking at a number of hearings like this on the supply. You're going to talk about affordable housing a couple of times. You're going to talk about a variety of incentives that may come up. You're going to be addressing the supply in the very, very near future, and these white buttons will be back, but this time we'll be supporting your efforts. This community and some by the voters and some by previous councils have voted a lot of restrictions and regulations that created this situation. Further regulations aren't going to do it. We need to work on the supply. Let's take this effort in a more productive manner real soon, and we'll be back for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Cynthia Murray, and Cynthia will be followed by Stephen Jones, Stephen Kent Jones.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. I am Cynthia Murray. I'm CEO and President of North Bay Leadership Council, and we are here again to talk in opposition to rent control. Rent control, just plain and simple, doesn't work. And in fact, it's causing much more of a spiraling of rents than helping. And so we really want to make sure that we're looking at real solutions, which are building more housing. So some examples are rent control will reduce mobility. It makes people stay in their homes and their rentals longer because they're afraid where they're going to go afterwards. And so that limits people for being able to take jobs because they feel stuck in one place. It also really hurts the new residents. And a lot of those new residents are going to be young people. They're going to be replacing the baby boomers as they retire, and we need the young people to come in and take the jobs that are being vacated by the baby boomers. And they're going to be at a disadvantage because they won't be able to afford the increased rents from the non-rent controlled units. It also creates two classes of tenants. It creates people who have the right to rent at below market rates, and renters who would like to get long-term leases but can't, or who must pay through the nose for the very limited number of properties. So we ask you to please not look at rent control as a tool in the toolbox. It won't be the solution. The solution is we need more housing. We really hope that we can focus on building the more housing. That's the only way we're going to really have more ability to house people. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Jones, and Stephen will be followed by Brett Martin.
Yes, hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stephen Kent Jones, 41 years a realtor. I manage only 29 homes for rent, 8 of them in Santa Rosa. I work with great owners, including myself, who maintain their homes very well. And guess what kind of tenants we find? Relationships are very positive. But tenant selections are not always perfect choices. We make judgment calls, and we hope for the best. If you institute just cause eviction, you will find us unwilling to accept tenants we do accept now. Rent control and just cause eviction will not accomplish what you seek. To the contrary. I wish you'd connect the dots. First, after months of considering rent control and just cause eviction, the City Council and Planning Commission are considering why so many people want mixed-use developments within walking distance to trains, but no one is building any. Number 2, landlords and ladies, this is a good time to be selling your properties in a market that's strong and may not be 2 years from now. You would not like to encourage this, I think, if you want more rental housing. 3, you are paying $75,000 to consultants who are not answering your questions. 4, state legislators, now that the state has a budget surplus, go to our state legislators to seek the return of redevelopment funds the state stole from us. Use the money for low-cost rental housing and not for tax breaks to large retail stores who will locate here anyway without the subsidy. And substandard housing, go after the abusers like these new owners on Hohen Avenue. If their rentals are unhealthy to live in, fine them until they renovate. and make these owners of substandard housing pay for the city's costs. Please do not burden all the decent rental property owners with broad brush measures which will be counterproductive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Brett Martin, and Brett will be followed by Keith Becker. And thank you all for being so respectful and courteous to the speakers. I appreciate it.
Thank you and hello. My name is Brett Martin. My family has been here in Sonoma County for 4 generations. We were renters, and now our family has, we own nearly 1,000 rental units. So we're probably the greatest impacted people of anybody regarding this, and they would fall under this category. We've been personally fighting to end homelessness and teen homelessness alone. My father donated $500,000 this year just to end teen homelessness. We have 1,152 homeless teens in Santa Rosa, and we have a crisis in teen homelessness. With our 1,000 units, almost all of our units, our apartment units, are over 900, are under market. So rent control, the first thing that we'll do, we have tenants paying as low as $840 when the rent should actually be more like $1,200 in a fair market. First thing we're going to have to do is we're going to be forced to raise all of these rents up to market, and it will be the biggest catastrophic housing crisis in recent future. And we'll be forced to do that, and we don't want to do that. We want to be able to get rid of bad tenants. We can't get rid of the bad tenants. We create a slum. And in time, over years, so I'm not talking about today or tomorrow, but over the next 10, 15, 20 years, just like in New York and these other places, rather than turning in our apartments because our legacy has dwindled to where we can't afford to keep it and manage it, investors will come in from out of town. They'll utilize the Ellis Act. They will buy it, our property, at a discount. We will walk. They will level it and build anything other than multifamily. What we need is scrims, something like scrims, some group where I have tenants calling me quite regularly, and they have no advocacy. They don't know the rules. The landlords don't know the rules, and I've seen some really squirrely stuff in it, and people should be upset. I've had people calling me and telling me that I'm getting kicked out, and my landlord's scolding me for getting pregnant, and that nobody knows the rules. So why can't we have, okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Bye-bye. Keith Becker, and Keith will be followed by Peter Takala.
Hi, guys. My name is Keith Becker, and I represent hundreds of responsible property managers in both Santa Rosa and Sonoma County. Rent control is not the solution to our housing crisis. It's not going to do anything to increase the inventory of housing in Santa Rosa. It's going to motivate existing owners to sell while also acting as a disincentive, pushing property values, property taxes down, and acting as a disincentive for future buyers and for future developers. Rent control won't keep rents down, however. Cities with rent control consistently have the highest fair market rents over those that don't. Just cause eviction isn't the solution to our housing crisis. It empowers bad tenants while encumbering and endangering both landlords and the nearby neighbors, our good tenants. Requiring our good tenants to spy on and testify against bad neighbors is going to cause us to lose the good ones. Just cause evictions will overwhelm the court system. The number of landlord-tenant lawsuits will increase exponentially. The real solution to our housing crisis is going to be increasing the amount of housing inventory, both fair market rate and affordable housing, and that should be what you commit yourself to. But that will undoubtedly take years to approve and to develop. An immediate solution to our present crisis, the unwarranted displacement of tenants, the concern of substandard inventory, the narrative of bad landlords. The solution would be to give Santa Rosa's code enforcement tools and teeth. Negligent landlords, those who disregard violation notices, they allow tenants to live in squalor, they should be responsible for their actions. Whether that means regular inspections like NRP, whether that means absorbing the cost of code enforcement's additional overhead, whether that means civil fines and relocation costs to compensate affected tenants, whether that means the burden of legal liability. Unscrupulous landlords should justify being held accountable for their bad business practices. Good neighbors and good tenants and good landlords shouldn't be the ones who suffer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. Peter
Takis.
Thank you, and you will be followed by Neil Koch.
Very good. Peter Takis, I'm a realtor here in Santa Rosa, have been since '99. I primarily work with absentee landlords. And what I do see is over the years, I've spoken literally with thousands of landlords. And I see that there's a significant difference between someone who owns a single-family home versus a multifamily unit. And it seems like we're putting everybody into one big pot here, when indeed there are different types of owners of absentee properties. There are a lot of, and I've heard it before here, there are a lot of landlords who keep things under market just so they don't allow the tenant to leave, because the tenant has no place to go. And we're sort of like bypassing this whole idea that there are one-to-one relationships between a landlord and tenant, in this idea that, well, we got to protect everybody in one fell swoop, and I don't think it's one size fits all. I think if you're going to look at something, you got to take it apart, so that where there's a apartment complex that's got hundreds of units, that's a lot different than somebody living in Montgomery Village in a 3-bedroom, 1-bath home. And I think that needs to be considered, and that's all I've got to say on the subject.
Thank you.
Okay.
Neil, and Neil will be followed by John Stiles.
My name is Neil Coach. I'm not going to go on about rent control. I am against it, and I trust you'll consider that. But I do have one request of the City Council. I think there's a window of opportunity here for development of apartment housing. There's still low interest rates. I trust that there could be some kind of an emergency status or something that the City Council would consider if they would possibly lower the permit rates for developers, and also possibly maybe amortizing those rates out over a period of time for qualified developers until the units are up and running. I think this is a perfect opportunity with low interest rates. You have developers that are standing there and waiting for the right opportunity and have the credit to get the loans. The banks would love it. It would be good for the community. It would put construction workers to work, and tenants would have a place to stay. Thank you.
Thank you. John Stiles, and John will be followed by Howard Dalton.
Thank you. My name is John Stiles. I've been selling real estate in Sonoma County since 1974. I have several clients that have multiple units, single-family residents mostly, all in the older sections. I've been told by several of these clients that they will not be told what they can and can't do with properties that they have owned for years. The just cause part of the rent control is placing an additional burden on property owners. The first of my listings of properties that have been rented are starting this week. They will be making me happy. They will be selling them and reinvesting in shopping centers, office complex, anything but residential. We can all agree that rents are high. How about we look at why? The influx of renters was caused by folks that lost their homes in foreclosure, short sales, more from Lake County, and plus we're just a great place to live and people are moving here. It is obvious that we are in dire need of more housing. How about taking a look at what costs the builders are facing and design a reduction of fees in order to help the builders complete lower cost housing projects? These lower fees will be offset by the new tax bases from all the additional units. In order to keep properties rented, property owners will need to be competitive in the amount of rents they charge. Hopefully we will get back to more reasonable rents. Thank you.
Thank you. Howard Dalton, and Mr. Dalton will be followed by Efren Espinoza.
Good afternoon. My name is Howard Dalton. I can't add much to many of the comments that have made today. I would ask one question, though, that you ponder, and that is that if rent control is the silver bullet, why do you only have 4 to 7 cities in the state of California that have enacted it? I would just ask you to ponder that in the context of it prohibits the supply of housing. I think, and I've seen in my years in financing, excuse me, that it taints an area. The minute you implement rent control of any form, it taints an area in a developer's eye. They're going to think twice and 3 times, and when you combine that with our fee structure, it's more of a reason to stay away. I think this is a very ill-proposed short-term illusion for a very long-term problem. I addressed the council a number of months ago and talked about supply side in the hopes that that people can come to realize that we don't have enough to renovate to address your problem, to the problem of those that are suffering. And I'm not discounting the fact that there's not poor landlords in this area. I'm not going to discount that. But I think if you spent some time and energy and you spent some money and you put it into the inspection staff, we have what we have to deal with. That's the housing stock right now. And if it's the best that we can do is to make it more inhabitable by enforcing the codes, then by God, let's do that. But I really encourage you, stay away from rent control, because it's going to cast a cloud. And I'm going to be with Brian when we come back and we talk about how to increase affordable housing stock. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. Efren Espinoza, and Efren will be followed by Paul Heck.
Good afternoon. My name is Efren Espinoza, and I have been in the property management industry for about 8 years now, and I wanted to express my thoughts on rent control. I believe we should be looking at the bigger picture, as it's all a cycle. If you impose rent control, owners will have less income to upkeep their property, meaning that landscapers will be affected, roofers will be affected, painters, even I would be affected. There would be a lot of jobs at stake. The true problem we face is housing shortage. I believe we should be spending more energy and finding ways of helping investors build new affordable housing. 10 out of 10 people currently looking to find a home, only 2 are able to secure one. I believe that if rent control passes, it'll only drive away all those future investors. If rent control was the answer to high rents, then I believe San Francisco is a perfect example of that. The rents are still sky high. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Heck, and Paul will be followed by Sue Carell.
Thanks. My name's Paul Heck. I'm a local long-term realtor here. And I just want to echo what a lot of people are saying. Unfortunately, this rent control and just cause won't solve your problem. It's just not going to work. Been doing this for a long time, and I sit down with a lot of people and work with a lot of investors. Lately, I've been working with investors that are leaving. They're taking their money out of Santa Rosa and moving to other areas. One of the places they're going is a faraway land called Texas. And one of the reasons they're going to Texas is for this very reason. They're concerned about government regulation. If you do this, you will probably create an island here where what will be left will not be very desirable. You'll have people selling properties, getting what they can, and getting the hell out of here, taking the money someplace else. The only thing I can tell you is God and nature were very good to Santa Rosa. They gave us a great location, good weather. One can only hope that the politicians and bureaucrats won't find a way to screw it up.
Thank you. Sue Carell.
Good afternoon. You'll have to pardon the frog in my throat. I've been getting over a cold.
No problem.
I'm very impressed with the rational testimony that's been presented here today, and I think you've heard some good arguments against just cause and rent control. It really isn't the solution. I'm a property manager, have been for about 9 years, and prior to that I was in real estate sales. I'm pretty familiar with the problems that you're trying to address here. I have a couple of solutions. As far as identifying the tenants that are receiving unfair treatment, give them an opportunity to plead their case to the city. I think we already have the infrastructure in place in our housing authority and community development departments. We could make an appeal to tenants who think they are being treated badly or are being ignored by their landlord to come forward and make their complaint. As far as problem 2 goes, rather than creating a whole new bureaucratic maze with rent control, we need to use personnel and resources we already have in place for housing. We might even consider setting up a city-appointed commission on fair housing, or simply add staff to the existing bodies. In the 90s, I was a member of the Commission on the Status of Women here in Sonoma County, and I know how commissions function, and I think we have a lot of citizens who would like to be involved with that. So you ask, what would the commission do? Tenants could report abuses, which would be treated much like any other planning matter. Hearings could be scheduled periodically. If the tenant's complaint has legs, the notices would be sent to the offending landlords. The stick would be that they would then be required to attend property management classes. These could be online, although I think the classroom environment is more effective. They would have to complete these classes in a given time frame, and if they don't, they would be fined. The curriculum for these classes already exists. Just ask CAA. As for the tenant side, education of the law is just as important for them. A different class would be designed to inform them of their responsibilities as tenants and what they can expect from landlords with respect to repairs and maintenance. I think these classes should be set up online, much like traffic school.
Thank you, Ms. Carell. Julie, I think it's Battles, B-A-T-T-L-E-S, followed by Ross Liscombe.
Whoa, good crowd today. My name is Julie Battles. I'm a realtor and a lifelong Sonoma County resident. Thank you for giving us all a chance to speak, Council. My husband is a veteran, and because of that, we were able to scrimp and save our pennies and buy a rental property. If this were passed, any sort of rent control, I believe, would unjustly affect the ability of landlords to use their funds to create more income. There are bad landlords out there who are just hiking up rents because they can, but the reason that they are able to do so is because, as many others have stated before me, the lack of housing. That is the real issue, I believe, that needs to be addressed. And if you look at the numbers, from 2005, there was about 2,500 permits for single-family residential units in just 1 year. From 2008 to 2014, I believe there was 1,400 in 8 years. 1,400 permits for single-family residential units. I don't have the numbers for multifamily, but it's very difficult to get permits to build places, and I believe that is a big problem. So if you could help put some input or time into thinking about creating new housing opportunities, I believe that would solve the problem a lot better than penalizing landlords for being able to purchase properties and offer them to rentals. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Liscombe will be followed by Patrick.
Thank you. Good afternoon. 1 minute, John, or Mr. Mayor. It has been a topic in the national media recently that the priority is to support the strengthening of our economy. If you're committed to supporting our local economy, I thank you. This means positive growth, not turmoil, and another reason not to do business in Santa Rosa. Rent control creates problems for local economies while trying to solve social problems. Rent control has been agreed to by the overwhelming majority of economists nationally that it is a net negative on a local economy. Our community has many homeowners who have rental properties, a few properties, who've invested in Santa Rosa over the years. The council should not punish them for doing this. Without more properties built, the undersupply problem that caused rental prices to rise remains, which is the same effect we've seen with housing values increasing. Many industries, including the major employers in Santa Rosa, will be hurt by rent control. They include construction, healthcare, banking, restaurants, the service industry, and others. This will be just another hurdle that will create more local unemployment. A just cause eviction will require rental owners to prove a cause in court or elsewhere when they wish to remove a problem resident, such as someone causing a significant nuisance on their property or the neighborhood, non-payment of rents, trash in a property, drug dealing, or worse. If you wish to be business friendly and support the growing economy, rent control and just cause evictions are definitely not the answer. Step up and support those that have invested in this community before you chase them off and turn us into another San Francisco, Berkeley, or Santa Monica.
Thank you. Patrick. Patrick will be followed by Jeff Schween.
My name is Patrick O'Neill, and I own property here in Santa Rosa. So this is a very easy solution, all of the points 2 and 3 and 4. If you just follow this little scenario, so supply and demand, if there's 5 apartments to rent and 3 people show up to see them, the renter has a choice of which apartment they would like and want. In this scenario, the landlord needs to be competitive in rent and will know what the other apartment owners are going for and will lower the rent to attract the renter. They will also do proper maintenance and remodel the units so they can attract a new renter. Second scenario. In another scenario, 5 apartments, 20 people, the landlord has the pick of the litter and does not have to be competitive, nor does he have to remodel units to attract the renters. This happens because there is no supply of apartments. There's a lot of land in Santa Rosa that apartments can be built on. In some cases, existing apartment buildings could be added to their complexes by moving the zoning ratio up. But new buildings in the city could give the owners a break in the building fees. If landlords would hold rent at a certain level with a small percentage increase each year, then that would be reflected in the fee structure being adjusted to that person. All the apartment owners in this room have invested in Santa Rosa. It's a great city, and we will all work with you guys quite easily. They understand what you want to accomplish and are in favor of working this issue out with the City of Santa Rosa. Let the city be the role model to all cities and get this right. Think outside the box and have the landlords work together with the city officials and tenants. Do not create them and us scenario. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Jeff Schween, and Jeff will be followed by Daniel Sanchez.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Schwain. I am a realtor here in Santa Rosa, and I've made it my home since 1990, so for 26 years now. There's a word that comes to mind that we're all dancing around here. It's fear, F-E-A-R. We are fearful. These ordinances, these proposals come up because we are fearful. So instead of being fearful, which I think of as false evidence appearing real, let's be joyful. Let's challenge our entrepreneurial spirit within our community to do what we need. Let's champion them with the resources of the city, the ability to move projects forward, and be forward-thinking. Let's not get caught in the past. Let's not operate out of fear. No one wins when you operate out of fear. I challenge you to be positive. I challenge you to take us to the next level. And I challenge you to support the community that supported you. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Sanchez. Daniel will be followed by Larry Goodwin.
I'm Daniel Sanchez, North Bay Association of Realtors. These conversations about rent control, just cause eviction are a distraction from the real problem that we're facing. And the real problems that we're facing, issues of not enough vacancy rate, not enough apartments, not enough housing, and homelessness. I live in Santa Rosa, and I'm always running along the trails and walking through downtown, and everybody knows the homeless issue is a very big deal. While you all have spent $75,000 on a consultant study to give you about 100 pages of reports, that $75,000 could have gone to better use in providing direct tenant assistance. The city of Healdsburg spent at least $50,000 in partnering with the nonprofit North Sonoma County Assistance, and they're giving direct tenants support, whether it's relocation assistance or other support to tenants who need a place to stay or need additional support. So those $75,000 that you're spending on consultant studies and contentious meetings such as this can be better spent elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Goodwin, and Larry will be followed by Beth Streets.
Hello, my name's Larry Goodwin. I'm property manager here in Santa Rosa area. My wife and I are involved with approximately 1,400 units in the area. Santa Rosa is in a housing crisis, but rent control will not solve this crisis. There are too few units to meet current demand, and enacting rent control will only serve to decrease vacancies and prevent units from becoming available to the rental market. We find roughly 10% of our tenants stay long-term, say between 5 and 10 years. The majority of our tenants rent from us for approximately 2 years and are able to take advantage of the mobility that the rental market can offer them, and are free to change their housing as their needs are met. Rent control will limit this mobility since residents will have to contend with the fact that vacant units will be priced significantly higher than occupied units and a correspondingly low vacancy rate. Working families that outgrow their living space will be unable to move or find housing that meets their needs in this artificially stagnant rental market. Under normal circumstances, over the course of 10 years, for example, a unit may be available approximately 5 times, allowing residential mobility. rent control will keep that unit off the market for long periods of time. In addition, wage earners, small businesses, and the construction industry will find their businesses stagnating and their wages and profits dropping. Units that would otherwise be turned over and regularly updated and remodeled will no longer become vacant or at current rates, and therefore skills and services of the industry will be underutilized. Combined with the fact that rent control will artificially constrain the market, property owners will no longer have the fiscal flexibility to perform anything other than basic repairs and maintenance, leading to a housing market that has not only limited vacancies, but vacancies that are inflated in price, lacking curb appeal and cosmetic improvements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goodwin. Beth Streets. Beth will be followed by Linda Adrian.
Good afternoon, council members. I'd like to take this opportunity to share a story with you of my own personal experience. I am very opposed to the just cause eviction. Several years ago, I had a tenant, for a lack of a better word, to attach himself to me, and by doing so, attached himself to every other tenant that I interacted with. The situation quickly escalated. I had to have several of my female tenants escorted to and from their residence to their vehicles. I had extra security patrols being done. Our attorneys tried on 3 different occasions to obtain a restraining order for me. The courts would not allow a restraining order to be issued because of how it impeded the tenant's right to access his dwelling and the tenant's right to request maintenance. I, on the other hand, had 20+ typed pages of written documentation of terror, harassment of myself, as well as various tenants on my property. The law allowed me, as it stands today, to have our attorneys draw a 3-day notice to quit. There is nothing to be cured here. Just go away. The tenant did not adhere to the notice to quit. We were able to begin an eviction proceeding right away. This is a minimal time frame in a severe situation to rectify. Eventually, the tenant violated the law and committed several felonies and was arrested and never returned to my property. But I have very few tools in my box to work with as a landlord to protect myself and to protect my tenants. Just cause eviction will take those away. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Streets. Linda Adrian, followed by Dave Ransom.
Hi, council members. I am here to say that rent control and rent stabilization works. I have been under rent control for almost 15 years now in Santa Rosa here. I live in a manufactured home park. We have had rent control and rent stabilization since the 90s, and it works for everybody. I mean, especially like for myself, because now I'm a senior. If we didn't have rent control and we didn't have stabilization, almost all of the seniors in mobile home parks would not have a home because and we're on set income, we could not afford to live there. But the problem is the rent control also works for owners, because the owners of mobile home parks, most of them have a 20 to 30% profit ratio. So these owners that say they're going to lose money, and then the residents that are, it's baloney. And that's it. And then could we take that advertisement down for management partners up there? Do we really have to look at their advertising? Anyway, I'm really all for rent control. I think it's a good thing. It really is going to help everybody, and it helps the owners, and it helps residents both. And it makes everything more stable. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Ransom. Folks, just try to refrain from the applause, please. Thank you. Dave Ransom, and Dave will be followed by Josh Windmiller, I believe.
Good afternoon. The folks speaking here today against rent control and just cause evictions have been called out, many of them, by the California Apartment Association. The call that the Apartment Association made was the Santa Rosa City Council will discuss rent control, review a possible just cause eviction ordinance, which would make it unduly difficult to evict problem tenants, including those suspected of violent crime. Our North Coast Division asks that rent control housing owners and managers attend and speak against these flawed policies. They also have been doing this in a number of other cities. You're not alone. Alameda, they're listing Healdsburg, Lafayette, Mountain View, Pacifica, Richmond, San Jose, San Mateo, Santa Rosa. Okay, so you're not the only ones. The CAA is trying to throw the fear of God into our local landlords because that's where their numbers are, but that's not where their interests are. The CAA leadership, the board and its officers, are composed of the state's real estate biggies, and even they are fronts for even larger capital. Their immediate past president heads the Belmont-based Woodmont Real Estate Services. They manage $3 billion in Northern California properties, including 8 in Santa Rosa. One of the board members works for the state's major corporate property owner, the Irvine Company. They were voted Silicon Valley Developer of the Year in 2002. Their current business model is buying pre-1995 rent-controllable buildings from distressed small landlords, getting rid of the common folk who live there, doing some cosmetic rehab, and renting them at twice the rate to high-wage workers in high-tech. They could care less about small landlords or the people whose lives they're disrupting. Which side are you on is the time that we're facing.
Thank you, Mr. Ransom.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Josh Windmiller. Josh will be followed by Connie Cloak.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for holding this and for inviting us. So I'm a homeowner in Santa Rosa, and I have tenants. I'm also an artist, and I'm part of this group of artists that is, though their money that they're making is getting better, it's not quite rising with the rate of the rents in the area, and it's a big concern. I'm seeing a lot of people having to move and that sort of thing. I'm talking specifically about young people who are starting their careers here in Santa Rosa, that I think is a really important part of our community. They're creating businesses and they're starting, and I want to make it really clear that this is the kind of place where they can do that. Now, this is really important for the economy of Santa Rosa and the life of Santa Rosa. I also understand the need to not restrict owners. I think a lot of people have said that sort of stuff here. But there's a lot of common ground as well. I think the supply thing does seem to be a big issue, some more density, and I've heard some good ideas and plans about that sort of stuff in the downtown area, which would be really exciting to me and my community that I represent. Also education, specifically showing young folks how to rent and build lives here, that sort of thing. It's really important. And also affordable units, having more affordable units and showing people how to access them, making it really clear, because we don't have a clue. And it'd be great to get some more of that, to create more of it, and to really make that a priority. I don't know if that's going to be part of a future meeting or something like that. And also, though, I've heard a lot of people here giving plenty of reasons why not to limit the growth of rent. I think it is something really worth considering. This is an important community that I really want to keep here. And thank you very much for considering that. Thanks, everyone here.
Okay. Thank you. Connie Cloak. Connie will be followed by Jordan Steinberg. Sorry. Is Connie here? She may be outside, so I'll keep this card here. Jordan Steinberg. Jordan will be followed by Robert Howen. Sorry.
Hi, my name is Jordan Steinberg. I've been a property manager for over 10 years. We manage over 100 units in Santa Rosa and on the Russian River. We have worked with the CDC to create 10 new dedicated affordable housing units, as well as we have an additional 18 units with Section 8 assistance. We work with a wide variety of clients to provide safe, clean housing. I'm quite concerned to hear that this council is considering implementing just cause eviction. When you first think about just cause eviction, it makes sense. It sounds like a good idea. Of course, you should have a cause for an eviction. However, I really hope that you ask property managers, their attorneys, or the police how to prove someone is dealing drugs out of an apartment or creating a serious nuisance. It is quite difficult in a court of law. I'm concerned that this council is not looking at this issue from all sides. The report dated December 28, 2015 from the management partners, the consultant hired by the City of Santa Rosa, states as the only program disadvantages for just cause eviction as that they will not address concerns about affordable housing or financial hardship resulting from higher than normal rent adjustments, and two, that data indicating impact on tenant displacement overall is not available. It appears today that there was some additional issues that were brought up. However, the slide went by so quickly it was difficult to see what those disadvantages were. What about affecting the property owner and the manager's ability to protect the rights of existing tenants? You're basically going to be asking us to ask our existing tenants to come forward and testify against their neighbors. California state law already lays out the legal process for a 30-day or 60-day notice. These notices allow us to deal with difficult tenants in an effective way. I'm asking this council to please speak with property managers, their attorneys in the Santa Rosa Police Department before making any decision or a decision on this issue. It's important to understand all of the ramifications that will come from this important decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert. And Robert will be followed by, Patrick O'Neill.
Yes, hi. My name is Robert Howard. I don't have a written speech here, but I hope you're listening real closely to the landlords here and what they have to say. Yesterday, I had to settle a case in Oakland, a just cause, cost me about $20,000. At that time, I listed the property. Can't wait to get rid of it. And it's not just cause. It's just cause they want to own the property of the landlords. So, like I say, I hope you're listening real carefully. It's hard enough to deal with the California laws. I own 40 properties, 170 units. Most of them are in the northern area. And this one property that I have, it's like a nightmare. So I hope you listen real carefully to them and what they're saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick O'Neill, and Patrick will be followed by, looks like Colleen Madrigal. Is Patrick? Okay, thank you. I think Madrigal is the last name. Is there a Mr. and Ms. Madrigal in the audience? Okay, I'll put it over here. Tom Scott. Gail Outlaw. Some of these people may be outside. Gail Santini. Oh, no. Oh, this Gail? Okay. All right, thank you. Followed by Stephen Cavalli. I'm going to find out here pretty soon. Yeah, okay, good. Are you Gail Santini? Okay, so this must be Gail Outlaw. Yes, excellent, thank you.
Hello, I'm Gail Outlaw, and I'm a homeowner in Santa Rosa. And we have a serious problem here, and it's not something that's going to solve itself. We have too little lower-priced housing, and lots of it is substandard. Many apartments and homes that are used to rent for $800 or $900 now are renting for $1,300 and up. I've been helping a friend who, because her house was sold, was looking for a new apartment. She could only afford $1,100, but just tried to find something that cheap. She finally found one for $1,295, which she is taking until she can get into some kind of lower cost housing or senior housing or Section 8 housing. But in the meantime, she's having to use her savings. Another friend of mine lives in an apartment that has mold. She can't afford to move, and she's afraid if she complains, she'll be evicted or have her rent raised. But on the other hand, she's close to losing her job because she has to take her baby son to the doctor so often for respiratory problems, probably asthma, and probably caused by the mold. In the Press Democrat Sunday, there were 2 articles chronicling the fact that these things are known, but there's no study that has been done, no stockpiling of data, and no government agency tracking illness as a result of moldy, infested housing. In addition, there are too few inspectors to keep up with the complaints coming in, so nothing would probably be done anyway. Another friend of mine had to move a few months ago because the house she was living in was sold. She found a tiny apartment for $13.50, but she could hardly get her bed into the largest bedroom, and her son, who is bedridden and wheelchair-bound with cerebral palsy, couldn't fit in the smaller room.
Thank you, Ms. Outlaw.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Gail Santini, and Gail will be followed by Stephen Cavalli.
I'm too nervous, so I'm just going to read.
That's okay.
My husband and I have been landlords in Santa Rosa for a very long time.
Right into the mic, Gail.
Right in the mic,
Yeah, thank
sorry.
you. No problem.
It's our opinion that an experience that just cause evictions hurt good tenants and that rent control hurts good landlords. We're not greedy landlords. We don't get top dollar. We've always been fair and compassionate landlords. We've never unjustly evicted a tenant. We did have to ask a tenant to leave because he was causing constant turmoil and harassing his neighbors. It wasn't a decision we took lightly or made swiftly. If just cause eviction had been in place, the entire process of removing that tenant might not have been possible, especially when those being harassed and bullied were afraid to go on record with their complaints. In a situation, just cause eviction would force innocent tenants to go on the record with complaints against a bad tenant they're afraid of, and they were. Or they could just move themselves or learn to live with it. Who wins in that situation? Our entire working lives, we've both worked full-time at other jobs. We chose to invest in rental properties in order to eventually support ourselves in retirement. Our buildings are older but well-maintained. The average rent in our apartments is 30% below market. Until a couple of years ago, we were able to do most of the maintenance ourselves in order to keep our costs down, but we've reached a point in our lives where that's just not an option, so we have to hire work out, which means our costs are going up. We've also hired a management company to make sure that we're staying in compliance with all rules and regulations and to make sure that they can provide prompt service to all of our tenants. Again, this is increasing our costs. We've raised rents when it's been based on need, not to keep up with the current market. Sunday's PD, somebody else just mentioned, has an article about tenants living in substandard conditions. But apparently county and city code enforcement agencies are understaffed. How does it make sense to add 2 new regulations that are going to require more staff to enforce when the city can't enforce regulations already in place? There's already laws in place that prohibit some of the unfair rental application and eviction examples tenants spoke about in this and prior meetings. We feel that the city and county should enforce current laws and deal with the bad landlords by adequately funding the appropriate departments. A decision to implement rent control and just cause eviction will punish a small number.
Goes fast, doesn't
my
it?
best
Thanks, Ms. Santini. Stephen Cavalli, and Stephen will be followed by Gary Weeks. Stephen here. Gary Weeks.
Thank you. Maybe it seems too simple to me, but I'm really not in favor of the just cause, but the simple math means that if you have a bad tenant and you can remove him, you have the hopes of bringing in a good tenant. This does not increase the housing supply at all. So there's no change to housing supply. So there's not a benefit there. As far as rent control goes, we've already seen that the short-term effect is neutral on the housing supply, and the long-term effect is actually a reduction. So once again, there's not really a benefit to doing that. The studies cited a limited number of cities and towns throughout California. I'm actually a recent resident here of Santa Rosa, but one of the examples cited was East Palo Alto. Years ago, I used to work in East Palo Alto. Of my 2 best friends, one used to live in East Palo Alto, the other still does. From my perspective, it is not a role model to which you should aspire. Thank you.
Thank you. Harold Hasler, followed by Arlene Arlie Geary. Is Harold here? I see Arlie getting up. Okay. And Arlie will be followed by Alfredo Sanchez.
My name's Arlie Geary. I'm a broker associate with Century 21 and also a small landlord in Santa Rosa. I own 3 properties, all of which, as the other lady said, are rented under market, including one that I've rented since 1985 to the same guy for $600 a month, who without me would be living on the street. And I want to say that a just cause eviction is a disincentive to all small landlords to rent to people who maybe aren't perfect and to provide them with clean, safe, and affordable housing. I had 2 incidences recently, not too, well, in the last couple of years, where I've had to evict tenants, not because they were problems, not because they were drug addicts or causing any issues, but because they were just creating more and more filth. My properties were deteriorating. They would never have left voluntarily. They liked where they lived. I forgot in one of the leases to insist that you have garbage service. And you can imagine what it was like when I got them out. They would never have left. So if I had to wait for voluntary eviction, they would still be living in squalor. I was able to evict them. I spent about $20,000 on each place, getting it rehabilitated and upgraded. And now I have also still low-income tenants, but people who I'm hoping will maintain the property and will be better. So while the people that I could never have afforded to have relocated those people, paid for them to stay while I was redoing the apartments, and then putting them back in again at the same old rent, would it be just cost prohibitive? If the last 3 days in the Press Democrat, they've been talking about the slumlords and the mold and the rats and the cockroaches, and I agree with a previous person who said, if you have the money to do all this, do that.
Thank you, Ms. Geary. Alfredo Sanchez, followed by, looks like Davin Cardenas.
My name is Alfredo Sanchez. I've been here since 1969. I remember when this place was just a prune and apple field type of property. Now it's called a wine country. And the same people, the people that got us, not locally or even statewide, nationwide, but global, put us on the map, are the same people that you're kind of, a lot of people are just trying to throw them to the west side. This is happening all over in Napa area, the whole thing. In Santa Elena and Calistoga, that's the playground for the rich. And then you take all the Mexicans and all the low-income people and you switch them all the way down to American Canyon. And this is exactly what we're trying to do here. Develop a playground for the rich. And every time I look at you guys, I see you guys as lobbyists for the rich people, when you're supposed to be representing our community. Our community. And when we're talking about, there's no such thing as relocation. You know where you want to relocate them? Let's not play stupid. It's the same thing, building, the French school. Come on, give me a break, man. You're in Mexico. We should have some bilingual. So this is the situation that we're dealing with. You need to do some soul searching and realize that not just Mexican people, but low-income people, homeless people need to be represented. And you need to represent those people. You need to get away from representing people that are coming in from San Francisco. You need to represent us. And we got you in there, and we can take you out, too.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Davin will be followed by Omar Medina.
Okay, and I'm going to be brief as possible as well. I'm glad to point that the management partners also pointed out that just cause eviction actually mirrors state law, and also, just when we get to proving that somebody did something in terms of eviction and arbitrarily evicting somebody, I mean, that's also the basis of the law in the United States of America, right, is proving that somebody did something. So taking away the ability of a landlord to arbitrarily act is actually important, right? And you know, a lot of these acts are being highlighted in this series. It's in the Press Democrat right now that we're all reading, and I think it's actually important that I mean, a lot of the work of people in this room and some who have spoken is actually being highlighted right now in the Press Democrat as we speak. So some people are actually getting their 15 minutes of fame through what's being written right now. So we actually need robust protections for tenants. We don't have them. That's being exposed as we see. We hear it every day in our workplace. We hear it in our schools. And I also wanted to thank Linda actually for pointing out that rent control does exist, and it's working in Santa Rosa as we speak in our mobile home units. Management partners in their reports and in their, they didn't point it out today, but in the cities that they surveyed, it was also pointed out that rent control, rent stabilization, just cause eviction policies are a part of an overall strategy of the cities that have implemented in trying to figure out how to get more housing. This is part of a strategy, and what we've been saying is there's a crisis. We know there's a crisis, and the question is who feels the crisis? Right? Who's feeling the crisis in Santa Rosa? Right? Those are students, those are workers, those are the people who are here today supporting these policies. So in a time of crisis, we're asking what the local government should be doing, and we ask that you support rent control. We ask that you support option 3 in creating more robust protections for workers, for tenants, for teachers, for the people who serve this community. Thank you.
Thanks, Devin. And Omar Medina will be our final speaker before a 10-minute recess.
Omar is not here and had to leave. Omar's not here.
Okay, so I already called Mr. Konasek, sorry, Kevin Konasek, and your card was way back here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I actually wanted to let you know how, I'm an attorney here in Santa Rosa. I wanted you to know how grateful I was that you're considering this huge windfall for my fellow attorneys and I, because that's exactly what it's going to be if you pass rent control and just cause eviction. On the other hand, like a lot of other things in my life, I find that facts get in the way of all my fun. And so a couple of facts. The Earth is not 4,000 years old. There is such a thing as man-made climate change. And I know that because of science and the overwhelming majority of scientists who tell me that. The other thing science, the dismal science tells me, is that rent control does not work. It's been quoted before here was a 1992 survey of the American Economic Associates. 93% said it doesn't work. Paul Krugman, who is no right-winger, writes for the New York Times, the Nobel laureate, said, and I quote, "The fact that rent control doesn't work is one of the best understood and least controversial facts in economics." So facts, again, mitigate against my windfall as an attorney. And so does fairness. Why is it fair that somebody who invested in a pre-1996 rental unit is the one who's going to be paying for supposedly affordable housing in our community? I can't think of one argument that articulates why that's fair. So for reasons of fairness and facts, I oppose rent control. I oppose for-cause eviction. I am in favor of affordable housing. Let's build. Let's make it easy. Let's fast-track affordable housing. And as far as the windfall for my fellow attorneys are concerned, trust me, we'll be fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Konasek. 10-minute recess. Good evening and welcome back. I actually need to have people sit in seats, if you would please. It helps us to have a good management of the number of people so that we don't have a problem with our, fire laws and fire codes. And so if I can have everyone seated, that would be appreciated. Yeah, you too, George. So I'll go ahead and start with the continue on with our cards. Carmen Pineda. Carmen will be followed by Casvacio Peña.
I asked if I could substitute.
Do you have a
Karim
card?
Sanchez.
Did you put a card in?
Not yet.
Okay, what is your name?
Karim Sanchez.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, thank you for allowing me to substitute. My name is Karim Sanchez. I'm with the North Bay Organizing Project. I'm a resident and a renter here in Santa Rosa. I'm also a father and a husband, and I'm a father of a growing family. And right now, we're actually looking for a better housing situation that can accommodate our growing family. And I love being here in Santa Rosa. And oftentimes when I hear people say, well, if you can't afford the rent, move somewhere else, it really hurts me because, I'm really invested in this community. I am a mentor for a lot of Latino youth. I take a lot of pride in being able to go and meet a lot of youth and see them where they're at and talk about my experiences and how I've made better choices in my life to get to where I'm at. And to think that, a very real choice that I have to weigh is whether to stay in this community or not. It's heartbreaking. And I know that I bring a lot of value to this community. So I just want to remind you that when you're thinking about these folks that will benefit from these policies, they have a face like mine. We all bring a lot of value to this community. So simply saying, if you can't afford, then move out, go somewhere else. I don't think that's a good enough answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Casvacio Peña.
Good afternoon. My name is Gervasio Peña. I'm a resident of Sonoma County for 25 years. Actually, I'm representing the board of directors of Grayton Day Labor Center, and I'm here to bring their voices. A lot of workers and labor force that sustain this economy. We work in Grayton, but mostly the people live in Santa Rosa. That's why I came to speak about them. Myself, I've been living long enough to see how things has changed in this county. Mostly, what affects us is the increase of the rent. So we support the rent stabilization. It's a little protection that can help a lot of families, working class family, and we provide service for a lot of people in the community. And so if we live and work here, we deserve to have a roof over our heads. And I thank some council members like Mr. Wasaki, who came and listened to our concerns in our workplace, and some others who listen carefully and with open hearts. We are human, and we deserve to do good anywhere we work and live with our families. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Brent Lindsay, and Brent will be followed by David Grable. Is Brent here?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Hi, Brent Lindsay. With so many great property owners here today, I'm surprised we have a problem. So I would just like to introduce another bottom line. Money isn't the only bottom line. We have humanity is another bottom line. Art is another bottom line. This council has been very supportive and amazing in the arts infrastructure here. And I thank you for that. As co-founder of the Imaginists, we get to tour to ACT tomorrow. Santa Rosa is making an appearance at ACT. We get to bring those people back to us in our home. That's economic development. It's another bottom line. It's called art. And there are 4 things driving that: vision, integrity, support from this community, and young artists who are diverse in age, ethnicity, cultural background, and they cannot afford to be here. I guarantee you this: real art for the people, not the rich, real art will not survive if they cannot afford to live here as artists. A real audience will not be able to support art if they can't afford to live here. And a town that is not supportive, or a town that does not have real art, is one that no one will have interest in except some property owners and managers. Thank you.
David Grable. Mr. Grable will be followed by Debbie Steen. Hold on a second, Mr. Grable. Your mic is not, you might, unless you're not quite close enough to it. There you
Hello?
go. You're on.
Testing.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. David Grable with the Housing Advocacy Group. I want to have some written comments here, supplement them a little bit. Landlords in cities with rent control around the state, they make a profit. They're not being squeezed, and property values in those cities, San Francisco, Oakland, LA, whatever, they're not hurting because of rent control. Rent control does help preserve economic diversity of our city at a time when housing costs have risen dramatically, and they help preserve the economic diversity so important for our economy, our long-term families, whatever. It works, in other words. People who tell you it doesn't work, they're full of baloney, okay? Rent control in San Francisco has preserved the middle class, the working class there for generations, and will continue to do so. There's no talk about getting rid of rent control in San Francisco. And it would work here in this housing crisis. That's not to say it's the only solution. Obviously, you got to build more, you got to preserve more, you got to fast track more. There's a lot of things you got to do to deal with this housing crisis, but rent control is an important component of it. It works. You can talk about a sunset, make it sunset in 10 years, or if the vacancy rate goes to 5%. Okay, you know, something like that would be reasonable. Good cause eviction. Most evictions, I've done 1,000 of them. Maybe 80, 90% of them are for cause. Don't pay the rent, you do something else. Good cause eviction is not going to slow any landlords down.
Thank you, Mr. Grable. Debbie Steen? Debbie here? Yes. And Debbie will be followed by Betsy Aparicio.
Is she gonna speak? Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna sub in for Betsy because I really gotta go. I have a bike and
Okay, I'm going to make sure that
down.
Debbie Steen is not here.
Nope.
Okay, good enough.
Okay. Hi, my name
What is your name?
Enrique Yerce Martinez. I am an SRJC student and I'm involved in student government there. I just want to say that I definitely support rent stabilization because I love Santa Rosa, I love Sonoma County, but I do not see a future for myself here because I cannot afford to live here. I'm already busy enough. I'm a student, I have work, I have student government, I have a lot of stuff to do. I don't have the time to get another job that I would need I would need all these jobs to just afford to live here. that's basically all I have to say. I am doing my best to organize students at the JC because our interests are definitely in rent control and rent stabilization, not just. But I just want to let you all know that the students, I really just want you to think about the students because the students are very important here. They're the future of the entire country and they don't have a future here. And don't you want them to stay here in Sonoma County and help it prosper and grow and be diverse and beautiful? That's definitely what I want because I love Santa Rosa and I want to continue to live here.
Thank you. Teresa Chavez, and Teresa will be followed by Chris Bell. Is Teresa here?
Thank you. I would like to substitute for Teresa. She's another person who had to leave.
Okay.
And my name is Adrienne Lobby. I'm a member of Homeless Action. I want to speak for Teresa and mention that we had a lot of landlords in the cards the early part of the session. And I would really implore you to try to do some balance with these cards because they seem to have been stacked. And for those of us who work or have classes and so on, it's a real problem to stay for these long hearings. As a member of Homeless Action, every meeting we hear stories of people who are trying to get out of homelessness and cannot afford the rents. We hear stories of people who are falling into homelessness or are afraid of falling into homelessness. Someone early on said this is a fear-based problem. Well, it is fear, and it's a fear that people with low income and moderate income, we face it every day, we face it every month, and it is a sincere and real fear. It's not something that we're just making up because we see our friends and family members having to face this. So I really implore you to go ahead and pass this rent control when it comes before you. Do option 3 as strong as you can, and please do something about rental agencies and landlords who require fees for credit checks and then make money on that because people are having like 30 to 50 people pay the fee for the credit check, and of course one person gets the apartment. So this is just mendacity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I do this on a first-come, first-served basis. I can't tell by looking at the card what the person's going to say. So I just take them in the order in which I receive them. Chris Bell, and Chris will be followed by Sybil Day.
Hello, thank you. I'm Reverend Chris Bell, the minister of the Unitarian Universalist Congregation, one of the 19 member organizations of the North Bay Organizing Project. I also rent out rooms in the home I own. Everyone here, good landlords, good tenants, has a place in our community, and we are all dependent upon one another, and we have to find a way to balance our interests. And I really believe, listening to everybody, that we all want a Santa Rosa that is as prosperous, diverse, decent, and fair as possible. When we disagree about how to get there, perhaps it is helpful to turn to ancient and proven wisdom. For example, I look to the Hebrew prophets and find that their most repeated themes are that everyone deserves a safe home, that justice and mercy are the highest ideals, and that the most sacred obligation of leaders is to protect the weak and the powerless. We who are concerned with such wisdom must constantly ask, what can we do now to move us closer to the ideal of a just and merciful society? Out-of-control rents are a real threat to the well-being of our community. We are bound to no idea or plan forever. So until we get enough affordable housing here, which will take years, I think the strongest possible policy of rent stabilization and just cause evictions moves us closer to that ideal. And I want to thank the council for so seriously considering this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Sybil Day, and Sybil will be followed by Mike Siegel.
Hi, my name is Sybil Day. I'm the Vice President of the North Bay Organizing Project. I'm a homeowner, a landlord, and a realtor. I support option 3, which is effective rent stabilization with just cause eviction policies. I've heard about landlords who have supposedly kept rents well below market, and so they fear that rent stabilization will take away their livelihood. Have no fear. Santa Rosa can fashion a policy that provides a review of below-market rents and allows for adjustments. Also, I have heard landlords say that just cause eviction policies will make it almost impossible to evict destructive or law-breaking tenants. This is untrue. Rent control does not prevent landlords from evicting tenants who violate their lease, fail to pay rent, or create a nuisance, among other things. I urge the council members to support option 3 and continue with this process. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Mike Siegel, and Mike will be followed by Gail. Oh, actually, Gail already spoke. Magdalena Cardenas. So Mike Siegel.
I'm Mike Siegel. I own a condominium in southeast Santa Rosa and a house in southwest Santa Rosa, which I rent out. I only vote once per voting cycle, however. This also makes me a homeowner and a landlord who supports option 3 of your study. The Santa Rosa Homeowners for Rent Stabilization, of which I am a member, supports just cause eviction laws to protect tenants from irresponsible landlords. And it's been admitted by those people who represent the landlords that they do exist. We don't oppose landlords making a fair profit in their investment. 40% rent increase is something that requires, and that's not individual landlords' fault. It's a social situation that we face right now, and that's why we require governmental action. As Chris Bell just said, it's government's needs to protect the weak and the powerless, and that's what we're asking you to do in this situation. I also want to repeat what David Grable said, that it doesn't have to be a permanent situation. Rent stabilization laws need to be re-examined from time to time, and I suggest that should be built into your law. I also want to mention that housing stock is a problem here, but there isn't a dichotomy between getting more housing and making rent control or stabilization laws now, even if they're changed in the future, because we have a real crisis here. So I'm here just to urge you to act on option 3 as strongly as possible to protect renters and to maintain economic, racial, and ethnic diversity in Santa Rosa. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Siegel. Magdalena will be followed by Michael Hale.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Magdalena Cárdenas y vengo del Centro Laboral de Grayton.
And I'm going to translate for Magdalena.
Y vengo del Centro Laboral de Grayton.
She's from the Grayton Day Labor Center.
Mi situación es esta.
My situation is this.
Mi esposo ha tenido una cirugía de corazón abierto hace 3 años y medio.
My husband had an open heart surgery over 3.5 years ago.
Y lo que recibe de su pensión y lo que yo gano no nos alcanza para cubrir los gastos.
And what he receives from pension and what I receive in salary does not let us cover costs.
Debido al alto costo de la renta.
Because of the high cost of rent.
Pienso que lo ideal sería establecer un control a los aumentos de la renta.
I think that the ideal would be to establish some type of a control over the escalating rents.
Muchísimas gracias por darme la oportunidad.
Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Hale, and Michael will be followed by Linda Hemingway. Is Michael here? Linda Hemingway? Followed by Charlene Love.
My name is Linda Hemingway, and I'm the chapter lead of Organizing for Action, a grassroots organization that grew out of Obama for America and was established in 2013. We are here to speak on behalf of working families who can't afford to live in Santa Rosa. We have certain positions we would like you to hear. We believe that if you work in Santa Rosa, you should be able to live in Santa Rosa. We believe that many of the people who are being unjustly evicted or experiencing these outrageous rent increases are hardworking families that sometimes have 2 and 3 jobs. We've heard a lot about the landlords and how tough it's going to be for them. It's tough for the tenants. It's tough for people when they can be evicted for no reason. Just cause eviction will not allow drug dealers to stay in your home, in your apartment building, but they will protect hardworking families from being evicted because the landlord just wants to remodel and charge double, or because he doesn't want a person of color living in his building, or because the tenant has complained about mold and problems and he doesn't want that whiny tenant around anymore. I began working with this group in 2011 in order to re-elect the president. And I got a sense of the tone of the country then and the tone of the country now. There is a general sense in this country that the game is rigged and that the rich people have the upper hand. I would hope that this group considers how to level the playing field between tenants and landlords. Because as I've sat in this chamber since 1:30, I have noticed that that perception that the rich people have the upper hand has been reinforced by the fact that the first 2 hours were dominated by landlords. I understand you received these cards in order and that you didn't know who was speaking, but it would be quite simple to contact Davin Cardenas for 10 cards and the other group for 10 cards. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Charlene Love.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Followed by Enrique Yorche.
Oh, yeah, he left already.
Did he leave?
Yeah, he
Okay,
spoke already.
thank you.
Okay. Mayor, City Council, I am here to represent the students of the JC. But I'm going to go back a little bit and use some of the wisdom from an old school rapper called Big Daddy Kane. Some of you may have heard of him. In one of his songs, Get the Job Done, he states, he has a phrase in which he says, if the main course is doing nothing for you, consider me as your tasty side order. Now, some members may hear, some people here may have used or have heard that pickup line. But in this case, you are the main course. We have over 800 students at the JC who are homeless. There is no future, or they feel there is no future in Santa Rosa and Sonoma County. So they will take their talents, they will take their skills, and they will find a tasty side order. A tasty side order in Portland, Las Vegas, LA, wherever, where they can live and have a family. I am for rent control. I lived under rent control for over 20 years in LA. And what rent control does is it stops greed, pure and simple. It stops landlords from just raising the rents just because they want to. This is what this stops. This has not been addressed. We are even having a homeless students' day next month at the JC. Students should not be living in their cars and going to school. So I urge you to vote for rent control before these young people leave this city and you are left with sipping on the wine of sour grapes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael O'Toole. Michael will be followed by Joe Murray. Is Michael here? Joe Murray. Joe will be followed by John Broggins. Okay. Seeing no one rise. Sherry Troglin. Sherry's not here. Anna Horta. Is Anna here? Anna Horta? No? Jennifer Novascone?
Thank you. The cost of providing housing and administrating that housing, rental housing, is substantial. There is a 25% down payment, ongoing mortgage, maintenance of plumbing, heating, AC, electrical, landscape, roof, fences, gutters, interior, exterior paint, pest control, appliance repair and replacement, broken garage doors, cleaning trucks, dryer vents, water heaters, paying property taxes, accountants, liability insurance, tree arboring, and sealing asphalt, among other things. In 2 years, I must pay $64,000 for new roofs and exterior paint and gutters on fences on 2 duplexes that I co-own, that I've worked hard for. I take very good care of my properties. I manage 11 altogether, and I did 6 renovations last summer and worked my tail off doing that to provide excellent housing conditions for the tenants that I rent to, because I care about excellence in housing so I can provide excellence to my tenants. My point being is that the high cost of rental housing and rental investment property and home ownership may be very well on par, as well as the cost of some landlords are paying for the cost to maintain their investments. Some landlords are cash flowing, while others I think are barely breaking even, and some are negative cash flow. Ironically, if rent control passes, I envision renters asking landlords, the city, for a passage of a landlord subsidy to help the landlords fix deferred maintenance on substandard rental housing caused by the fallout of rent control. Clearly, we all know that rents are high and the shortage of housing are not driven by landlords alone, but by mortgage lending restrictions. Our city's ill-met strategy for dealing with the housing shortage, restrictive city planning and zoning, along with costly permit fees and long wait times for developers to have their plans approved, if ever. This is not rocket science. We've all been repeating ourselves over and over and over again. We need more housing. There's a shortage because we need housing starts going. I propose alternatives, as probably nobody would like, a temporary citywide tax for all citizens to be a part of the solution in raising money for a rental subsidy. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. Luisa Fernandez Palacios. Is Luisa here? Going on to Lee. Is Lee here? Lee, L-E-E? Followed by Bob Gebhardt.
Hello, I wanted to say that I support option 3 for the proposal for the rent ordinance. I have rented in this Sonoma County for over 20 years. Before that, I rented in the San Francisco Bay Area for over 10 years. And since I've lived in this county, I have been shocked and horrified at the stories I've heard from tenants and from my own experiences. The quality of life and security as a renter in San Francisco is far superior to this area. And anybody who claims that San Francisco rent ordinances is not effective and does not improve the quality of life for both landlords and tenants has not lived as a tenant in San Francisco or Oakland and in Sonoma County up here. And I'm hearing a lot of fear-based opinions about a potential rent ordinance, and I think that this is misinformation. I think a rent ordinance, from my experience, benefits and improves the lives for landlords and property owners. It protects both sides, and it prevents the landlords and property management companies still make a profit and still make a good living in San Francisco and other areas where there's a rent ordinance. The only difference is that tenants who live under a rent ordinance are more responsibly treated and treated with dignity and respect. And this is what we really need here. So I'm strongly urging you to represent the voters and the people here who are the majority, the citizens that rent, and install a rent ordinance as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Gebhardt, and Bob is followed by Steve Bertelbaugh. Is Bob here? Moving on, Steve Bertelbaugh? I didn't see him either. Nellie Schuler? Yes. Nellie will be followed by Tim Attell.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Nellie Schuler. I have lived here in Santa Rosa for over 35 years. My past history, I've been in real estate and lending, and now I'm an investor. By the way, these things don't work, and we need a bigger screen there because I have a hearing impairment, and I'm sure that there is other people here who does too. And we only have one screen. Now, back to this rent control issue. We have this issue because we don't have no growth. You are against growth, or at least the county or the government here in Santa Rosa is against the growth. In one way, we have housing that are ready for rent, or they are for rent, rental properties. And then we have the renters, which is a bigger demand than the housing that there is. So therefore, what's going to happen to the other people who can't rent, or they can't find no housing? They have to go. They have to leave. They will be more expensive for them because they have to travel and work because their jobs are here. So nobody wins and nobody benefits. So the investor who is interested in purchasing property here so they can rent, having rent control, it doesn't make no sense in the dollar amount of return. Also, too, we have many, many restrictions in the ordinance. Just to break ground, it costs about $130,000.
Thank you, Ms. Schuler. Tim Attell?
Thank you.
Thank you. Followed by Annie O'Malley. Is Tim here? Annie? Okay. Jim Shelton, Jim Sherman, Jim, is there a Jim in the audience? Oh, there you go. Sorry. Followed by Jesse Strecker.
Hi, I'm Jim Shelton. I've lived in this town for 28 years, had property, rentals, I'm a contractor. I'm also a licensed real estate broker. This is great. This is an advanced class on rental housing. I wish I could get a written brief of all the things that have been said here. I think we've gotten great opinions, great affordable housing advocates, also landlords and property owners in this town. I happen to, I don't think rent control actually addresses the problems of increasing rents effectively, and I also don't think that just cause is effective either. I think Just Cause is trying to reach balance, reach justice for both tenants and landlords. And I think by putting a Just Cause ordinance on, it takes that balance out of effect. I think the eviction without cause that we presently have effectively reaches a balance. Neither the landlords or the tenants are happy with it, but the Just Cause eviction takes that out of balance. I don't think you're reaching more justice by, as many people have explained, it's very hard to get a drug dealer out of your property or other problems that you can't prove under Just Cause. I think, so that's just it. And I also want to thank you for having this. I think this has been several hours of very intensive information on the subject. I think we've had great speakers on both sides. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you'd like an encapsulation of all the issues, I can give you copies of my 400 emails. It pretty much covers all good emails. Jesse Strecker, followed by Blair Zarublik. I think it's Zarublik.
Hi, members of the council. Thank you for having me. My name is Jesse Strecker. I'm here with the North Bay Jobs with Justice today. I grew up here. I moved away for college. Been away about 10 years. I just recently came back to help take care of my aging parents who are struggling to get by on a teacher pension. I moved back here because I love Sonoma County. I loved growing up here. I want to have a life for myself here, but I'm looking out at the rental market, seeing that it's going to be very tough for me to be able to set roots here and make a life for myself here. I'm looking at friends of mine thinking the same thing. People who grew up here, whose families are here, whose families have been here for generations are struggling, thinking about where can I go because I can't afford to live in Sonoma County. I moved back here to help take care of my parents. I also moved back here to go back to school, take some, take econ classes, get ready for a degree program. I'm learning in those econ classes that in a situation like this where rents have gone up so dramatically because, as the realtors have said, because demand has spiked, that is the perfect time when rent control works. The price of housing has not gone up because building costs have gone up. It's gone up because more people are here. So landlords are doing very well economically, not because they're having to spend more money, but just because there's more people that want to rent here, they're able to charge that more rent. That's the perfect situation in which rent control is exactly what we need because it stabilizes it and still makes sure that landlords will still be able to make a profit off of renting their homes out. Now, I've heard a lot of folks say that rent control doesn't work, and I think that it strikes me as very bizarre. Most of the biggest, best cities in America have rent control policies, some of the most attractive places to live. It kept my aunt in San Francisco, who's struggling with health issues now. Rent control is the only reason why she and her family are still able to live in San Francisco. It's very effective. I hope you'll support it.
Blair Zarubek. Clayton Engstrom, followed by Sebastian Runkovecki.
Mayor Sawyer, members of the council, thanks for an opportunity to speak to you tonight. Different kind of point of view. Every rental property has a life cycle. You do a bunch of improvements, you get the thing all spiffed up, tenant moves in. Over the course of time, it's not a bad tenant. It's over the course of time. The place becomes dated, it gets worn out. And a lot of those things, it's not like a roof. You can send somebody in and take care of the roof. You're not going to redo the kitchen. You're not going to redo all the floors. You're not going to repaint the house that the tenant knocked the holes in. It takes time. Perfect example. I have disabled Vietnam vet, love this guy. Landlord-tenant relationships are wonderfully symbiotic. We need each other. There's no way in the world. He's been there 16 years. I've raised the rent one time. It's renting for $1,800. The place is worth $2,400 all day long. There's no way in the world I'm going to raise the rent. He's a disabled vet. The house is getting worn out. The house is becoming dated. One of these days, it's going to take a renovation that is going to necessitate his family not living there to make the repairs. We're going to have to split up our relationship. Hopefully it's not for another 3 or 4 years. I'm still never going to raise the rent on them. I want to keep it affordable, but I'm going to need to make repairs, and it's a sad testimony that I got to sell my darn house and let somebody else take care of those problems. Another thing that I want to say about rent control, how in the world does that affect when our market changes and somebody has an adjustable rate loan and they're getting banged every 6 months, the rate is going up? How in the world can they even make ends meet? And it's just going to cause another housing crisis where we're going to be met with foreclosures all over the place. So find another way, create some housing.
Thank you. Sebastian? There you are, Sebastian, and followed by Colleen Fernald.
Thank you, council members. My name is Sebastian. I am a SRJC student. I live here in California and here in Santa Rosa for at least 10 years now. I have heard many of you speak today, and I appreciate all of you for coming out here. There's one thing I would like to state as a fact. Housing will always be around because People need places to live. That is a fact. Now I would like to state a fallacy that I have heard here in the council chambers. A fallacy is called a slippery slope fallacy. People have come up and said that if we impose rent control, bad thing A will happen, then bad thing B will happen, then bad thing C will happen. That is not true. I would like to state another fact. There's nothing that you can do in this world, no boogly hoogly, to find out what the future is. We don't know what it is. It's potential. It's potential in the young people, it's potential in the market. I would like to quote Albert Einstein. The definition of stupidity is doing the same thing over and over and over again. And what we've seen is have a free market where people try and come in and they want to live here and we raise prices because that's what the market demands. Why don't we try rent control? Just try it. If it goes bad, we reverse it. There's not a problem there. It's a democracy. We vote. We move forward. FDR created the little bit. FDR created the agencies of labor. I've said what I needed to say. Thank you, Council Chamber, and thank you, everyone here.
Thank you, Sebastian. Colleen Fernald.
So the attorney said rent control doesn't work, and I ask you, for whom doesn't it work? So I advocate for rent control, stabilization, and just cause eviction. Now, one of your staff members, Michael Reynolds, said, when we were fully staffed before the recession hit, the recession was engineered by fraud within the mortgage and banking industry. And had this body been listening to me about what you can do about the criminal management that was taking place in this city within your budget and your priorities, as well as what's happening with the county and federal mismanagement of the budget, you'd have the money for the staff to have healthy housing and affordable housing here. So let me tell you a few of the places I've lived here that had mold. Marble Street, Escalero Street, these are streets in your city that had serious mold problems, Stanislaus, and McBride Avenue. It was my daughter, Charlotte Anna Molinari, who was paying the price of this, the nosebleeds, the asthma, had mold air sampled, it was the worst case. We also encountered really criminal behavior from the mold remediation specialist. You got to look everywhere. But on McBride, Charlotte was breathing this mold, and I was asking you for 3 years to take care of the criminal activities of her father, and the mold was just one additional one, and you didn't. And Charlotte was found hanging from a tree at Annandale State Park. And after that, when I went back to that apartment on McBride, the whole face of it was off. They were finally taking care of the mold. One of the other things that I saw on the Press Democrats issue, Sussman says, she directed her criticism of the elected officials and department heads responsible for the budgets. This is your problem. You need to fix it.
Thank you, Ms. Fernald. Jonathan Story, followed by Anna Paterka.
I'm Jonathan Story. I'm actually both a renter and a property owner here in Sonoma County. Been here for 18 years, raising my children here. Rather than buying stocks and doing other investments, I invested in Santa Rosa in my community. I have a day job. Being a property owner is my day, night, weekend, and holiday job. I have a lot invested in my properties. I don't unjustly evict people. I've had to evict people. Thank goodness I was able to do it in a timely manner. Had drug and gang issues, and with something like just cause eviction, I'm worried that I wouldn't be able to do that. I'm not independently wealthy. I can't call my staff attorney to take care of it for me. Something like that would have potentially put me out of business. So I do care about affordability. I'd like my children to be able to live here when they graduate, but I don't think just cause or rent control is the answer. I'd really like to see more housing in the area. I think that the availability of more housing is what's going to bring prices down, not just rents, but also property prices. You know, not everyone wants to rent forever. They'd like to buy and own their own home. I hope we can do that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anna?
Yeah, you cannot see me, huh? Hi, my name is Anna Peterka, and I've been here since 1970 in Santa Rosa. And I came from the communist country, and I didn't know English. I had $20 in my pocket, and I hear these people talking about rich people. Well, you know what? I am not rich, but I did work hard, save money, my husband too, put our child through the school so he has a better life. And I'm hearing these people complaining about how hard it is. Well, they don't know how hard it is because they probably, most of them are on government subsidy. Now, who is going to help me when you're gonna pass this law, which is the cost to evict or just to evict or whatever, and who's going to help me to pay for the lawyers? Do you think I don't have a payment, house payment? I still have to pay, and I am a good damn landlord, and I take care of my tenants, and I don't raise the rent. But I don't want it any harder when I'm almost 70 years old, and I had to work hard, like I said, and here I am looking at you. We voted you in, and you probably already have your mind made up, and you're probably going to do whatever you want to do. But you know what? There is another election coming. And so you better also think about us, people who work hard. Thank you.
Dana Bellwether, followed by Carlos Debeck.
Good evening. I'm Dana Bellwether. I live in Santa Rosa. I lived in San Francisco for many years, and my landlord decided to put his son in my apartment, and I was pretty nonchalant about leaving San Francisco when I couldn't find another place I could afford. But since then, I've seen what the greed heads, mainly corporate real estate executives, have done to San Francisco, the deep ways in which it has changed. So when a contractor left me in the lurch here, I dug in my heels, and I sat up every night at Denny's and caught naps during the day rather than leave Sonoma County and let that kind of thing happen here. And it would benefit you to use rent control, and in some cases rent rollbacks, and increased building and anything else you can do to rein in the skyrocketing rents, because you would not enjoy living in a place that had undergone the kind of change that San Francisco has gone through. You don't want to lose the free-thinking, pleasant, kind-hearted environment that you enjoy now. Thank you.
Thank you. Carlos?
Up here.
Oh, good. Thank you, Carlos. And you, Carlos, will be followed by William Bacon.
Hi. I'm a landlord. I've been a landlord for about 40 years. I started out in San Francisco, and I was there when the rent control issue came up in San Francisco back in the 80s, just as it is over here. And I can tell you that the arguments back then are the same as now. I mean, there's a lot of the scary scenarios about how landlords would flee the property market, et cetera, et cetera. I'm all for rent control. I think that tenants deserve to be protected, because unfortunately what you hear about is always the bad tenants and the few bad landlords that exist. What I'm asking you to do is pass the rent control. I think that the tenants deserve that some kind of protection, but I think that it should be fair to both sides. I think that you should seriously consider not passing this eviction notice. I think it's a very unfair process for good landlords, and it'll make it unduly hard for the good landlords that are here and are basically trying to keep up their property to keep their tenants in place. So I'm just asking you for a fair share for both tenants and landlords. Pass this landlord protection and pass this tenant protection as well. Thank you.
Thank you. William Bacon, followed by Thomas Ells.
Respected elected representatives, thank you for hearing all of us. I have lived in Sonoma County for more than 20 years. As an artist under 35 years of Reaganomic trickle-down economics, artists are treated like, less than citizens very often when they try to show their work. I was homeless here in Santa Rosa in my car for 16 months before getting the housing that I have now. Waiting lists under Burbank Housing all have 3 to 5 year waiting lists. Although I live in a nonprofit low-income housing that I feel very lucky to have, I know disabled people living in the complex on under $900 per month. Rent is $860. For my nearly blind neighbor, she pays $825 in a low-income housing complex. She scavenges CRV cans and bottles just to eat. The national debate on minimum wage is pointless if it will all go to landlords if rent is not controlled. The housing market has become highly profitable for those willing to bank on the loss of mortgage housing and the willingness to inflict usurious standards on hardworking citizens and the poor and those most at risk. I know all landlords are not slumlords or evil. Many are. Please help us set the limits on usury. Please put people over profits, exorbitant profits. Thank you for hearing my thoughts.
Thank you. Thomas Ells, and Thomas will be followed by Novelet and Justice McGowan.
Hi, thank you, council members, for taking this issue straight on. It's kind of been a long time coming. I mentioned last year, and forgive me, I don't have to go, but I do go before the Board of Supervisors and the city. I believe that I said that I did, and I'll repeat it, I did appraisals in Sonoma County and 18 other counties in Northern California, and in Santa Rosa here, I did an appraisal of apartments. They were condominiums that were used as apartments, and I did 28 appraisals in that complex, and every single one of them had mold and leaking roofs, and the appraisals came in at $75,000, and within 4 years of the appraisals, they had sold for as much as $300,000 because of the peak. And these are apartments that were built in the 70s, and they're still not worth more than like $100,000. They couldn't be more than $100,000, and they actually sold because of really crazy mortgage things, stated income, and all those other kinds of procedures that in it. So these were condominiums, appraised at $75,000, within 4 years sold at $300,000, and all of them had mold and leaking roofs, and they continue to have all that, every single one of them. The main question I want to address is, what is Santa Rosa? Santa Rosa is a college town, and we need to really look at that. There was a planning effort over at Bike Monkey, and I was there last week. Santa Rosa has the junior college, about 28,000 students, and most of them live here. That's about 16%, and it's more so even than Rohnert Park because Sonoma State has about 8,000 or 10,000 students, most of whom don't live in Rohnert Park. And that would be 23%, but they're much less than here, really, as far as density. This is a college town. As I said, I went to Bike Monkey and spoke with Joe and Chuck, and it was a really interesting presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Ells.
Thank you. They don't use, if I could just finish, they don't use microeconomic analysis.
Actually, I need to stop you. But thank you. 2 minutes is the limit, and I need to stick to it.
2 minutes. Oh,
Yeah, it's 2. Yeah, it's usually 3, but not tonight. Sorry. Novelet? No.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Nicolette McGowan, and this is my son, Justice McGowan. We've resided here in Santa Rosa for over 6 years. Okay. We've resided here in Santa Rosa for over 6 years. We love Santa Rosa. This is where I was born, and this is where I choose to raise my family. We strive every day to make this a better, safer place to live. I want to read you something that describes homelessness and also those of us who feel that we're in fear of losing our home or face retaliation and aggression on a daily basis in order to force us from our homes. In this tunnel, the world makes no sense, and we're brought to a place where we would do anything to avoid. Yet the tunnel is there. It lies relentlessly in our consciousness, like a noose held tightly around our neck. We feel strangled by fear and by loss. I commend you for bringing forth rent stabilization and just cause eviction. I pray that you pass it. I pray every day for the safety and well-being of our community. We deserve to be here. We're honored to be here. Once again, thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Omar Medina? Followed by Michael O'Toole.
Hi, council members. As many of you know, my name is Omar Medina. I am president of North Bay Organizing Project, and I come to speak in support of option 3 that's presented as part of the options here today. I think that this whole crisis has really presented you with an opportunity to do something that will really have a large impact in Santa Rosa, to create stability in families, to help create community. As a child, I grew up moving from school to school, house to house, all the way up through the 6th grade, having to restart constantly because we had to move. That was horrible. As a child, trying to get educated, having to start constantly, I think that's something that's not only not efficient, but it's not good for the type of life that we want for our children. And I think the type of Santa Rosa that you want to create is one where there's stability for our children and their educations. I think it's also important to create an environment that allows people to live where they work. And having stability in rent is critical for that process. I think that there's a lot of arguments that you hear. I don't think that rent stabilization is really about taking away profits from landlords, and just cause eviction is really about creating the ability for people to speak out about the conditions that they're living in, as the reports that you've been reading possibly from Angela Hart in the Press Democrat. There's a lot of things going on in some of these places, but I could only wonder how many people don't report it for fear of maybe getting kicked out of their home for having to say something about those conditions. So I think you have an opportunity to do something about that and to create the Santa Rosa that I think we would all love to see. So I encourage you to be leaders and act to make Santa Rosa a better place. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael O'Toole, followed by Sabrina Kraus.
Mayor Sawyer, council members, good evening. I came here 16 years ago, got stuck here. A Greyhound bus took off, left me here. I ended up homeless. I worked very, very hard to become a respectable member of the community. I sat on the Sonoma County Mental Health Board. I've helped start organizations such as Kern Camp Action Network, which advocates for mental health consumers. I'm a private sector peer advocate for mental health. I advocate for the homeless. I'm co-founder and the creator of Camp Michaela, which is an active homeless encampment here in Sonoma County. The end of last month, I was served a 90-day notice for the sole purpose my landlord wants to raise rents and get more money. I am a good tenant. In the 4 years that I've lived there, I've been late rent one time. I give back to my community. Something needs to be done to stop that. People displacing people for the sole purpose of greed. Because what they're actually doing is they're causing our coffers to be strapped. They're making people homeless. Those people have to use services. And it's just creating a bigger and bigger problem at the behest of these people becoming richer. And that's all it is. They're pulling people from the Bay Area that were victims of the housing foreclosure, and they're monopolizing, they're just becoming richer and richer. And our most vulnerable citizens are becoming more and more, that population is growing. So I would hope that no cause, because a 90-day I can't fight. There's nothing I can do. And now I'm going to be homeless again. You know, and I just don't understand that. I just don't understand how that can happen in this. I come here often. Thank you.
Thank you. Sabrina Kraus?
Hi, I'm Sabrina Kraus. I've lived in California all my life. Born in San Francisco, came to Sonoma County, lived here for the first 8 years, and went to Ukiah. I graduated high school and then came back down here. That was in '81, been here ever since. And I own a home. I'm very fortunate for the last 20-something, I guess it's been 23 years. And I have a mortgage that I pay that I can afford. And now I realize, I mean, we almost lost our house at one point when we had almost a foreclosure and things that we managed to save it with a modification. But the way that the housing is right now, if we didn't have that affordable mortgage, we would be forced to move somewhere else if we could not afford the rents here. And anywhere, even in Ukiah, where I was in high school, I couldn't afford the rents there for like a 4-bedroom house like we have now. And I'm speaking for all the people I know. I have friends who've been forced to move to Lake County before the fires. Now that's even gotten more expensive. They were homeless. I have friends who've gone homeless. I've been talking to some of the homeless people downtown who sometimes, sure, there's people who are drug addicts or mentally ill, but many of these people are just young people between the ages of 18 and 35 stuck in the system and intelligent, not wasted or anything. You know, they may have been forced to steal because they're needing to eat, but what's happened to their families? I mean, I feel like we need to focus on not only affordable rent, but also what's bringing the people together in a community sense, bringing the families together somehow, becoming a family for those people, for all of us. And I don't know what the options were. He said option 3, and that sounded interesting what he was saying. I didn't read those. I don't make it to these meetings enough. I'm busy, I'm working all the time, the only one working in my house right now, supporting a lot of people. So I wish I could be here more often. I wish I could have been here at 2 o'clock, but I do more online. I guess it's 2 minutes is there it is.
Thank you. Those are all the cards that I have for this evening. So we'll bring it back to the council. Mr. McGlynn or Mr. Regalia, do you have a slide that will kind of show us our next steps and what kind of decisions or what kind of what direction you're looking for this evening?
Thank you, Mayor Sawyer. If I could draw your attention to slide 59, we presented this a little earlier this evening, but we went through some things that we suggest that you could use to guide your discussion, starting with what's missing from tonight's presentation. Do you need more information on something? Another question might be, is there a specific program that resonates and warrants additional research, including more detailed implementation and annual operating costs? Is there a buffet of program elements for a preferred option that you all might agree to? Is this the time for legal and financial analysis further than what we've had? And then we would really like to know the focus for the next meeting so we can determine what you need and then schedule that meeting. And then lastly, we brought up the idea of public engagement regarding this issue. We've had significant engagement tonight, but one of the things that our consultants raised earlier is that if we got some direction for a more detailed approach in some way, that might be a good program to take out and start talking to people about a specific program as opposed to a research program that we talked about tonight. So that's my suggestion for what your next steps might be.
Thank you. So just to be clear to the chamber this evening, and all those are in attendance, we will not be making a decision on these issues this evening. This is a study session. This was meant to inform the council and give us an opportunity to give a fairly deep dive into the issues, get some information, and then give direction to our staff and to our consultants, which will help inform our next meeting, which will probably not be on February 24th.
We had originally programmed a meeting for February 23rd, but
23rd.
There's a short time period to produce anything for that. So we'd like to hear what your interests are, and then we can come back with a schedule for providing those to you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Mr. McGlynn?
One of the challenges is that would actually, due to posting requirements, give us 7 days from tonight. So there is a possibility that council gives us a clear direction, but that is frankly where we're sitting at this particular time as it relates to posting requirements and agendizing an item for action on the 24th. That does not preclude direction coming tonight, but that is where we sit on a 30-day cycle. So we just wanted to make sure everyone was aware that that's part of the challenge of what is the focus of the next council meeting. So again, direction can be given and we can put things together for the 24th, but the reality is that is only 30 days away.
Thank you very much. Perhaps it would be good to hear from the subcommittee, and I also want to thank them for their work in helping getting us prepared and asking lots of questions and trying to give us as deep a dive as possible into these various issues. So if it's okay with the subcommittee, perhaps we can hear from them first, given that their high level of knowledge. They've been working on this for quite a while. So who from the subcommittee would like to start and make some comments? Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. For me, and one of the challenges that we had with the consultants is to dive as deep as we went into it and then try to get the other 4 members up to speed, because there's no one clear answer. And I think some of the comments that management partners said, that there is not one, here's the best practice. You know, there's this model program that's going to solve all our woes. And I think we had a lot of dialogue with the different ideas that came from all of us about, well, what about this, what about that? That's also within the constraints of the direction that council had given about the scope of, mediation, just cause eviction, rent stabilization. So, Mayor, I'm not exactly sure what you want, because I'll be interested to hear what the thoughts are from the other council members, because it is such a large conversation that we tried to dig deep into it, but also ultimately, I think all of us came to the understanding, okay, we've talked about it, we've explored it, some decisions need to be made. And for me, it's kind of like, okay, what other information is needed so that we can actually make a decision that's in the best interest for our community as a whole. So I would just invite the other council members if they have thoughts or opinions.
And we could go down, if it's more comfortable, we could also go down the line with the next steps and go one by one, as if the council feels like there's something missing that we need to fill in some blanks. So we can just go right down the bullet points if that's perhaps give it a little more of a structure. Would anyone care is anyone looking for some information on what is missing from tonight's presentation? Mr. Oliveris?
Thank you, Mayor. And I do want to begin by thanking the consulting group for the work that they did. A lot of work, a lot of good information that was brought to us. I also want to thank our members of the community that came out and spoke very passionately about this issue, because it is a very complex issue. But I wonder if there are other options out there for us. I don't know that, it is a complex issue, and I don't know that we have to go right to a complex solution to it either. The question of what is missing resonates with me, because I think it was Christine that made the comment that these programs work when they target the needs and goals of affordable housing issues, and that would be to that specific community. And we did hear a lot of information about what is going on in other communities, and they went through a process, I would assume, to zero in on whatever program they chose based on their set of circumstances. The issue of housing is not unique to Santa Rosa. It's not unique to the other cities that have some type of a program in place, and it's also not unique to cities that don't have a program in place, but they must be doing something. And I know that we gave some very clear direction on bringing us back information on several target areas, mainly dealing with the just cause and the mediation and the rent control type of a program. But again, one of the things that is missing for me is our story. We heard some stories today, and that's very important. And some folks that spoke today also provided some data. But I think that is a big element that is missing for me, is to make to give direction on which one of these, if it's one of these programs to pursue. It's that data that's missing. I don't know how many rental units we have in our community. How many are single-family homes that are being rented out? What are the issues related to some of the evictions in Santa Rosa? And yes, there are other things that we too can be doing. People mentioned home inspections, and I think that is important too. Education pieces, how much of that are we doing? Whose obligation is that? Is it ours, or is it really something that we do as a community to educate tenants and also educate property owners on some of these issues? And clearly there was a lot of comments too related to mediation. And if that is something that is needed, I would be interested in exploring some type of process for that. But I also think that we as a city have a role to play too in how do we monitor the situation related to housing over time. I mean, right now we kind of have a little bit of a snapshot based on the information that was presented to us, and we had that snapshot too by the personal stories that were shared to us here as well. But how do we develop a process for over time monitoring what is going on as it relates to housing in Santa Rosa? We can't do it for the entire county, but there may be other information that we can use. But I think we need that data. We need that information and I need it in order to start focusing in on a potential solution. And we have 3 here, and I couldn't tell you which one of those to pursue without having more real information about what it is that we're trying to do, what are our goals, and to find a process that will help us measure our progress over time in meeting some of those goals as well. And I also believe that this is a very complex issue, and I also believe that it's not going to be resolved in these council chambers by 2-minute sound bites either. And I do appreciate the work too that was done by the committee, which is very good and a lot of work, but I also hear a lot of other folks out here who have a willingness to be a part of a process in identifying solutions that will be balanced for both, again, for those that are renting and for those that are either managing or owning some of the rental properties as well. So I'll start with that.
Okay, thank you. So you're looking for more, for instance, more research in how many of our renters are being negatively affected by the current environment, for instance. So more research into Santa Rosa's current status and the status of our renters.
Right, but it's also not limiting ourselves to those 3 options that we have, because there may be others. And I heard some suggestions here too, and again, they're related to issues like education, inspections, and other possible solutions that might get us there too. So they may be viable solutions too, but it's difficult to identify which ones they are without really having a good grasp of what the issue is for Santa Rosa.
Thank you. Mr. Corsi.
Thank you, Mayor. Just from the standpoint of the perspective of someone who did serve on this subcommittee, I want to make sure that everybody understands that this report was specifically targeted toward these three items, to get more information about these 3 items. And this report and this session tonight is part of a much larger undertaking that the council and staff have been involved in for a year now. We have had the data presented to us about the number of rental units, the number of units that would be included in a rent control program under Costa-Hawkins, the number of people who are paying an outsized share of their income toward their rent, and a lot of those other things that weren't included tonight. But those are part of this process. And I ask everybody to keep in mind that this is only one small part of the overall work that we're doing. I guess I want to speak as a landlord. My name's Chris, and I'm a landlord. Not in Santa Rosa, but in Sonoma County. And I know that being a landlord can be tough sometimes. But I also know that one of the items that is clear to us in the data that we do have is that there is a really, really tight rental market right now. And that benefits landlords. Landlords are better off when the rental market is tight because they can charge higher prices. You know, that's just one of the responsibilities that landlords have. There are a lot of burdens on landlords, but there are also benefits, and those come with responsibilities. I think that most tenants are good tenants. Most landlords are good landlords. We're not talking about this subject because of good landlords or good tenants. We're having this debate tonight because of a few people who take advantage of a tough situation. And somebody brought up the idea of giving a ticket to everybody just because a few people speed. I'd rather go with the analogy that we have laws about speed limits, not because everybody speeds, but because a few people do. And that's where I'm coming from tonight. As far as missing information, I think we need a lot more information about some of these programs. But I also believe that, that we need to do something because of the situation that we're in. And it goes back to the vacancy rate that causes a real problem, because it's not just evicting people when there isn't any place else to go. It's not just the market forces at work. When people get a rent increase that they can't pay, or if they get thrown out because a landlord wants to do something else with the property so they can get more money out of it, it's not just the market if they have to go to some other community to live. And I think it's our responsibility to do what we can to intervene here. We've got people in this community who are telling us that they're afraid to complain about health and safety issues in their places where they live because they're afraid of getting evicted. I think that we need to look carefully at a just cause eviction ordinance. I'm in support of an even deeper dive into that, what this means, how we can address, if we can address some of the concerns that landlords are telling us, but also make sure that we have a law in this community that people aren't going to be afraid of getting kicked out of their house for saying it's an unsafe place to live. That's just not right. I've had a real difficult time with rent control, primarily because of the provisions of the Costa-Hawkins Act. That doesn't change after today. I think that it's really unfortunate that it sets up a situation where you have winners and losers, where one side of the street may be the beneficiaries of rent control and the other side of the street isn't because they were built a year apart. And it is a real scattershot approach that, even though it's scattershot, it doesn't go very wide and it doesn't go very deep. It affects about 13,000 units, as I understand, in Santa Rosa, out of what, 25 or 30 rental unit, 25 or 30,000 rental units in Santa Rosa. But I also feel like just cause eviction, that we should be trying to help people who are in dire straits as far as rents. I don't think I could support option 3 at this point. I can't justify spending $3 or $4 million a year to create a situation where some people who need rent control provisions are getting it, a lot of people who don't need those provisions are getting them, and a lot of people are left out of the equation. On the other hand, I'm still a little bit confused about soft rent stabilization, and I feel like I need more information about that. I'm not interested, and I think I said this during the subcommittee meetings as well, I'm not interested in a situation where we're offering property owners a $1,000 or $2,000 buyout from rent control provisions. I also want us to look more closely at mediation and arbitration. The reason that I'm interested in that is because, for one thing, it can cover everyone. It can be available to everybody who rents property in Santa Rosa. We can scale it to exempt single-family dwellings or duplexes or condos, or we can keep those in, as I understand it. The arbitration provisions only apply to Costa-Hawkins dwellings, which would be pre-95. But a mandatory arbitration would benefit those folks, I think, as a rent control would as well. But I'm interested in the mediation provision because we can apply it to all. I think that, if we have a situation where if you raise your tenant's rent by, let's just use the number 5%, if you do it by more than that, that you have a mandatory requirement that you go to mediation, that makes a landlord think a little bit before raising it more than 5%. And if you have an arbitration situation where somebody can decide whether that's justified or not, and that arbitration can be final, the final decision, binding arbitration, excuse me for searching for words here, I think that can do something to keep rents down. I don't know if it's the solution. I think it can help. So those are the things that I would like us to continue down the road with, is just cause, the mediation and arbitration, and I still feel like I need more answers on the soft rent control. But as I said, I've got some doubts about whether that's a fair way to go.
Thank you, Ms. Combs.
I have a little statement, and then I'll dive in. I think we've heard from several parties today that we have a housing crisis. The Homeless Action and homeless advocates have said we have a housing crisis, and our Chamber of Commerce has testified before us that we have a housing crisis. At the same time, they're calling rent stabilization a Band-Aid. And I want to say that rent stabilization is not a Band-Aid, it's a tourniquet. It's a tourniquet to prevent our community from bleeding out its working families, the young adults, the seniors, and our middle class. These are the lifeblood of our community. We know it will take years to build new rentals. I support building new rentals. But we need to protect our current residents who are here now. We need to ask, what do we want our community to look like? I've received a lot of feedback. I think all of our council members have received a lot of telephone calls and emails over the last weeks and months. I assume we'll receive more as this goes on. I've heard from property owners in Texas and Orange County and New York, all over the country, in addition to 2 hours today here, people from Santa Rosa. And I want to be clear that I appreciate the landlord's concerns. Rent stabilization requires that property owners receive a fair rate of return. There's a lot of conversation we can still have about what that means. But if we look at, and I got a report from the apartment market in San Francisco, I have a fairly lengthy report here, and that's sort of the boogeyman everyone points to and says, oh, our rental market will become like San Francisco. This document says, quote, many San Francisco apartment buildings have become cash-generating machines, and prospective sellers are challenged to find comparable returns in other investments. It doesn't sound as if rent control in San Francisco is hurting the fair rate of return of the apartment owners there. For me, again, it all comes down to what do we want our community to look like. As a recent op-ed in the Press Democrat said, do we want Santa Rosa to become a place for only the economically elite? We are losing good people. Seniors are pushed out of their homes. Families are forced to move when they don't want to. Workers can't afford to live here. Just this week, I heard from a resident who received a notice to either pay or leave. It was like an eviction notice on her door because she had mistakenly written her checks 20 cents short. I heard from a person whose rent doubled in a year, and I heard from a person who was afraid to come here and testify for fear of landlord retribution. These people all need basic protections. We've heard a lot about how we need to build more housing to ease market pressures, increasing local rents, and I agree. That housing takes time to zone, build, and permit. Our seniors, our families, and our workers don't have the time to wait for that. They need shelter, no matter what, now. A small measure of security would do them some good. We have heard from experts today on what rent stabilization could do and some basic protections for renters called just cause eviction. These are moderate in scope, the suggestions we've made. Right now, we have renters with few, if any, basic protections. Landlords can simply raise the rent or give notice without cause. It is a landlord's market. Who is on the side of the renters? I hear from one side of the discussion that new laws will make things worse, where repairs and investments will not happen, where prices will skyrocket, where there will be a mad dash on available rental units because so few are available. But I have to tell those landlords who are saying this that this is already happening. We are hearing this happening from renters here now, that landlords are not making repairs, that it's impossible to find a new place to live and rents are too high now. The problems you complain about happening in some far-off future are the same problems I would like us to address right now. They are here now, and I think we need to do something about it. We can and will support future construction. The production of both affordable and market rate housing is important, but that alone does not protect the people who live here now. I support option 3, but I want to make it really clear that the dollar amounts given are way too expensive, and I don't believe they're necessary for Santa Rosa. I believe we could have a lot of the benefits of option 3 without all that full-time staff to drive up costs. So I want to be clear, I'm supporting just cause eviction. I think we can do a hybrid between the soft option 2 and option 3. I support a sunset for rent stabilization at a 5% vacancy rate. I believe we could have an appointed board, appointed by council rather than an elected board, or possibly work with the housing authority to take on some of the responsibilities for rent stabilization. I agree with my colleagues that I'm not interested in the buyout section of the Hayward properties. I agree that we should have a mediation program for the post-1995 units so that a renter who calls and asks for help has an option. They either go pre-1995 through rent stabilization options, or they go post-1995 through mediation, or maybe everybody goes through mediation and then some people have the option of stepping into stepping into rent stabilization. I have a strong belief that we can provide lower cost tracking and lower cost education programs to suit our city, that we don't need 21 full-time equivalents for this. Obviously, we're going to need some staff, but we don't need 21 full-time equivalents for this. I think it's doable. We can do it the way Santa Rosa does it. Our current rent control for manufactured home parks doesn't even have a full-time person. It's a part of an attorney's job. So I'm very aware that jumping from, that's what, 4,000, roughly 4,000 units with less than a half a person. So it really surprises me. I'm hearing some of my colleagues want to not rush a decision. I think there are times when it falls upon us as a council to make difficult decisions in the presence of uncertainty, and I think this is one of those times. So I think I've been very clear. I support a hybrid between option 2 and 3 where we have fewer staff, but we still have, in order to get the data, some tracking. I think we need to, in the future, look at code enforcement. Code enforcement often has a tracking provision, so I think we could combine the tracking provisions of code enforcement with just cause eviction and rent stabilization and fund that way. And I think we should be also looking to the county to assist us with their $247 million in health department funding to fund some of the health department, health-related issues that are coming up before us. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman, anyone, I'm willing to go if, okay, well, I can go ahead and give my thoughts. I'm very much interested in hearing more about mediation. Well, I'll start off. I am not interested in moving from 0 to 60 and look at 60 as being option 3. And this is the first time we've had this conversation in Santa Rosa, these kinds of options to be able to have mediation and inspections and education and being able to give people a place to go when there's a problem with a landlord that is being unfair. And so I'm looking to, I'd like to know more about the current protections that offered by the state of California before considering the just cause eviction. I am a landlord. I have experienced, on both sides, there are landlords that play the game and play it well to the detriment of tenants, and there are tenants that play the game and play it well to the detriment of landlords. We've talked about both of those sides here this evening. And I have been, I consider myself a very fair landlord. We have not raised our rents in years. There's only a couple of units. Good tenants are very, very important. We have had the opposite, where people learn the system and they are there for long periods of time to the point where you pay them to get out. And that leaves a very bad taste in one's mouth. And I'd like to know what the current protections are for tenants given by state law, and how that compares with those rights that a just cause eviction would provide, and how close they are. I'm very interested in an aggressive inspection program. I think that the stories in the newspapers about the condition of some of the properties county-wide and throughout the state can at times be shocking. And I think that we would be well served by a good comprehensive inspection program. Not sure what the costs are, so I'd need to know what the costs are and what other programs are available throughout the state that seem to be functioning well. I think those inspection programs would both serve the tenants and the landlords well. The mediation piece, a place for people to go when there's a problem, so that they should not feel fearful of reporting a condition, a bad condition or an unsafe, what they consider as an unsafe condition, or units that are in disrepair. Where do they go? Who do they talk to? They need to be able to have a safe place to go and deal with that. They should not be living in fear of retribution if they are living in unsafe conditions. I'm looking for safe and decent and sanitary housing. It's something that was mentioned earlier by our consultants. And I think that the mediation does create that outlet to settle rent-related disputes, and that, I think, is elemental to our work here this evening, and I'm looking more to hear more about that. But I am not looking to go to a full-on rent control. I think that's, again, it's just too much too soon. And I think that there's something to be said for some immediate relief, even with rent control. The immediate relief, I think, comes from a place for people to go when they have a problem with a landlord, and some kind of mediation environment. Rent control is a long-term concept. Mediation is something that can be immediate. We need that now. So I think that's what I'm looking for as far as the deeper dive. Mr. Schwedhelm, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So for me, let me first start with the reports. As I mentioned earlier, one of my great frustrations as we were asking for more information about what these other cities did, and the lack of direction about how they were evaluating the effectiveness. That was very frustrating for me. So to me, that one takeaway would be maybe that's why the small numbers of cities across the state are doing that, because there's not that magic thing, do this and you'll clearly get that. So struggling to identify what is the best solution to that. And of the three options presented here, I'm very hesitant due to the consequences of any of these options being greater than the benefits of that option. Because I see there's a certain category of members of our community that's going to benefit from whatever action we take or whatever action we don't take. I'm also very hesitant regarding rent control to change the rules of the game midway. Honestly, if we could unring the Costa-Hawkins legislation, to me it's like, so let me get this straight. I bought this property, and now midway after I did that, you've changed the rules and now have done this to this investment I made. I'd be much more of a proponent, which isn't within our purview to do that. No, we'll say going forward, we're going to do this. So someone who is actually choosing to invest and become a landlord, you know what the rules are going in. I get it. I'm going to have rent control if I make this investment. That would be my preference. That's not within our purview, but that's some of the concerns. Also, as I've been examining this complex topic, I also have a couple family members who rent in San Francisco. And I know some people have said, well, San Francisco, you're comparing apples to oranges, but it's very real. So there's a city that I have secondhand knowledge of, and it's created a secondary market where they're subletting. He's renting from someone else who's subletting, and it's basically let the market bear what the market will bear. So the original person on leasers continues to pay the rent control, but someone is making a profit, and I know it's not my family member. So even in that rent control situation, that's very real because it just happened a couple months ago for this family member. So the things that are missing for me, and they kind of fall in the area of accountability, educational, and incentives. First of all, the expansion of NRP or more of the code enforcement. And my interest is not just having a sugar-coated thing. It's very clear. We do an inspection, and I'm open to what some other communities have done, doing 10% of it. So over 10 years, your entire inventory will be inspected. But here's what the issue is. Here's the time frame you have to fix it. And here are the consequences that if you don't, and not just idle chatter. So I know there are consequences for that. In other words, other decisions, if we were to go in that direction, this body would have to make, in regards to allocation of funds to make this happen, but I have a big interest in that. I think that's something we have to do regardless of the rest of the discussion on this. And from the educational standpoint, having conversations with our local legal aid, I don't think we're maximizing the use of that wonderful nonprofit. It's my understanding that 60 to 70% of their clients in this arena live in Santa Rosa, but yet we as a city are not doing anything to necessarily support that. I get it's another cost, but I'd be interested in how would we do that so we can educate the tenants so that they don't have to fear it. You have someone you can call to understand, here's what are, and the flip side, so the landlords and property owners know, here's what your rights are, and here's what your responsibilities are. And I really think we can greatly enhance what we're currently doing. And the last area is in the area of incentives, and some of this may go towards like Section 8 housing, but creating a rent mitigation fund where we're encouraging people to accept maybe some more of the people who don't have the perfect credit and recognize that, yeah, you may be taking a risk there, but you know, this community has created this additional fund so that if you do have a negative situation, someone trashes your place and bails on you, you're not left holding it, even though you get the impact, the positive impact it could have on the community, except you're not going to be solely responsible for it. So I know some other communities have done funds like that, and I'd be very interested in exploring a little bit more how we could bring something like that, more on the incentive side of this to encourage people to make housing available for all. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Who else would like to make some comments? Ms. Carlstrom, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm happy to, Mr.
Great.
Mayor. Thank you very much. And thank you to all of our staff for your work, and to management partners for putting a lot of work into this, and to the subcommittee. I know you spent a lot of time on this as well. I don't have a grand stump speech on this issue. I've been pretty clear on it. There are some issues, there are some data points that I do want to see come back to us. The first, there is data available. There was a report recently given to us on the number of rentals that would be impacted by rent control. Please access it. It was done by another consultant. Please use it. I do want to see, anytime an issue like this comes before us, when it's dealing with one aspect of our housing crisis, please bring forward the data on the actions that we are taking in the other arenas, specifically the money that we've allocated for new construction, and the money that we've allocated and intend to dedicate to supporting projects that are in the pipeline. I've asked for that because it creates a holistic image of everything that we are doing for the city. I'm not interested, frankly, in pursuing mediation as an option for renters. While I appreciate the spirit of it, as an attorney, mediation is often expensive, weak, and unsatisfying. So I'd much prefer that we go forward in an arbitration setting, or something where the decision is binding. And I also take a bit of issue with the suggestion that we shouldn't have staff dedicated to supporting that action. If we are going to rely on nonprofits that are already strapped in providing tenant services, we're not creating an actual solution for any renters or for the landlords. And legal aid, much like most of those nonprofits, is extremely overstrapped as well. So unless we're going to be providing them funding, they're not going to be able to serve any additional tenants either. So I would like to see what it would look like for us to create additional staff to provide that mediation/arbitration opportunity, or even just the grievance procedure. I heartily endorse increasing numbers of staff for the code enforcement, mandatory inspections, minimum inspections, 10%, whatever is appropriate in communities that have implemented that. You know, I assume that the subcommittee will continue to meet on this, and the next time that we come back, I hope that we can have a recommendation, even if there are minority and majority reports. I know that you dedicate time and attention to this, and I do want to know what your opinions are on this. And finally, as far as direction and as far as what option I'd like to see us pursue, I've said it before, I'm a renter and I'm an attorney, and at its core, this is a contract between two parties, and we need to be able to put both parties on equal footing. So please bring back as many options as possible, and if that means only option 3, then so be it.
Thank you, Ms. Carlstrom. Mr. Wysocki?
Thank you. I also would like to thank staff and the consultants for this tremendous push of work for us. It's quite a complex issue, and I want to thank the community for coming out and speaking so passionately about this issue. It's one of the more challenging ones in my term. I think I can start from a sense of consensus that we all in this room want to increase the supply of habitable units. I don't think that's anyone's desire not to. Having said that, there are more issues to still come back outside of the scope of this. Airbnb regulation I have not seen. I think that will increase the supply a little bit. Code enforcement, I'm going to come back to. New construction, we've heard some talk of that. Our last session, though, what concerns me is what the council was presented with was our fee structure for new construction is basically going to make the community, it's not sustainable over the long term. That concerns this council member because we do need new construction. We do need to fund that in so many ways. But yet if I think back to what former Mayor Bender said in 2009 when we were funding sprawl, we can't afford to provide services in perpetuity for these developments, and she was referring to Skyhawk at the time. And consistent with what we heard last week, she's right, if those are to be taken on face value. So I'm concerned about that, and that's for market. That's for market housing, which is not affected by any of these proposals. I'm going to echo the earlier comment that the Costa-Hawkins Act, it does tie our hands a little bit. It's an incomplete act. It's almost 20 years old now, and it doesn't cover all the units. So therefore, some units are covered, some units aren't covered. I would like to know if subleasing is allowed on the units that are covered. It sounds like they shouldn't be, but perhaps they are. The problem, one of the main issues that pops out to me tonight, the vacancy decontrol required under that act. Because that's state law, if we don't have just cause eviction, then any rent control ordinance that this body passes is meaningless. If I'm wrong with that, please let me know. Well, if vacancy decontrol, it makes that unit not subject to, so therefore, any controls we put on the charging of rent get circumvented. Is that a true statement?
I think that if there's any type of a rent stabilization program, it needs to be accompanied with a just cause for eviction program.
Because of my question?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I appreciate that. Is there an example, another question, of any Bay Area city, I'm not talking about the state of California, any Bay Area city or community that has effectively kept housing affordable without any sort of local rent stabilization ordinance?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
And it's...
Oh. Is that part of the research you'd like to?
I'm not sure that I could answer that.
The research was looking at these three topics and exploring it. I do not believe that that was part of the research component.
Subcommittee didn't ask that question.
Councilmember Wysocki.
No, I appreciate. I'm sorry to talk over you. I just.
So we can take it into consideration as we're going through this list of items, but I don't think there was direct research. No, and I think it drives to the heart of the matter. Some of the earlier conversations. I would struggle to think that may be a really tall order for us to fulfill, getting that answer to that question, but we will look.
It might be more anecdotal than not, because.
But again, you're the first to press on me about anecdotal versus factual, and so I'm loath to bring you anecdotal when you will then proceed to test me on anecdotal versus factual.
That's the job. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
The other challenge with that is that many of the communities that have had some effective results for affordable housing were in a redevelopment area, where a lot of communities used their redevelopment funds, as we did, to fund affordable housing. Now we're dealing with a very new landscape, and so somebody that might have been successful 5 or 10 years ago, we may not have the ability to do what they did because that resource has dried up.
I appreciate that. The key word is redevelopment area, which are no. So that's why I'm looking at our two consultants in the post-redevelopment era, which is somewhat new. If there's anything that you're aware of, I and perhaps my council members would like to know that. I think everybody in this room wants effective code enforcement. I would like to see that beefed up as quickly as possible. My thought is, as a commercial tenant, I saw our local fire inspector on a regular basis, and I know that they're out there on a regular basis. I would like to see if we can utilize them to help in in making sure that we have complaints perhaps investigated before, issues investigated before they become complaints? Because right now we have a complaint-driven process, correct?
And that's something I've been in a continuous conversation since the article appeared, or our conversation started nearly a year ago around some of the challenges we have around code enforcement. And we are preparing to bring back that specific conversation to the council in April to address some of these things directly. I think there's interrelated items that have come out of this conversation that we need to further investigate.
That's fine. You have my
But
confidence. I'm sure you'll do it.
absolutely, that has been part of the work that we're currently engaged in some of the realignment that we've done in recent months.
May I clarify something?
I guess you already are, so.
Thank you. The subcommittee, I think each of us mentioned code enforcement during the course of subcommittee meetings. We had a strong interest in code enforcement prior to the articles, but it was our understanding that we were not to use the resources for the consultants for exploring the code enforcement options, that the staff would be bringing that back to us. So I think you've heard strong interest in code enforcement, but we didn't want to use our dollars, we didn't want to increase the consulting dollars to cover code enforcement.
Well, I think the council as a whole made gave a direction about the scope of the first contract of services. Those are the 3 areas that were examined. Always there's going to be, as you see, these conversations are interrelated, as Councilmember Kalfstrom brought forward. It becomes a scoping question in each one of these conversations we're engaged in, and sometimes this is exactly where we're in this conversation. But, you know, based on the direction this evening, we may need to really think about what we're doing, what our contract for services are with management partners, and think about where we might expand that scope based upon the input that's now come back from the body. And so we're taking all those things to heart, like we do every day.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And you have my full confidence. I've seen you take that and take action. To continue, I am also skeptical of the mediation for all units unless I can be shown that it has been effective for the units non-subject to Costa-Hawkins. If there's a record of effectiveness somewhere, sure, I'll look at it. But to me, if it's something that I can or can't do, and I already have the advantage in the bargaining process, I'm not going to go through it as a businessman. I've been a landlord as well. I've been a tenant as well in rent-controlled apartments. I've seen both sides. So if there's an example, I would like to know on that. Regarding just cause eviction, because if we do move forward as a body to put a lid on these on rents, I would like to know what we can do to help speed the judicial process. I am really concerned about the time it takes to initiate an action to get a hearing in a judicial action. I'm very concerned about that.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's not a whole lot you can do. I mean, just like us, the courts are suffering from budget cuts, from reduced funding, not enough judges, too many cases, and we can't change the state law and the minimum guidelines, and some of the suggestions that are being made would actually increase the state timing guidelines.
Well, I appreciate that. Then what I would like us to do is to make a request to our county elected officials that direct policy. They're aware of this problem as well. And I would be supportive of funding a local legal nonprofit to help speed the process, should that be an option, to help that, because that is a very big concern of mine. I would also like information, option 3, the amount that I see for additional staff is staggering to me. And it causes me concern. I was advised by a member of the public tonight that if you do it per unit, it's really not that big. I'd like to see it per unit. I'm still skeptical. I think it's a big number. I do know that we were given 13,000 units are potentially available for a stabilization ordinance. I'd like to see that number put down to a per unit basis, because it will go right on to the rental bill, and I'm loath to do that. I am also, I'd like to know if we have data for the average increase in rents in Santa Rosa for the last year, the last 5 years. I've seen numbers.
We supplied that data back in September, and what we're going to do, based on some of the conversation, we're going to make sure you all get resupplied that information. I understand there was a gap of time between these two conversations, but we'll make sure that that's brought forward, and we'll look to see if there's anything we need to do to update the data sets.
Is my recollection of 40% over 4 years approximately correct?
Again, I think we need to go back and look at it, and in fact, we may need to update those since it's been since September.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I'd also like more information on the what some on this dais have called a buyout for improvements to the units in the Hayward example, although I do think the numbers are quite minimal. I think that there should be an incentive for property owners, should they want to invest in their properties, to have a return, understanding that since 1980, they've done quite well relative to other investments. I mean, that's what I keep coming back to is yes, they do have risk in going in there, and I appreciate that, but there is also return. And if you look at the returns on some of our other elements in this new economy, which I think we're entering our post-World War II expansion. I don't think there can be any doubt that we're in a new era. So those are my questions. Just a quick comment. I'm not a libertarian. Some of you may be. But I do believe that government does exist to help those that need it the most. And this is an area that there's obviously a lot of people struggling. And I will not shy away from giving the appropriate help.
Thank you, Councilmember Wysocki. Thank you to the staff and firstly to the subcommittee. Thank you for your hard work. It's a lot of information to provide, and thank you for your continued work on this issue. Thanks to the yes.
I just want to confirm that staff has what they need.
Well, I think actually what I'm going to request is that the subcommittee, based on the input that was provided this evening, that the subcommittee reconvene, because I'm still here. Usually I'm able to, I can't do a straw vote this evening based on the format, based on a study session, and I'm still hearing a wider range of opinions about where we go next. So my request, Mr. Mayor, is to reconvene the subcommittee to help us sort through some of these issues and provide further direction as soon as we possibly can so that we can move forward on this topic. I'm honestly, this is still a wider range of concerns and directions being posited with staff. And so that would be my request, would be to take it back to now that the subcommittee's heard the input from the entire council, we've heard the input, and so that we can figure out what the next step in the conversation to develop where we're going to go from here.
Yep, I appreciate that. And I actually was assuming that they were going to come back together again, but I should have made that clear that I was hoping that they would be willing to continue their service in that role and kind of boil some of this information down and bring it back to the council in some form for clear direction. So if the staff is comfortable with that, Mr. Schwedhelm, Vice Mayor.
I know management partners had brought up the public engagement. So one of the things that the subcommittee wasn't sure how the rest of the council felt. Do we want to have some public meetings for the education purposes and explain a little bit what our progress is so far? Or do you think tonight's 3 hours of public comment serve that purpose? So I personally would like some feedback from the rest.
If I may, I think if there's such a wide interest in this topic and we are getting more data, and that might be a staffing issue. But the more we can educate our constituency on the road, I think the better off we'll all be, but we might find out how
I think from staff and the consultant's perspective, I think we need to caucus with the subcommittee before we would know what the next step would be, because we need to sort through some of these issues, quite honestly.
Okay.
I'm hoping that you're hearing our plea to caucus first, and then the next may be public engagement, but right now, it's hard for us to forecast because we honestly need to sit down with the subcommittee.
That sounds reasonable. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. We will take a 10-minute recess to reset the council for our standard meeting, our 4 o'clock meeting. Good evening. Welcome, everyone. Just to give you in case you haven't seen the agenda, to give you a sense of what's happening this evening, we are going to go through the agenda up to 14.2, and then the council needs to get some sustenance before we move into the Courthouse Square reunification project. So as has been indicated on the agenda for a number of weeks, we have to have this. There's no way that we can sit here for 9 hours and make good decisions. So we will take a 20-minute break with everything else, and then the final piece being the Courthouse Square reunification project. So before I open our regular session, because of the way I'm going to open the regular session, it's important for people to know that this is the last meeting for our city clerk, last regularly scheduled meeting of our city clerk, Terry Griffin. She's worked for Santa Rosa twice over the years, with a totaling a little over 19 years, or just about 19 years. Most people don't know what city clerks do. Sometimes council members don't know what city clerks do, but we know how important they are to us doing our jobs, and how important they are to our organization, how important they are to people that are going through campaigns and doing the people's business. She is an outstanding and well-respected city clerk. She will be greatly missed in this organization. And so this evening I am opening our regular meeting this evening in the name of our soon-to-retire city clerk, Terry Griffin. So thank you, Terry. And you're getting a workout tonight, so it will be a memorable one. Mr. McGlynn, a report on our study session?
Nothing to report.
Thank you. We have no proclamations. Well, actually, why don't we take the roll, Madam City Clerk?
Let the record reflect that all council members are present.
Thank you very much. We have no proclamations, no presentations. We have no staff briefings. City Manager's report, Mr. McGlynn?
Nothing to report.
Madam City Attorney?
Since we skipped over closed session, the council did meet in closed session with its labor negotiators, and there is no action to report. Also, just following up on what the mayor had to say, I want to say I've had the opportunity to work with a large number of city clerks and observe city clerks throughout the state. We have been most fortunate to have somebody of Terry's caliber. Both she worked in the city attorney's office before she decided to become a city clerk, and she has made my life so much easier with her vast knowledge of the agenda process and the election laws in the city, and helped really reform our campaign finance, and I think she deserves a lot of credit. As you all know from your own experiences, the council elections can be a very trying and challenging time, and we often deal with some challenging personalities, and I have never heard anybody make one complaint in all the time that Terry has been here, and nothing but gracious comments about her willingness to help people understand the process, and I think she deserves a lot of accolades for that. I also just want to remind everybody, February 1st is the CPUC public participation hearing regarding the Jennings Crossing, which will be at Helen Lehman School at 7 p.m. That is posted on our website, and we will also be sending out notices to the surrounding property owners.
Thank you very much.
If anybody has questions, feel free to contact me.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Any statements of abstention, council members? Seeing none, moving on to mayors and council members' reports. Anything to report?
Just really briefly, that's Friday, February 1st, because that's a very important hearing for the Jennings Crossing. Thanks.
Actually, it's a Monday.
That's why I'm glad we're repeating it. Thank you. It's an extremely important hearing.
Mr. Corsi.
Yes, as some of you know, my Planning Commission appointee, Charlene de Resendez, recently resigned due to inability to fulfill the duties, and I am appointing as her replacement Casey Edmondson. I don't think he came tonight. He's not in the audience, but I hope you all get to meet him. He's a very impressive young man. He's an asset to our city, and I think he'll be a great asset to the Planning Commission.
Thank you very much. A couple of things to report. I did attend with our city manager the mayor's conference in Washington. It was cut short by the weather. We had the last plane out of Ronald Reagan Airport on Friday afternoon. Had we not taken that flight, I probably would have missed this meeting tonight. Maybe the snow's not so bad. I don't know. That's. But it was a very productive meeting in Washington. I'll be reporting back on our activities at a future meeting. I do have a couple of requests. Firstly, the mayors or the Mayors and Councilmen's Association is looking for input on regional issues of significance. It came up at our last meeting in October. I was not in attendance in that meeting, and they are looking for issues not unlike the following. The city of Hillsburg mentioned affordable housing, transportation funding, tax increment financing, and homelessness as their top issues. I'm asking the council to come up with a list of regional issues of significance. What I'm planning on doing, perhaps the best way to do it, so we can do it in open session, which is the best way to do it, is to put it on a future agenda. So if I can get a second for that, then we can come up with a short, concise list of regional issues of significance.
Second.
Thank you. And secondly,
I'm just trying to figure out what is the intention with that? Is the body planning on weighing in as a body?
As a city. And then we'll present our issues of significance to the Mayors and Councilmen's Association so that the cities will be coming together and dealing with some of these issues as a group, of this group of cities, and discussing it and planning on ways to act where we can as a group of cities as opposed to individual bodies.
Thank you.
You bet. Secondly, it came up a situation where there was a request to change or to add a procedure in our CAB appointment process where council members could switch their districts, if you will, and that is not part of what we can. We're not allowed to do that. It's not in the language, and I'm asking that we place that on an agenda to come up soon, because there is a need for council members to have that flexibility. So I'm looking to also place
I'd
it
like
on
to
agenda.
second that, because I have a CAB appointee who's moving into an area that doesn't currently have a representative, and I'd rather have that area then.
Excellent.
Thank
So
you.
I have my second. We'll get that on an agenda very soon. Thank you very much. Otherwise, I have nothing else to report. We have no minutes to. Do you have an? Oh, I'm sorry.
I have a concern. I think this is the moment where we talk about the four-part series in the newspaper regarding our inspection process. And am hoping that if we have not already instigated, that we do instigate, or that we could agendize an internal investigation or report back. I find some of the numbers confusing in this document. It says 140 some outstanding in one place and 200 and some outstanding in another, and 2,000 outstanding in another. So if we could just get an internal investigation and report. I think we will also need the budget figures for the department, including what they need to have funded.
Well, we have a future, as I said earlier, we have a future item scheduled for April to go through these specifically code enforcement, the budget, the approach. I would recommend that we address those issues at that time with the amount of workload that the staff is currently wrestling with. And
Okay. In the past, we haven't gotten the details regarding how overworked they are. And so I want to make sure that in April that comes through clearly.
We're planning to present a full picture. Again, some of the article is frankly a little
Out of date?
misleading and outdated
Yeah.
as to the current state of affairs. There are still issues that we're wrestling with. We continue to wrestle with those issues, but it reads as a condensed time frame over a fact that a lot of the issues we're talking about a year ago, and there's been significant reorganization, and we're trying to take a very, very different approach, and that we reflected in some of that in the conversation in the earlier study session.
And can we also talk with the county about assisting us in, since we're essentially doing some of their health department? I mean, they have, according to the paper,
we're now starting,
$247 million.
we're starting to get into an agendized item at this
I'm just
point.
asking that we consider that as part of the agenda in April. Thank you.
Okay. So, Ms. Carlstrom.
My Board of Community Services member will be resigning, so I will ask our outgoing city clerk if you would please post a notice that I am seeking applicants to that body, as well as the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Board. And if any of you in the public tonight want to serve on either of those boards, send me your information.
Thank you, Councilmember. Moving on to approval of minutes, of which we have none. Consent items. Mr. McGlynn.
Item 12.1, resolution, fiscal year 2014-15 annual report on development fees. Item 12.2, ordinance introduction, water efficient landscape ordinance amendment.
Thank you. Council, any questions on these two consent items? And I have no cards on these items. Mr. Vice Mayor, you have them.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd move consent item 12.1 and 12.2 and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Thank you. And your votes? And I have 7 ayes. Thank you very much. Moving to our first public appearance session of this meeting, Michael O'Toole. Michael, okay. Sheila Baker, followed by Colleen Fernald. For items not on the agenda, correct?
Hello, I'm Sheila Baker, and I'm actually from Petaluma, and I'm a formerly homeless person who really was touched by the efforts of Santa Rosa to address some homeless issues. There's some wonderful, wonderful organizations in this town that are doing so much. When Camp Michaela was founded by 2 individuals, Michael O'Toole and Carolyn Eppel, I was invited to help or advocate for them. And so I jumped in as an interested person. And so I have been to Camp Michaela, actually slept over in tents, and was kind of heartbroken when they moved to their second location because I thought it wouldn't work. And I was delighted that not only did the Campatistas make it work, but they just really have made it a beautiful place. I visited a couple of days ago, and it was Sunday, and it was mellow. They were just about all in their tents. It looked fantastic, and it looked like just a really, really well-run, organized, nice village. And I think that's a good description of what Camp Michaela has become, as a little village and a very, very well-oiled little machine, and very nicely run by 3 of the homeless individuals, John, Bonnie, and Blair. And I'm looking forward to visiting again. I understand that Roseland will be annexed into Santa Rosa, and I'm just hoping that Camp Michaela is very much included. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Baker.
Thank you.
Colleen Fernald? Not here. Kimberly Burr? Is Kimberly here? Okay, thank you. Moving on the agenda to our public hearings, Mr. McGlynn.
Item 14.1, public hearing, Marsh Hawk Village rezoning. Eric Gage, City Planner, presenting.
No notes, huh? All right. Good evening, Mayor, council members. The project is Marsh Hawk zoning map amendment.
Mr. Gage, into the mic a little closer for you, please. There you go.
Project before you, zoning code map amendment to rezone a 3-lot, 1.7-acre subdivision from rural residential to single-family residential. The property is outlined here in yellow, surrounded to the north, east, and south by single-family residential, to the west by rural, located approximately 600 feet north of Highway 12. Existing conditions, there is a single-family residence on the parcel that has been vacant for several years, proposed for demolition, in addition to a small accessory storage structure and several small live oak trees around the perimeter of the property. Brief history, the application was initially submitted December 10th, 2013 for a minor subdivision, hillside development permit, and zoning map amendment. On December 10th, 2015, the Planning Commission adopted the mitigated negative declaration, approved the parcel map, and the hillside development permit. The tentative parcel map will split the property into 3 parcels and provide a single common driveway with an emergency vehicle turnaround with access to Marsh Hawk Drive. The general plan land use designation is low-density residential with a maximum density of 2 units per acre. You'll see that the properties to the north are a higher density, but properties surrounding the subject property are also the same designation and primarily with single-family residences. Staff analysis determined that it was consistent with general plan goals of additional and diverse housing stock. Zoning for the property is RR40, rural residential. As mentioned earlier, the properties to the north, south, and east are each part of the Skyhawk or Sky Farm subdivisions. The Planning Commission found that it was consistent with the zoning code and met the requirements for the hillside subdivision approval. The hillside development permit was required to approve the subdivision due to the presence of 10% slopes, small portions of slopes over 25%, but these were related to structures including retaining walls and other manufactured slopes on the site, and development in those areas is permitted. A visual analysis was prepared by Bruce Aspinall and company. The single public vantage point for the project was at the top of Great Heron, near the intersection with Owl's Nest Road and Great Heron Drive. It is not anticipated to create new and significant visual impacts. The ridgeline is far above the proposed location, and there are currently residential roof lines behind the subject property. Initial study was conducted in compliance with CEQA. The mitigated negative declaration was published November 18th and subsequently adopted by the Planning Commission in December. So Department of Planning, Economic Development, and the Planning Commission recommended the City Council approval of the zoning code map amendment to establish R19 zoning district on subject property. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Gage. Council, questions for staff at this point? Ms. Combs?
Can we look at slide 11 again? Can you explain to me how, is it possible to build on Lot 2?
It is allowed to construct a property on 10% slopes with the approval of hillside development permit. So
Is anything we're doing here tonight waiving the need to get the hillside development approval?
no, both Lot 1 and Lot 2 will be required to obtain individual hillside development approvals at the time of development.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question about the public comment period. It showed it was in January of 2014, almost 2 years ago. Is that time frame typical for these type of rezoning projects?
Oh, the overall time for review, this project did go through various revisions. In addition, there were periods that were applicant-driven where there was no city action to be taken. I wouldn't call it typical, but every project is unique.
I guess when I saw the date, it's been 2 years since we received public comment, and then in the packet, there was one written comment. So are there any other concerns or comments from that neighborhood about this development that we would anticipate coming to this body?
There were 1 or 2 neighbors in attendance at the Planning Commission hearing. They did have comments and concerns that were ultimately addressed by the applicant in the conditions of the permit.
All right, thank you.
Other questions for staff, council, before I open the public hearing? All right, seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. You needn't have filled out a card to appear before us in this hearing this evening. I have no cards in front of me. Would anyone care to address the council? Seeing no one rise, close the public hearing. I'm sorry. Oh, yes, sir. Are you talking about the you haven't changed the 15 Yeah. We're trying to get there. That's all right. You can please come down. And if you could state your name for the record. Yeah, lift that up a little bit. There you go.
Hi, I'm Melissa Liu, and I actually live right behind, I think, Lot 2, was that the one on top, right?
Okay.
And I think you kind of touched on my problem is that there's a huge slope that goes down to my house. And I'm very concerned if they build on it that we're going to have some erosion issues. Is that something that I can ask about now?
You can ask, you need to address the council.
Sure. Is that something I can ask about now, or is that something that you will do later because they will need another kind of approval, right?
We can have staff answer that question for you this evening.
Okay.
Yes. Any other questions?
When they start doing their plans for the houses they want to put on, is that going to be something that we can look at too? Or is this it with you guys?
And we'll have
Okay.
staff respond to that as well.
Can I turn around now?
No, well, you would be taking your seat at this
thank
point.
you.
Thank you for your questions. Any other statements from or questions from Mr. Aspinall? Here are the answers to your questions, Ms. Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Bruce Aspinall, 3313 Jeremy Court. We're really here simply to answer questions. The item before the council is the rezoning. The Planning Commission has been through the subdivision. A question came up from one neighbor at the public hearing about drainage. That was answered by the civil engineer who was here. You could answer questions about this lot too, but as your staff reported, for that particular lot, there will be a subsequent hillside development permit, which will have to go to the Planning Commission, and there'll be a hearing on that specific lot. And the hillside development permit will include erosion control measures, drainage, sewer water, the whole thing. So I think the Planning Commission has covered all the details of the tentative map, which they've approved, and hopefully that clarified the question. about the future, which is more process.
So
more
there
permits.
is one lot that is still, they will be coming before the planning commission to get the permit for the hillside development permit?
Of the three
Approval.
lots, 2 would require a hillside development permit. And the one that this woman asked about is one
Yes.
of them. And so they'll have a hearing on that specific lot and that specific proposal at such time as there's a development proposal made.
In the future. Ms. Combs?
I have a question for staff.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Aspinall.
Okay, if any of the questions we can answer, have the engineer come down and answer the next question for you.
If you want to sit there at the bottom of the stairs, I don't want you to have to go too far away. We may need you again. Ms. Combs?
I just wanted to make sure that you had this resident's information so that we could be sure to contact her, make sure she receives notice of any future permits on these properties. If you can get together and make sure that she gets good notice, I'd appreciate it.
Excellent. She's probably within the communication circle. I mean, I think we communicate with the neighbors and making sure that they are well informed of the process. Any other questions? Would anyone else like to approach the council on this item? Seeing no one rise, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the council. Any future or any further questions, council? Seeing none, Mr. Oliveris.
Thank you, Mayor. I will introduce an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Title 20 of the Santa Rosa City Code, reclassification of property located at 5567 Sonoma Highway to the single-family residential R-1-9 district, Marsh Hawk Village, filed number REZ 13-008, and wait further reading of the text.
Thank you. I need a second.
Second.
Thank you very much. And your votes, council. And we have 7 ayes. Thank you. Our second public hearing, 14.2, is going to be rescheduled to February 2nd. At this point, the council will take an expedited dinner break. I know that everyone is looking to go forward with the discussions on Courthouse Square. We will come back as quickly as we possibly can. We've been going for 8 hours, and 2 10-minute breaks wouldn't quite do it. So to have our attention, a little bit of something in our bellies will help. And we will, yes, yeah, it'll not less than 20 minutes. Good evening, and thank you for your indulgence. Mr. McGlynn, could you introduce our report item, please?
Yes, item 15.1, report, master plan for the Courthouse Square reunification project. Jason Nutt, Director of Transportation and Public Works, presenting.
Thank you. Welcome, Jason.
Good evening, Mayor Sawyer, members of the council. It's my pleasure to bring to you the Courthouse Square Reunification Master Plan project tonight. First, I want to spend some time introducing the project team so that you know, one, who's here and available to be able to talk, to help answer questions as we move forward, but also to give you an idea as to what team it was that's helping put together the plan. So Colleen Ferguson is the Deputy Director of Transportation and Public Works, and she, along with Steve Dittmer, Supervising Civil Engineer, are the project leads for the city. Danielle O'Leary is the Economic Development Manager. She's here in the room, and she'll be talking about the public outreach process and survey that we did. And then from the project team, with Carlisle Macy, we have Kurt Nichols, who's the Principal in Charge and Project Manager. You have Mark Hale, who's a Principal Project Engineer. Ron Hodges is the Senior Associate Landscape Architect. We have Trent Greenan, who's the Principal of Vargas Greenan, Architecture and Civil Design. We have John Meserve, who's a Principal Consulting Arborist and Horticulturist with Horticultural Associates. Martin Webb is our artist and consultant for Martin Webb Art. Also on the design team, but not here this evening, just so you get that breadth of who all's been involved, we have Gutman Blavet, Lighting and Electrical Engineering. We have W-Trans Traffic Engineering. We have West Yost Soil and Groundwater Management. We have Bauer Associates Geotechnical Engineering and Wildlife Research Associates as our biologist. So we've got a very strong group of professionals that are part of the team. And as we go through this project, as we have, or go through the presentation, as we have questions at the end, we do have that knowledge that's happy to try to respond and answer to questions.
Thank you.
I'm going to start off really quickly talking about some of the project history. There will be a further history lesson a little bit later on in the presentation, but just to give kind of a little bit of background, the project's been underway and talked about for over 20 years. In fact, as I was looking through documents, I found a document from 1982 talking about the reunification of Courthouse Square. So this isn't necessarily a new project or a new concept for the city to be thinking about bringing these two portions of the square back into one. Councils over the last several years have identified this as a critical component of the downtown infrastructure. And as we heard last week with Urban 3, when they came and talked to us, we heard that the downtown is our most fertile soil when it comes to the incremental investment. For both infrastructures, developers see the city's commitment to urban infrastructure and will follow behind with private sector development. So they definitely saw this particular area of town as being a huge area for us to focus in on. And they said that the reunification of Courthouse Square leverages a distinct downtown physical asset to create new nodes of activity and new places for people to congregate while expanding economic activity in the downtown. So last week, with that whole conversation, we got validation from the economists, from the groups that look specifically at land use and land value, that reunifying Courthouse Square is a valuable project to be considered moving forward. Back in September, Council took a major step. You authorized the expenditure of up to $10 million to proceed with this project. That's the first effort that Council has taken.
Excuse me, Mr. Nutt. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm expecting to the audience or the members of the public this evening to be very respectful to all of our speakers. This is a very emotional topic, and there will be things said this evening that you will agree with and things said that you will not agree with. So I'm asking you, please, to refrain from applause and the opposite for a number of reasons. It's important that when I'm calling, especially when I go to the public comment period, as I'm calling names, if people are applauding from the prior speaker, it makes it difficult for people to hear, and the process will go much more smoothly. So I'm anticipating probably 2 hours of public comment. So I am asking all the members of the public this evening to be very, very respectful to all of the individuals speaking, both staff and members of the public. Thank you for your indulgence. Mr. Nutt.
Thank you. Back in 2004 was where the city began to look at the feasibility study for actually moving this project forward. And they took advantage of both traffic impact analysis as well as site design. And they came up with a positive for feasibility. And they further moved forward in 2007 with a design competition to identify what kind of designs could occur at the square. Council took substantial steps during that course of time to work through an environmental impact report, ultimately certifying that report in 2014. So you've made that effort to get to the point where we have a project that we have specific identified impacts and mitigations. We know exactly what the project can and can't do. And in September of 2015, you took the next step and you authorized staff to spend up to $10 million in an effort to see that project come through fruition. In November, you took the next step and gave us a series of design guidelines. Just very quickly, I want to try to recapture some of those design guidelines that staff has been working on since November to try to deliver this proposal to you. So when we talk about what hit and exchange were, we wanted it to be sufficient enough that we allowed good circulation around the square, and that we could not necessarily create substantial blockages of the travel lane. We talked about creating a good design that allowed for parking within the square, that gave us the ability to put spaces within good context and design to be able to give our businesses as well as the square an opportunity to thrive. You wanted it to be walkable and inviting for folks so that we had a good tie between both the businesses around the square but also across on 3rd Street and 4th Street. And you asked us to be able to close the square for those substantial events. When we talk about 3rd Street, you did ask for traffic calming. You asked for us to try to find a way to better tie the south side and the square together through 3rd Street. And you asked us to look at creating a visual barrier between the northbound traffic coming on Santa Rosa Avenue into the square. From the interior portion of the square, you asked it to be simple, open, flexible, and sustainable. That was the key, and you said that over and over again for us. You wanted it to be smart. You wanted it to be convenient for utility access. You wanted it to have playable interactive structures and features, and you wanted it to have multiple programmable spaces. We've made an effort in this, and I think the project team will be able to walk you through all of these different pieces and how we've arrived at certain design features to describe how we utilized those series of design guidelines in addition to the public outreach that we had to come up with a design. On the public outreach standpoint, in November, you also approved a plan for us to go out to the public, recognizing we had a very short timeline to deliver this. We talked about meeting with the Chamber of Commerce and meeting with the downtown businesses, meeting with the downtown subcommittee. Those meetings took place in November and December. We also established set up a table at the Winter Lights on November 27th and spoke to a number of folks about the project design. Then we held 2 public meetings that were fairly well attended, and we'll talk more about those public meetings. The first was on December the 12th, and the second was on January the 9th. Based on that feedback is where we're at today. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Colleen Ferguson to walk you through how the community meetings went.
So the community engagement on development of this master plan has really been fabulous. The design team gathered input from about 100 people at the December 12th community meeting, and based on that input, they developed design concepts, shared those design concepts at the January 9th community meeting, and gathered input from about 200 people. And then we also learned a lot from an online survey that you'll hear more about soon. So I'll provide a brief summary of what the community said. So people love redwood trees. The square has 30 redwood trees that were planted in the late 60s and 70s. And based on the public input about these trees, both master plan options preserve 22 of the redwood trees. The design team studied the alignments of Exchange and Hinton carefully and concluded that there was no way to avoid removal of 5 redwood trees and still unify the square successfully. 3 redwood trees on the east side of the square would interrupt sight lines, so these would be removed in Master Plan Option 1 or retained if possible by building a retaining wall in Option 2. In both options, the historic bunya tree would remain. The other thing people said about the trees is that something good should be done with the trees that must be removed. So the city has a restoration project plan to improve water quality and habitat in Colgan Creek in southwest Santa Rosa. Redwood and cedar logs will be used in this project to create additional pool habitat in the creek to support fish and other aquatic life. Log sections will be used to construct multiple log structures to provide habitat complexity, cover, and create scour pools around the structures. Root wads will be anchored within the creek banks with the root end protruding out of the bank to stabilize the banks and create scour pools, again creating more habitat. So some of the trees from Courthouse Square could stay in Santa Rosa and help restore Colgan Creek. The other reuse people suggested was redwood art, which works great in some locations, but for this downtown project, the art needs to be very durable and not subject to vandalism. People told us that they need to be comfortable in the square, both day and night. So the square must have good visibility with open lines of sight and good lighting and no hiding places. And people should be able to figure out how to get to other destinations near the square. People want to be able to bring their children downtown and have places for kids to play in the square. So both master plan options include features to make the square inviting for families. As people in Santa Rosa love bicycling, so they asked for lots of bicycle parking and a design that supports bicycle events, which you'll see in both plans. People told us they need public Wi-Fi throughout the square and plenty of places for vendors and entertainers to access power during events. Now, some people need to park closer to the square than others, or to be dropped off at the square so they don't have to walk too far. And of course, the square should be accessible and welcome everyone. And people told us they want to be able to come to the square and have fun at events like the downtown market with Exchange and Hinton close to traffic, or concerts in the square. They want to sit outside at restaurants along the square and to play pétanque, which I think of as a French version of bocce ball, in the square. And people also said they want the Asawa art preserved and for the square to include public art and historical references, which you'll see in both master plan options. A lot of people don't know that in 1970, Mrs. Fred Rosenberg made a donation for construction of the fountain in East Courthouse Square in memory of her late husband. And the design team is working on options for a suitable feature in the reunified square to be dedicated in memory of Fred S. Rosenberg. So that's what the people said.
Moving into a little site history, kind of the fun part here. This is the, in the beginning slide, this is actually book 1 of maps, page 1, when the plaza was created by Julio Carrillo and others that mapped the plaza. And then in the kind of the early days of the plaza, in this photo from 1870, you can see the original courthouse that was right here where Exchange Bank is currently, was on the corner originally, and the square was still open. And that was, continued on until the first courthouse in the square was constructed in 1884, which is this courthouse here. And this courthouse that's in the center of the square, and look at the footprint because you'll be seeing more of that later, that lasted until the 1906 earthquake, which brought that one down. And then the next courthouse was in the square. The much larger one was constructed following the 1906 earthquake in 1910, and that lasted until 1966, when the major change was made to take out the two streets that existed up to that point around the square, Hinton and Exchange, and connect Mendocino and Santa Rosa Avenue through the middle of the square, which gave us this configuration. This is a photo from the 1970s. The west half of the square, the plaza there, was actually created about 1967. The easterly side a little bit later, around 1971, 72. The other thing that you can see from the 70s photo, if you take a look at 4th Street, is it looks remarkably different than what we see today. This was before the kind of that meandering street was put in, and of course the redwoods that went in there at that time. But this is what it looked like in the 70s. So moving now to the online survey.
Thanks. Okay. We had a team goal to make the Courthouse Square survey the highest participation count of any survey ever conducted by the city, and we accomplished it, thanks to a collective effort by the city and the community. Outreach and community input is vital for this project, and we took charge of getting people to participate in an online survey through a variety of outreach methods that I just want to go over with you briefly. The city outreach tools included social media and campaigns on many of the city's social channels that included up to 49,000 fans and followers. We sent out notification on the city's eGov delivery subscriber list. We did outreach to all of our city boards and commissions. We posted newsletter articles in many of our city department newsletters. And we talked about this project at 7 downtown subcommittee meetings, which included discussing alternative designs options, financing options, preview of design options, and process updates. We also worked with the city's neighborhood revitalization program to encourage survey participation and promoted the survey in over 200 holiday dinner bags, neighborhood door-to-door efforts, as well as computer literacy classes. We also worked with the business community and their social networks, thanks to the Santa Rosa Chamber of Commerce, the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and the North Bay Black Chamber of Commerce. We also worked in the print media space with 8 Press Democrat articles promoting the survey, as well as 6 social media posts in La Voz bilingual newspaper, as well as Sonoma County Gazette and their Santa Rosa Snippets section. We worked with radio to do a KRSO interview with Steve Jackson The Drive, as well as a Winter Lights radio campaign on Sonoma Media Group. We also participated in community events such as Winter Lights and the Wake Up Santa Rosa City and County Perspective. Jason touched on the fact that we have conducted 2 public meetings, one in December with 100+ attendees, as well as January 9th with 200+ attendees. The Public Works team did a fantastic job. Special thanks to the Marketing Outreach Coordinator, Julia Gonzalez, for creating a landing page and document resource center on the city's website at srcity.org/CHS for Courthouse Square, where all planning-related documents could be found, presentations and comments from both community meetings, as well as the full survey results. And so with that, I'd like to provide you with just a brief snapshot of some of our survey results. We had 46% male respondents, followed by 54% female. Highest response by age group included ages 60 and over, followed by 50 to 59 years of age, followed by 30 to 39 years old. We talked about how did people come to the square. We wanted to understand how did they come to our downtown, and 87% of the survey respondents drove. 26% walked, 16% bike, and 4% used public transportation. We asked how often our survey respondents interacted with our downtown. 48% of the survey respondents were there every week, followed by 24% every day, followed by 18% at least once a month. Then we dived into the top 10 most important Courthouse Square features. We wanted to get a sense from survey respondents what were the things they were excited to see in their reunified square. Lighting ranking number 1 as top priority at 74%, and you can see the list as followed. Then we asked what were the somewhat important features that would be nice to have. And you can see here portable stage and small gathering spaces. We had a very close tie, along with map of local attractions educational and historical elements, along with wayfinding signage, all pretty close in competition with each other. And then we closed off with the ability to close off streets at 34%. I'm available if you have any questions.
Chairman, Ms. Combs.
Were public bathrooms asked about specifically or volunteered at all? Where did they appear on the list?
They were not asked as part of the survey, but we did have an option to provide other and comments. And so if you go online to the full survey results, you can see all of the public input.
Thank you.
So I want to talk a little bit about the master plan options that we have before I turn it over to Kurt Nichols to walk through the master plan with you. So just these next couple slides more or less say what we heard from the design guidelines that you gave us back in November, what we heard from the public feedback, both during the public meetings as well as the public survey. These are the primary or key elements that we utilized to begin working on the design. That design then was reworked and reworked and reworked, and quite frankly was reworked up till about yesterday. So we're constantly reworking this as we get more and more feedback. And so these are the things that we're looking at that have caused us to develop the plan. Basically trying to preserve as many of the redwoods as possible, making sure that the bunya tree stays preserved. Making sure that we're reinstating or we're replanting more trees than we're taking out as part of the full plan. Making sure that that bike parking and lighting and wide sidewalks are a key part of the project. Looking at focusing that flexible and open, as well as making it that community living space with public art and Wi-Fi, and making it child-friendly. These are all things that we heard over and over again that we worked hard to incorporate. Last but not least, consistency with the EIR was something that wasn't necessarily stated in the feedback, but was definitely part of the program. We wanted to make sure that we didn't deviate from the guidelines that were set back in 2014. One thing we haven't talked about, at least not since my last stint with the city, we haven't talked about how traffic's going to get circulated around town, and we have seen some comments on this. The goal of this project wasn't to develop Hinton and Exchange as the new Mendocino Avenue. That wasn't what we were attempting to do. That wasn't what the EIR was designed or evaluated to make sure it met with good standards. And so here is what the circulation element for this project looks like. If you're coming southbound approaching downtown, the project recommends that you utilize B and Healdsburg Avenue to access B Street. This is pretty simple. It's pretty straightforward. I've been driving this quite a lot in my tenure here in Santa Rosa. And you continue down B Street until you get to First. First is where you reconnect with Santa Rosa Avenue on the south side of town. It's a very straightforward approach for southbound moving traffic. And we believe that this is a good approach for what happens when Mendocino Avenue is closed within the square. Northbound traffic gets a little trickier, and this is generally where we get most of the comments coming back to us. With the closure, you travel north on Santa Rosa Avenue, and you can reconnect to B Street through either First or Third. Third Street will have a dual left turn going northbound that will lead you on to Third, and Third will have a single right turn lane leading on to B Street. And so there is a restriction at that Third and B Street. There is a plan for that. Sort of the traffic signal operation gets modified as part of this project to be able to accommodate the volume of traffic that will be making that turn. Once you're on B Street, you continue to proceed north. You either reconnect to Mendocino Avenue at 10th Street, or we'll also be making changes at both 5th Street and 7th Street. Currently, 7th Street is bidirectional traffic. 5th Street is one-way westbound right now. This project makes 5th Street bidirectional so that you can access 5th Street going both east and west. Back in 2008, we had a grant from the Metropolitan Transportation Commission to initiate a good portion of this recirculation effort, and we did put about $1 million worth of improvements to make this recirculation a reality. We modified 10th Street. We put in a traffic signal at 10th and Mendocino Avenue. We made modifications to the striping out on 1st Street, and we started to do modifications on B. The remainder of the work really needs to have the square or that section of Mendocino Avenue closed before we begin to do the work that transfers traffic off of Santa Rosa Avenue down 3rd Street to B. So that's the next stage of work. That is the lion's share of what off-site traffic needs to occur. That is part of this project. The design team is actively working on that to build that into the contract that we'll be trying to move forward with this spring. So council also requested at the November meeting traffic calming on 3rd Street and 4th Streets. On 4th Street, we looked at a number of different options on how that particular roadway should look. How should the north side of the square interact with not only the cars, but the public, as well as the type of features we were looking at within the square. And after quite a little bit of dialogue, we determined that when we close off Mendocino Avenue at 4th Street, we actually have a very calmed intersection. It's that through movement that seems to create most of the angst for pedestrians in that location. And when we remove that through movement coming through Mendocino Avenue, that intersection becomes quite a bit easier to navigate, as well as the ability when you're off of the intersection to be able to cross 4th Street. So we felt that, in essence, leaving the status quo out there with the removal of Mendocino Avenue actually created a traffic calmed roadway that we felt comfortable with. Looking at 3rd Street got a bit more complicated. We had been asked to try to place medians out on 3rd Street. We were successful, and you'll see that in the plan, of identifying a landscaped median that will go just to the east of Santa Rosa Avenue, where the existing unsignalized crosswalk is. That location will provide a pedestrian refuge, but will also have a pedestrian activated flashing beacon to help enhance pedestrian safety and help connect the two sides of 3rd Street. On the west side of the Santa Rosa Avenue intersection, there was at one point an intent to try to incorporate a landscaped median. Because of the road width and the restrictions that we have between the two buildings, we really weren't able to accomplish that. And what we have is a fairly small concrete band median just to try to prohibit left turn movements for those vehicles coming eastbound trying to turn left into Exchange. That particular segment of 3rd Street is going to be one of the more congested sections. It's going to be the one that we wanted to make sure was particularly reserved for simple east-west movements and not have a lot of cross traffic. And so we've incorporated this ribbon median, is what we call it, to prohibit that left turn movement in and out or into Exchange from eastbound 3rd Street. With that, because of the traffic types that are in that location, we also chose not to incorporate a pedestrian crossing. That was one of the things that we had heard that folks wanted us to evaluate. We felt that that was not an appropriate location, and so we're at this point focusing pedestrians to the signalized intersection at Santa Rosa Avenue. Within the square on Hinton and Exchange, you'll see the design team has incorporated speed tables where we have the primary east-west crossings across the square and from the fronting businesses into the square. That's not necessarily the only place that pedestrians can cross, but that's the place that we're trying to make convenient, safe, and accessible for a majority of the citizens. And so we've taken that into consideration in an effort to calm traffic, but also provide that sense of place and connectivity between the two sides. And lastly, I wanted to bring up that we know that pickup and drop-offs is a big issue, as Colleen mentioned earlier. And so we've incorporated a loading zone off of 3rd Street in an effort for events that come into the square, so that if folks do want to be picked up and drop off, that it would be a location, and we've created a safe space for that to occur.
Sure. Ms. Combs?
I just want to confirm, I see one, I think on both the 3rd Street and at least in option 2 on the 4th Street side, pick up and drop off. I just want to confirm those are going to meet the ADA requirements for side loading and unloading.
They will.
Thank you.
And there will also be ADA parking spaces on Hinton and Exchange as well. And I think when Kurt gets the chance to walk through it, he'll highlight some of those things. Some of the other options that we came up with that you'll see, we've identified spaces for the street furniture, for lighting fixtures, for the children's play area, but we're not at a point specifically where we've got a specific design detail to ask council to give us the approval on. So we want to continue that conversation to come up with a design palette specifically for the furniture and the amenities at that site that we'll bring back at a later date. Right now, our proposal is should we be moving forward with this project? When we get to a point where we want to award a bid for construction, it's at that point that we believe it would be appropriate for us to bring back the design palette for you to review and approve as well. That'll give us more time to hone in on what specific features we want to have and what the look of those features would be. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Kurt Nichols to walk you through the specifics of the square.
Thanks, Jason. It's exciting to finally be at this point where we're about to create a grand civic space in the heart of our downtown once again. The master plan we're going to present to you tonight is a further refinement of one of the concept plans that we presented at the community meeting on January 9th, and the one that received the most support. Just in a reminder that, at the heart of all this, the goal is to revitalize the center of downtown and encourage the vibrancy, economic vitality, and the people attracting activity that we all want to see. So the first step in this, we believe, is to reintroduce the streets, Hinton and Exchange, that originally framed the square from the 1850s until 1966, and to rekindle the shopping street vitality that once existed around the perimeter of the square that is evident in some of the old historic photos. But these streets will not be typical asphalt streets. These streets will instead be concrete. They'll be detailed as plaza paving that extends out from the wide sidewalks in front of the surrounding buildings, where outside dining, strolling, and other activity will be encouraged. They will be flexible spaces that can accommodate market stalls and event booths when they're close to vehicles. They will have abundant pedestrian-scaled lighting, providing a feeling of a festive environment and a sense of safety and security. And most importantly, they will frame the square that is the heart of our city. As Jason mentioned, on 3rd Street, we're introducing a median here near the east end of the square that will provide some refuge at the crosswalk to the Comstock Mall, and there will also be the pedestrian flashers at that location. And then this is the location of the median, or the ribbon median that he referenced, where that would prohibit the left turns into Exchange. So the interior of the square will be open and flexible to accommodate activities and uses ranging from major events like the Amgen Tour of California to concerts, the Wednesday night market, classic car shows, movie nights, or a place to enjoy lunch on your own or with friends. The square will announce its presence as approached from the south with a major public art installation, which will terminate the vista looking north on Santa Rosa Avenue. Approaching from the north, the relocated Asawa Fountain will terminate the vista looking south on Mendocino Avenue. And granite steps from the old courthouse that used to be in the square will be reused to accommodate grade changes associated with the relocated fountain. The central area of the square is a green of reinforced turf in the form of the footprint of the first courthouse that I showed you a little while ago that used to occupy the center of the square. And that was there from 1884 until 1906. This central green will be punctuated by 4 prominent accent trees that will be surrounded by circular benches. And then pedestrian-scaled luminaires with color-changing LED lights will be defining the outside corners of the green, kind of in those locations that you see. The east-west axis through the center of the square is aligned with the Empire Building, and to enhance the presence of this iconic building on the square and to frame the view of it from across the square. The primary pedestrian crossings of Hinton and Exchange are also aligned with the Empire Building, and these are the speed tables that Jason referenced, so they're up at the same level. So these crossings connect the sidewalks fronting the buildings with the interior and are at the same grade. There are bosques of deciduous trees located on the east and west sides of the square, so that would be these areas here. I'm having trouble navigating this pointer. But these bosques of deciduous trees will provide flexible areas with summer shade and open views through, but with a sense of enclosure provided by the tree canopy. Both fixed and movable chairs will be available under the tree bosques, and small gatherings can be comfortably accommodated here. Particularly, there's you can see there's smaller bosques up in these areas, and then there's the larger ones. These are also locations where interactive art and playable art for children can be found, and a place where informal games of pétanque could take place. This is an example of an interactive play structure that it was interactive art. I mean, it was an art piece that was actually part of the rotating art in the square a few years back. I'm not sure that we all understood how much it was appreciated by a lot of families with kids until when it came out, we found out. But it's a good example of what can happen in the square. So back to the plan. Concerts and staged events will utilize the city's existing portable stage, which is kind of outlined, the size of it here. And one of the advantages to that, it not only keeps the space open and flexible and allows the public art to be kind of the main feature, but it can be located in a variety of locations around the square for different events. Extensive bicycle parking will be provided at the primary entries to the square, at street corners, at the central crossings of Hinton and Exchange, and the main kind of east-west entries to the park, or to the square, as well as on the Hinton and Exchange sidewalks near adjacent businesses. Also, information and wayfinding kiosks will be located near the primary entries to the square. So you can see those are located around here. Sustainability will be addressed by following applicable guidelines from the Russian River Friendly Landscape Guidelines. And almost all of the square paving is planned to be permeable. The primary paving will be permeable pavers. The area under it, which is most of the area that you see here, the color hopefully reads a little better on your screens. The primary paving is permeable pavers. The area under the tree bosques is proposed to be decomposed granite or crushed recycled concrete. If we use the recycled concrete, that would be in keeping with one of the best practices that's identified in the Russian River Friendly Landscape Guidelines. And all paved areas will be designed to be accessible and ADA compliant. So the original plan for putting Hinton and Exchange, reintroducing those streets, called for retaining 19 of the 30 existing redwood trees. And then subsequently, and what's reflected in option 1, there were 3 additional redwood trees that were identified that we could retain here. So that's what's, those are shown here. So option 1 retains those additional 3 for a total of 22 of 30, and this option is the one that our design team is recommending to you this evening. Option 2 would retain an additional 3 redwoods, and I'm going to switch here just to show what. In all scenarios, these redwood trees would remain. These are at the north, near the northwest corner of the square, and all of those would remain in all alternatives. Similarly, on the kind of the northeast side of the square, all of these redwoods that you see here would also be retained, with the exception of a couple in the background back here, which are unfortunately fall kind of right square in the center of where Hinton would be. So going back, this graphic shows the trees. All the ones outlined in green here, these are the ones I just showed you. All of these would be saved, as would these over here, as well as the Christmas tree down here at the south, the bunya tree, and then these are the 3 additional from the original proposal in option 1 that would be retained. And then option 2 would retain an additional 3, this one here and these 2 down here that are on a small knoll. Unfortunately, these are the 2 in the background I mentioned on an earlier slide that fall pretty much right square in the center of Hinton. So putting that street in doesn't allow those to stay. We did look also at these 3 over here and whether we could potentially find a way to save those that are in this planter near the Empire Building. And again, are just located right in the center of where Exchange would be. But we ran into issues with providing the fire access to the Empire Building that you can see right here. This is because the Empire Building is over 3 stories, we need to be able to get the aerial access, the fire ladder truck to have access per the fire code to that building. And it's a pretty big animal. You can see it's about 63 feet long. And to get the access needed for that is difficult to do with the trees there. We were also asked about other trees on the site and why those are all being removed. This table right here lists all the types of trees that are on the square. You can see the most prevalent are the redwoods. There's 30 of those, followed by gladizias or honey locusts. There's also 30 of those. Unfortunately, a lot of these trees are not in great shape at this point. Some have been there for a long period of time, you know, withstanding the kind of the urban abuse that they get, and you know, in kind of creating our new square, not something that we thought was a good idea going forward. Kind of the next most prevalent are the red maples that are street trees along Santa Rosa Avenue through the middle. And while some of those are in decent shape, you know, again, that selection, those particular trees, they require a fair amount of water. And without a lot of water, they don't do so well in an urban environment. However, the next tree is, in terms of prevalence, there's 7 crepe myrtles on the site, and they're actually in good shape and are the kind of tree that we were envisioning in the plan as far as a flowering accent tree. And so it's possible that we might consider moving some of these trees and reusing them. That's a possibility that we're considering. So just back to summarize option 1. We'll retain 22 of the 30 existing redwood trees. It will maintain clear lines of sight into the square and east to west across the square to the Empire Building. This option provides a total of 64 new deciduous shade trees and 56 flowering accent trees for a total of 120 new trees. The new trees that we're planning to plant, we're looking at large box trees, which would have immediate impact, require less time to fulfill their role in the new square, and be better able to withstand the rigors of the downtown urban setting right from the beginning. So at this point, we're considering 36-inch box trees for a lot of these, which would be a tree of about 13 to 15 feet in height and about a 5 to 6 foot spread, or possibly some of the next size up, a 48-inch box, which would be 16 to 18 feet in height and 8 to 9 foot spread. And then finally, in this option 1, both Hinton and Exchange have a straight alignment, similar to how they were historically configured. So that's just another summary. Moving on to option 2. So the main difference in option 2 is that additional redwoods would be saved or retained. These 2 right here would need a retaining wall to be constructed around them and would require the alignment of Hinton to kind of curve around them. One of the other challenges with these trees is to get the street through them. You can see that we're real close to the pedestrian crossing from the Comstock Mall, so there's a limit to how far, you know, that street could move over before we're on top of the walk. So that requires, basically to fit it in there, would need a retaining wall of about 3.5 feet next to those trees to save them. And then this other redwood that would be saved up here has a double leader to it, which would require stabilization measures. I'll show you a photo in a minute, such as cabling. And the other thing that we're not real crazy about in saving that one in terms of the design is that we were trying to open up the view of the Empire Building across the square, and that would be compromised to some extent by that. So this photo shows the two redwoods that are on the knoll near the southeast corner of the square. This knoll or berm that they're on is about 5 feet high, and the retaining wall that I mentioned would have to go in about this location here and would be, like I said, about 3.5 feet high in order to do that. This is the other redwood tree that has the double leader that would require some mitigation measures to keep that.
Can you expand on the mitigation measures required for that tree?
I might best have that addressed by our arborist. Could I maybe get through that first? Because, so just to summarize, option 2, this option would retain 25 of the 30 existing redwood trees. As I mentioned, it would require a retaining wall of about 3.5 feet for these two redwoods down in the southeast corner. And in keeping those trees, we would also be keeping the berm with the retaining wall that they're on, which would compromise sight lines into the square, which was something that we were trying to keep open as a design criterion. It would, as far as the new trees planted, it would be very similar to option 1, the only difference being that these redwoods would take the place of 3 other trees that were going to be planted right here in option 1. And as I mentioned, Hinton Avenue would have a curved alignment in order to avoid the 2 redwoods in that location. So kind of a lot of it seems to be about numbers. So here's kind of a summary table looking at starting with the area of the square, the rough dimensions in the east-west dimension and north-south are essentially identical. There's a slight difference in area, but it's not really usable area. That's basically with some of the area that would be in the planter for where the additional redwoods in option 2 that would be retained. Again, there'd be 22 that would remain in option 1 and 25 in option 2, along with the bunya. That would mean a total of 23 being retained in option 1 and 26 in option 2. The total trees removed would be 90 in option 1 and 87 in option 2, and those are all the other types of trees that I just showed you on the other exhibit. The total new trees planted would be 120 in option 1 and 117 in option 2. And then in terms of the parking on Exchange, there would be 22 new spaces in option 1 and in option 2, so Exchange would stay the same in both options. On Hinton, there would be 23 in option 1 and 17 in option 2, so the total spaces in option 1 would be 45 and 39 in option 2. So that's by the numbers. And then just one thing I'd add in closing, we did meet with the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Board at their meeting last Thursday, and they voiced their unanimous support for option 1 at that meeting. So at this point, I'll hand back to Jason, I believe.
So that's the kind of the description of the master plan that we have moving forward and the description of the options. So what we're asking from staff standpoint at this point is to request that council adopt a resolution selecting the preferred alternative, which is option 1 that we showed you, and approve the master plan so that we can begin to move forward. And then we've talked about a number of things within the square. We would also like to get direction and or approval of any of those features that you feel that you can, that you agree with, such as the area that Kurt described for the reinforced turf and the shape of that area. If that's something that you agree with, we would certainly like that approval to move forward with tonight. Or things such as the type of tree canopy that he was mentioning, not necessarily talking about species, we'd like to discuss that a little bit further, but the things he talked about as far as numbers, as far as the type of canopy, how he wanted to utilize the trees in the space, if those are things that you agree to, that will help frame the conversation as we continue to discuss the interior features. Things like the decorative light fixtures, or quite frankly, the relocation of the Asawa fountain. If those are items that you've looked at in this design that you feel are appropriate, I would love it to see that included as part of the resolution moving forward. It will allow us to help frame the additional conversation about what the aesthetic features that we need to continue to discuss will be. And so what we're recommending is adopting the resolution, approving option 1, and approving the master plan moving forward. And staff and the consultant team are here to answer any questions that you have.
Mr. Nutt, I have a question. In slide 34, you mentioned that the design of the interior of the square to continue, and you just addressed that. What I have a little bit of difficulty with is, and I've had some emails about some of the details, for instance, the number of trees in the center of the square. Although I have questions about whether or not there should be that many planted there for a number of reasons. Not being a urban square planner, it would be hard for me to offer an alternative, even though I'm feeling a little questioning when it comes to that quantity of trees in that space. So, although I wouldn't be able to necessarily tell you tonight, as opposed to 40, I want 30, by getting more input from certain designers that I know, arborists, whatever it might be, those recommendations might come at a later time, not this evening. Although I could probably say, I'd like to see that further explored. I don't know that I could tell you how many I would want to add or subtract from the current design.
And Mayor, sorry, that's perfectly fine, and we're happy to, we're planning on having an additional conversation with Recreation and Parks Department. This is really their space to manage and maintain. We want their specific input on the type of trees, how the trees are planted, and how they're oriented on the site. So we intend to have additional conversations there. I wasn't necessarily looking specifically at the numbers. I was more looking at the type of layout that they're talking about, the type of feature that the tree would be. If that's in the range of what it is we think would be appropriate, that's sort of the direction, because it limits the amount, it limits the scope of the additional conversation. If what I hear back is, we want you to go out and continue to discuss the landscape plan for this site, then we will continue to do that and bring you back an alternative when we come back with the kind of the design palette, which will be our next touch that we're hoping to do when we go to award a construction bid.
Okay, I appreciate that, because when I look at this, sometimes I look at it in a way that it looks perhaps, in a sense, like I might plant a garden, but not necessarily an urban center, used with the kind of flexibility that we're looking for. So that's where my discomfort comes from to some degree. Council, other questions? Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the presentation. My first question I already asked about the one redwood tree with, is it appropriate now? You might want to put that back on the screen so we can take a look at it.
So we're looking at a tree there with,
No, sorry.
we're looking at a tree with double trunks that has a tendency to want to fail. So the two mitigation measures we would consider would be installing a cable to hold those two together or removing one of the leaders. And that would be decided by a closer inspection of that fork and what's going on there.
Okay, so there's that answers my question.
They're both pretty standard approaches to a forked tree like that.
So it fits into either design, I would assume.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. Reinforced turf, I have a question as to the amount of irrigation required.
Yeah, the reinforcing has to do with, basically it's a kind of a grid material in gravel drainage that we put under it. Basically makes it stronger so that occasionally vehicles could drive on it. If we want to have a car show or something like that, we could do that. We've done that in other locations. In terms of the water use, that has to do with the turf variety more than anything else, and there's newer varieties that are being developed that require, less water than standard, but basically turf does use water, so.
No, I understand that. I'm just concerned about the message. As much as I like lawns, we're in a drought. Even though it doesn't seem like it, we're still in a drought.
Councilmember Wysocki, one of the things we did hear back, obviously try to do a low water usage plan, but one of the things we did hear during the public meetings was the interest in having green space on the property. And so I think the design team made every effort to provide that green space, but keeping it limited and contained so that it wasn't entirely a green square.
Okay, I appreciate that. The fountain, the Aswa fountain, did I pronounce that correct? Asawa, excuse me. Vis-a-vis the Rosenberg fountain. Why are we keeping one in the square and not the other, vis-a-vis?
So I'll give this a shot first, and then I'll pass it off if we need more information. So unfortunately, how the Rosenberg fountain sits, it actually sits and is overlapped by Hinton Avenue. And so saving that, we wouldn't be able to save it because of how the road works its way into and across that piece of property. We are working with the family's representative, the Rosenberg family representative, to come up with what a reasonable other feature would be that we could dedicate in honor of the family. And at this point, the feedback we've had so far is they're open to that conversation, and we're just trying to come up with what that appropriate feature is. The Asawa fountain, the initial plan for the Asawa fountain was not the fountain itself, it was the panels. And those are the special piece of this. The design teams looked at that, and they're afraid that they're not going to be able to safely take the paneling off of the concrete fountain wall. And so we've been trying to figure out, in order to preserve that artwork, what's the best way to do it. So we've talked about cutting the concrete wall up and using the concrete wall that had the panel on it and repurposing it. We just felt that we wanted to have some water feature at the site. We wanted to have some fountain. And that's actually not a bad little fountain aesthetic piece if you look at just where the Asawa panels are. So we felt that we could repurpose that, retain the artwork, retain the intent of what was done previously for the artwork, rebuild kind of the guts of the pools or the fountains so that it actually functioned appropriately, and refresh it so that we have a new feature out there that still honors the Asawa artwork, but gives it a new life and a new location. So that's sort of how we kind of, I want to say, picked and chose which one we wanted to use, but there really weren't too many options when it came to the Rosenberg fountain.
Thank you. Lastly, educational and historical elements, where would I find those in these proposals? Are those forthcoming for the interior?
Well, in both, kind of in several places. I guess one is the outline of the green itself is the footprint of the second courthouse, so there's a historical reference there. There's also the reuse of the courthouse steps, both in the Asawa fountain and perhaps the banding around the green itself, some materials.
But more specific, such as references to Luther Burbank or historical timelines, can those be developed later in the process? Should we decide those are proper?
They could be, yeah.
There are also a couple of time capsules on the property, plus, quite frankly, the reunification of the square itself is a historical component. So,
no, I understand that, but I want something for the families that come or for the kids to see what preceded them.
So again, I think there's opportunity for in this conversation for you to inform us some things that as we go into the interior design and looking for those elementations, that these are things that would bring us clarity in that process in what's a very condensed time frame. So hearing this is exactly what we need to hear.
If I can expand on that, I mean, in front of the remaining redwoods, we could have interpretive signs pointing to Armstrong Grove, perhaps, or other larger groves, something pointing towards Luther Burbank's residence, which is only a block or two away, perhaps even a significant a tree of significance that one of his varieties. That's Santa Rosa.
Those great ideas, and we'll certainly take that information. We are going to be working with both Recreation and Park and the Parks Commission, or I'm sorry, the Art and Public Places Commission. So we'll be bringing those ideas to them and see if they have some additional that we can move
And then
forward
the timeline, I've heard, you could have a local and a historical one. The local one could go all the way up to, Mayor Sawyer getting sworn in, but, that's a possibility.
So was that a directive?
Just a thought.
Thank you. A couple of mine, I think, were touched on. I just want to make sure that it was heard. I know that we have an art master plan, and I'm concerned that, for example, movable furniture, there were a variety of those concepts in the art master plan. So you've mentioned art in public places, but I want to redouble that there are many ideas in the current art master plan that would be affected here. So if you can be sure that this goes before them before it comes back to us, that would be really helpful.
And that is definitely our intention.
Okay, I have questions for the arborist also. It concerns me we have in the past required home builders to hand dig around oak root trees because of concern about damaging the roots, causing long-term damage to the tree. So I would like to hear from you, even if we leave certain trees, will what we do damage roots significantly? If we put a box around these redwoods, will it cause them to fail? I'm just concerned about, do we need to hand dig? Is there, we've required our developers to do some of these things. Are we requiring ourselves to do them?
We haven't actually gotten to that stage of talking, but that would be a standard part of a development plan, is to put that kind of a specification together, very specific guidelines, step by step, on what a contractor would be required to do on a tree by tree and location by location basis.
Are you comfortable with either option 1 or option 2's trees being able to withstand the work that needs to be done? For example, on Hinton Avenue, in addition to building the road, we're doing water and sewer work. So I'm concerned, are you comfortable with the trees shown as saved on that plan, being able to make it through the road work, water and sewer work?
I'm not wild about that plan.
Tell me.
Primarily, we've got that wall that Kurt described. It's 6 feet from the base of that tree. So
Okay.
we're looking at losing 40% of the root system. So I have concerns with stability of that tree as well as its long-term. And we can mitigate health with irrigation. We can't mitigate root loss of that,
Right.
of that nature. Very shallow rooted species, the impact is going to be significant.
So the Hinton Street pair of trees on the berm, the grassy knoll.
Right.
Those are the ones that have the concern.
They take the hit.
And if the road came east a little further, how much further east should the road come if we were to protect those 2 trees to your satisfaction?
I would want to see a minimum of 10 to 12 feet.
So it's 6 feet from the base now, and
Right.
you think another 4 feet would be needed to really protect those 2 trees?
Yes, and there's no way to tunnel around roots. They're just going to be cut. So
Right.
that's the distance, I think, very minimum that we would have to have.
Okay. I think that's the information I needed to know from you. And with the tree that has the 2 double leader,
Yes.
if you cut one off, does the tree eventually grow rounded again, or does it always going to look like a tree with the twin missing?
It's going to be a little odd looking to begin with, but over time, it will adjust. It's not an unusual thing to do. It's not an ideal thing to do, but it's not unusual. So yeah, it will, at first, will be unusual looking, and it will adapt.
Okay, and the other trees that are indicated without question as being retained, Are any of those trees you have concern about the digging or the road work that would happen around those trees?
Not at this point. Again, we haven't looked at that kind of detail, but that will be incorporated into a more detailed plan. So I'm comfortable we can do that. We do it all the time.
I heard you say something about water being a factor. And so if we were to affect the root system of some trees, would we need to increase irrigation then to those trees?
That is a mitigation measure. If we have to lose a portion of root system, we might write a specification calling for temporary supplemental irrigation to help them through the transition of the
How
impact.
long is temporary supplemental, roughly?
Depends on the tree and the size and the amount of impact, but generally 3 years.
3 years
Yeah.
of extra water?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
that might only be watering once a month, too.
And in our climate, I don't know how different size root boxes do. I've heard people say that they would like larger trees put in. We heard 36-inch box, we heard 48-inch box. I've seen a letter requesting 60-inch box. If we plant bigger trees, how do they do with the transplanting when they're that size?
They do just fine.
They're okay.
You should expect 100% survival, no problem.
And would we need to do 3 additional years of watering on any of those?
All your new trees are going to have to be irrigated until they're established, well established. So 3 to 5 years, I would estimate, on most trees.
Do the cost estimates, such as they aren't, for this project include how we irrigate those trees? Do we have an idea have we talked about that at all?
Are you talking annual operating costs? I mean, we're working on a capital project we're in a capital conversation right now. Obviously,
Okay.
we're working through conversations about operations, but right now we're talking about a capital construction project.
All right, just from my own point of view, bigger trees is better. But we need to understand what the cost impacts are as a percentage of the whole project, because it may be small relative to the size of the whole project. I think the rest of my questions are not arborist, but I have a couple more. Thank you. That was really helpful to hear. I have a concern about how we stabilize decomposed granite. How do we, and there's some ADA-related concerns to this as well as just it cracks and stuff. So can you tell me a little about the decomposed granite choice and how we're going to manage and stabilize the decomposed granite? And I apologize, this is the old engineer talking again.
Yeah, I've been struggling with that too. We were actually talking about initially a fairly new product called granitecrete that's been used a lot, but it doesn't have as much feel as the regular decomposed granite, which, so if we're looking at, you could play
Doesn't give that Twilleries feel, does it?
Exactly, yeah. And it's kind of, is it accessible? Yeah, some of the time, and some of the time not. So kind of what we were looking at with the idea of the bosques of trees is that might be limited to, to some areas, so that we don't have it. It's not nearly as extensive, as it might be. So the main paving, as I mentioned, would be permeable pavers, so that that would basically give us our accessible paths of travel everywhere, but there would be more limited areas. So as I mentioned, the other alternative material like the recycled, crushed concrete, the idea was that, that would be more limited to have that, that kind of more, natural feel that you could do other things with. As we explore that further, it could be that, we're prohibited from that, and that might, that might change. It's kind of it's a tough balance between the accessibility and the other feel that we're trying to get, as I know you're aware.
It is, yeah. That's why I asked the question, because this is just a real difficult one. I'm not really sure I understand what's going on under the bosques of trees. Is there a structure under there? Is there? What's going on under the trees?
It would vary. I think we, indicated that, one of the, there could be places for
Yeah, in there.
interactive art pieces. There would also be
Is the
fixed
ground
table.
level?
Oh, yeah,
or-
it's all level.
And the ground is the pavers, is the,
Under the boss of trees right now, we're looking at that area being the decomposed ground or the
Okay.
recycled concrete.
okay.
In some ways similar to, if you're familiar with the Windsor Town Green.
Right.
Their surface is recycled crushed concrete.
Right.
And so, yeah, it has its pluses and minuses. I
Yeah.
visited it the other day to kind of see, and I mean, it looks good, but is it,
So
I think it's accessible, but, it's,
how does a bicycle route go around the square? If a bicycle, there isn't a separate bike lane for going around the square? Is it a sharrow? What is the square going to be?
Well, the square is intended to be a low-speed, fairly low-volume roadway, and so we would expect that bicyclists would share the road with vehicles coming on Hinton and Exchange. There are bike lanes, Class 2 bike lanes on 3rd Street, and the master plan doesn't necessarily call for any bicycle facilities on 4th. Both Santa Rosa Avenue and Mendocino Avenue call for Class 2 bike lanes at some point. We do have Class 2 bike lanes on Santa Rosa Avenue approaching the square, but we haven't yet constructed Class 2 bike lanes further north on Mendocino Avenue. So the intent is once they get off of Santa Rosa Avenue, they can either follow the traffic on 3rd Street to B, where bicycle lanes exist through most of that stretch, or they can follow the lighter traffic through the square, but sharing the lane while they reconnect with Mendocino Avenue going north.
Okay, so the bicycle lane on 3rd Street needs to be, I need to understand that more clearly, and I can do that offline.
There's an existing Class 2 bike lane out there, and so...
And it doesn't, well, it would be restriped as needed.
That's correct. It would
Okay.
be retained as we restripe the roadway.
And this may sound like an odd question. Hugh Futrell has done some really nice work on a large building on the, what is it, the southeast corner, southwest corner. I'm not clear how people who are visiting that building, say the museum in that building, cross the street. Can you explain to me how people go from that building? Because I think there's a barrier of some kind intended to provide some safety so people don't turn left. So how will people walk across the street from that great new building?
Yeah, as I mentioned early on, that was one of the struggles we had. It was a request that we had, and it's been dating back years as we've been looking at this. And we've been recommending at this point that the safest, most appropriate place is for pedestrians from the square to access the museum on the square is to utilize the signalized crossing at 3rd Street and Santa Rosa Avenue. There will be crosswalks on all 3 sides of that intersection as currently exists today. And so the intent is to direct pedestrian traffic to that location. It really is the safest place for them. The amount of traffic that we expect to see in that block of 3rd Street, we just don't feel that it's conducive to pedestrian traffic, especially knowing we can't provide a pedestrian refuge down the middle.
Right.
And with the type of movements we see coming in and out of Exchange Street, we just didn't feel it was an appropriate place. So we are recommending directing pedestrians to the intersection at 3rd and Santa Rosa Avenue.
And my last question, and I apologize, I've been sick and was unable to attend some of the special meetings about this. There appear to be light poles in some parking spaces on Hinton that I assume maybe they're overhead lights, or is that, I'm not doing gotcha. I really was thinking maybe it was like a Cobra light or something.
No, I'm
Okay,
afraid that
I'm-
was
I'm
just left over from option 1 and
Okay,
into
I'm
option
sorry.
2. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I think I'll wait for the community to get to speak up. Thank you so much for the opportunity to ask questions about this.
Thank you. Mr. Corsi.
Quick comment and a couple questions. As a regular cyclist, I see these streets, Hinton and Exchange, as being really easy to navigate on a bike without a bike lane. 4th Street right now is slow enough, and
Even with cars
it's
backing
a
out?
comfortable place to ride a bike, and I think these will be too. My questions are about sightlines, and I understand the desire to have good sightlines for a number of reasons, and I understand the reluctance, if you will, to put a box around the 2 redwoods in the southeast corner, creating a kind of hiding area or refuge there. But why does that also not apply to the 2 terminated vistas, the art installation at the south end and the Asawa Fountain on the north?
We actually met with the Art and Public Places Committee yesterday, and our artist, Martin Webb, presented essentially just some ideas about what our design team was thinking might be appropriate art pieces. And one of the things they all had in common is that they're pretty transparent with the idea that they don't block that view. So they ranged from things that might be, suspended, or something that might be almost in a mesh that you could see through, or maybe something, what you see here almost looks like a little, a grid of columns, but not really a grid. But there could be some columns that you could see through. There could be things that are reflective that could be in there. But the idea was that it was still transparent and not blocked off. At the other end, the Asawa Fountain is about 3 feet high on one side, and then it drops down on the other. And we're showing the 3-foot side facing north, so we don't see that as being quite as huge. I mean, the other redwood planters in that area are about 18 inches, 2 feet. So.
Those redwood planters that exist now would remain?
Yeah, we'd probably reface them or something, but they in order to maintain the trees, we don't want to disturb them too much.
Okay, so those are going to be interrupting the sight lines as well.
So if I could take one more stab at answer your question as well. I think the artwork and the Asawa Fountain we see as destinations on the site, and so it will attract people and not necessarily be a conducive or convenient place for folks to hide or want to sit or want to do something differently. Whereas the concern that we've raised about the one particular planter in the southeast corner of the site, it really isn't a destination. It really still is a corner of the property. It's sort of away from what because of the type of amenity that would end up, it's away from where we would expect public to want to move toward, and could end up resulting in one of those back corner places. We don't see that happening with some of those other spots on the property that we're looking at highlighting and bringing people to and enhancing. So we don't see those as being the type of obstructions that I think you were referring to.
Okay. My other question is about water, and I share the concerns about using a lot of water for irrigation of the turf and the new trees and the fountain. And I know we're talking about a capital project here, but long-term, it might be interesting to find out whether it's feasible to bring recycled water to this part of the city.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Actually, I'll start with that last question, because I heard what the city manager said, this is a capital project. But I guess I would like to hear some information, because if we're making a decision, let's go with option A, there will be some maintenance costs. And if we go with A, what is your strategy to identify the funding needed to maintain it? With our recent history of some of our parks area, and I agree that it's a rec and park issue, but what I would not want is we do this and it comes brown because we can't afford it.
So as I said, when we started this project back when you funded in early last year, we have the current state of funding that we have to support parks projects. So that's part of the reason we need to get into some additional conversations, absolutely. The expedited timetable that we're working on means that we're going to have to work through things as we go through the process. So trying to get an understanding of what the design is then going to facilitate the next conversation about management of the space and dictate some absolute future conversations. So that we are absolutely cognizant of that. We have to live within our means, and that's what we communicated before. But without some more specifics about where we're going as a project, it becomes sort of a fishing expedition. So what are we casting our operational budget to support?
No, and I can totally appreciate it's kind of the chicken or the egg, which comes first. It's just, I'm sure I'm not the only one. I've heard other comments about that is a concern of ours. So how are we going to maintain the space that we create?
It is a concern of us in our entirety as staff, too.
Great, we're on the same page
And
then.
from the beginning, the question was asked. So right now, we have a fixed budget as it revolves around park operations and city operations, and so we have to live within our means of that conversation.
And if I can expand just a little bit, that's part of why we're having a substantial number of meetings with recreation and park operations staff to make sure that the design that we're proposing, the type of materials, the type of plants that we're putting in are things that they can maintain today that don't require specialized equipment or specialized ordering. We want to make sure that they're comfortable and able to manage what it is we're proposing out here.
No, I appreciate that. And so I just want to be very brief on the question that you asked, Jason. So I appreciate the use of the fountain and keeping that there. I like the footprint and the historical reason for that footprint. And I also share some of the comments that the mayor said about the canopies and type of trees. That's out of my wheelhouse. You know, I went to the earlier community meeting, which was very helpful to hear other perspectives. But I would rely on some subject matter experts about what is a proper tree in a park setting. Thank you.
Ms. Carlstrom.
Mr. Mayor, in the interest of the lateness of the hour, could we please move to public comment on this? And I will happily yield my time.
Certainly. So we'll have 2 minutes per person. We'll need to be pretty strict so that everyone has a chance to speak. I will do my best to pronounce the names as written, but I know that I will face some challenges. It always happens. And once you'll see a yellow warning light, and I think that's, is that 10 seconds? 15 seconds is the yellow warning, and then it will go red and you'll hear a tone. And within a couple of seconds after that tone, I will interrupt you if it doesn't seem like you are ready to stop. So I will be pretty strict about that, and we have about 2 hours of public testimony before me. If everyone speaks and everyone takes their 2 minutes. It was 3 hours earlier today, so this is close, maybe a little over 2 hours. Doug Van Dyke. Followed by Dino D'Arenzio.
Mayor and Council, I'll make it brief. I'll stay under 30 seconds if I can. First of all, thank you. This has been a project that has been studied back till I was in diapers. Aaron, I'm not even sure you were born yet. So I'm not sure there's many topics we could go over, but I implore you tonight, move ahead with the outside design, move ahead with the outside streets. Let's get everybody involved in the inside process. But I cannot thank you and staff enough for all the hard work you've done getting this together. It's been a long time coming, and I thank you for all your hard work in getting it done.
Thank you. Dino. Followed by Linda Adrian.
Thank you, Mayor Sawyer and council members. I almost feel like I won the lottery coming to talk early here, so I go home. Dino D'Arenzio, I'm with Keegan & Copen Commercial Real Estate, a nearby property owner on 3rd and D Street. I represent some family properties there, and for many years have represented lots of businesses over the years in the retail and the offices around the properties. Actually going back to the Empire Building, one of the first tenants since about 1977. They lasted a short period of time. My main focus, when I look here, I see a lot of green. I see traffic calming. I see, business friendly and child and family-friendly activity and restaurant possibility all around the square. For me, the main comment has to do with parking, the need to retain the parking that we have there. If you look at the footage around the square, the buildings around the square, we have approximately about 200,000 square feet of office and retail shops. There's about 38 or 40 parking spaces really added or provided to those shops, which, in a ratio of what's typical is still severely, under what's needed, but this is a great step towards being able to add to the vitality of the stores and restaurants and activity around the square. And of course, you could close the streets off and add, activities and fun events like that. But I urge you to keep as much parking as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Linda? Followed by Brian Schultz.
Could I ask that option 2 be shown, please? Thank you. I'm really here to support a lot of the redwood trees that I think should be kept, and I think option 2 should be kept, used instead of option 1. I think the trees down in the bottom right corner, that the street could be moved over. You don't need the trees on the right side there. And so the redwood tree could be saved. And for the other one, why can't we keep both stems up and have cords so that way it looks balanced and the tree doesn't feel like it's lost half itself? And then my other comment is, in all of this, I'm concerned, as you can see, I use a cane. My walking is iffy. I don't walk distances. I don't see where this courthouse square is friendly to me for me to actually use it. And then I'm concerned with the destabilized granite and the crushed concrete. For me to walk in anything that moves is really tricky. So which means all of the art, all of the stuff, if I'm not mistaken, has all this granite stuff, which I really couldn't walk in. Also, I don't see a lot of areas for me to be able to sit down and rest. Okay, if we could ask about that, because it bothers me with having stuff to walk on that moves a lot, because it's just unstable for me, and I can't be the only one. And if anyone's in a wheelchair, if you've ever pushed anyone in a wheelchair, it's hell to push somebody on moving ground. Thank you.
And then the staff and the consultants will answer your questions afterwards. I think they will definitely ease some of your anxiety about that issue. Brian, I may have mispronounced the last name, S-C-H-U-L... Oh, U-L-E-R. Good. Schuler. I said Schultz. I was close. All right. Apologize. Thank you.
I'm a landscape contractor also, and I've been doing this for years. And I write contracts, and I could not write a contract without a finished plan. And this plan is not finished. There's a lot of questions as to what to do, things that are not complete. But I think we have a beautiful downtown, and this is a really nice, noble thing to do, but we could be using this $10 million for a lot of those people that were here a little while ago who couldn't afford rent, to make their rent lower or to make their lives better. I know a lot of people are looking forward to this big change, and I think it's very noble, but there's a lot of other projects that could be taken on. Homeless housing, I've heard mentioned, but there could also be solar put on businesses. There could be all kinds of projects that haven't even thought of, but this one is focused on a downtown that works, that looks good. And to cut off Mendocino Avenue and divert all that traffic sounds like a lot of congestion that hasn't been thoroughly looked at yet. And I think that's something that's very concerning to me, and I think to all the public, And I'm very concerned as to why there wasn't a sign put in the lawns around the courthouse square to tell everyone in the city what you're doing, or what we're doing. And I don't know why that had to be kept private until a month ago. But I think that without a finished plan and without a need for, or looking at a need for using this money in much bigger ways than trying to change what we already have, a beautiful downtown.
Thank you. Kevin Brown. There he is.
Kevin Brown. I own a business, Corix, in downtown Santa Rosa. I thank Doug for his words. I thank Dino for his words. I love this project. I thank the city. I thank all of the staff for all the work that they've done. And the economic vitality that this brings to the downtown is unspeakable. It has to be taken into account. And I go to our county parks multiple times every week. I love trees. I'm glad that there are more trees in the end in this, and I'm glad that there are only a few being cut down. It's enough for me. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kevin. Michael Rosaline, I believe, followed by Sarah Kennelly.
I'm Michel Rousselin. I'll start with a couple of questions, if I may. To make this work, what incentive can you give financial institutions around the square to vacate their ground floor to make room for shops or restaurants at street level? So I'd like to know what incentive you can give them. Second is about the homeless. I wonder how much coordination there is with the homeless organizations. I'm talking about shelter or food or just a place to hang out instead of the square. Now, just to comment, I look at the plan there, and since there cannot be any public restrooms in the square, I would think that the city could perhaps make some arrangement with one of the surrounding buildings for a public restroom. I think that's really needed. We've been to all these, we attended all the meetings, including the Art in Public Square last night, and we certainly have to acknowledge all the hard work that the design team has put in, but I've got a couple of regrets. One is that there seems to be no shrubbery at all or planting beds around. It's entirely paved, and it's going to end up looking like one big drab parking lot with tree trunks coming out of boxes. I would have liked to see some shrubbery and, as I say, planting beds around there. Through these meetings, there was a lot of talk about interactive features, and that really threatens what could be an oasis of peace and quiet, where you could stroll around or rest under the trees or hope for outside dining. It seems to me it's becoming a crowded activity center with no charm and a lot of noise, and that's really a shame. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sarah Kennelly. Sarah's followed by Michael Hyman. Sarah here? She's left. Mr. Hyman, followed by Jim Bray.
Mayor Sawyer, council members, good evening. My name is Michael Hyman, and I am a lifelong resident of Santa Rosa. I've grown up in this downtown and seen many changes, some good and some not so good. The City Council has an opportunity tonight to revitalize, renew, and re-energize our downtown. A rebirth beginning with the reunification of our square, an opportunity to right a wrong that has taken many years to correct. All of you have worked hard regarding this issue and now are faced with making a decision tonight. As we all know, this square reunification has become a very emotional issue. I believe we've lost sight of the prize, and that prize is doing the very best we are capable of doing in order to make this the very best square and the very best downtown we can, not only for today or tomorrow, but for our future generations. In order to do this properly, there will be some things lost. However, the gains will be most impressive. Not only will we have a community gathering place, but in time there will be cafes and retail shops lining our square. There will be parking places in front of the businesses for the public's convenience so that they may come and go with ease. We must not compromise what we believe will bring a vibrancy and a hustle and bustle back to our downtown. It has been far too many years, and our downtown has far too much competition not to do a complete job. Again, we must not compromise just so that we can appease some that may or may not even come to our downtown. Some that have no skin in the game, no investment in our crown jewel, the heart of Santa Rosa. This is my town, and I care. I want something to point to. I want something that's special. I do not want to look back and wonder why. Let's do what is best, get it right, so we can all enjoy our downtown again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jim Bray. Jim will be followed by Kristen Kiefer.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I, too, would like to see a downtown square, but I do believe in the process of compromise, and I hope that that's what we can recognize tonight. I want to encourage you actually to delay the vote on this part for several reasons. Last autumn, this council voted to have this project removed from the Community Advisory Board capital improvement process, which is the normal method of vetting, approving, and funding projects that impact our entire community. As a result, the normal process of citizen input has been shortchanged, and the project has been pushed into an unrealistic and artificial timeframe. By removing this project from the purview of the Community Advisory Board, it also removed the project from the disciplines and guidelines of the capital improvement process, and instead, staff has been directed to fund this project using a certificate of participation. The Office of the State Treasurer has issued guidance on the use of the certificate of participation and strongly recommend against using this funding mechanism when there is no revenue stream to repay the debt. I applaud the council for reducing the cost of the project to $10 million from $17 million, and I'm glad that about 50% of the cost will come from using funds allocated for infrastructure projects which need to be completed and which have been budgeted for in our annual city budget. However, due to the use of the certificate of participation, we will be on the hook for years to repay the approximate $5 million plus millions more in interest. The repayment will have to come from the discretionary fund, as there is no other revenue stream that's been identified for this project.
Thank you, Mr. Bray. Kristen.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. I want to commend the City Council, staff, and Carlisle Macy Design Group for all the work that has gone into the reunification project thus far. I moved to Santa Rosa immediately after completing graduate studies in city and regional planning to begin my career in the largest city between San Francisco and Portland. Upon moving here, I had a list of things that I had to do. The short list of that was 1, get a library card, 2, get the Sonoma County Parks Pass, and 3, explore and cultivate a deep knowledge of the happenings in downtown, the heart of the city. Part of my research for Goal 3, I attended public events in the square, and I would regularly pack a brown bag lunch and force myself to eat lunch in the square. Days in the square were fine. There was not a whole lot happening, but it was fairly pleasant. Evenings, however, I did not feel safe to walk through the square on my own. Any expectations that I had regarding a walkable, safe, and lively downtown past 10 p.m. was not generally the case. We need to activate the square and create a walkable, safe, and lively downtown. As a student of urbanism and urbanity, I was excited to move to Santa Rosa for the potential in living in the biggest city, again, between San Francisco and Portland. The city is bordered by incredible agricultural lands, vineyards, and some of the most stunning preserved park spaces in California. In a very short time, we will have the SMART train upon us and bring thousands of visitors to this fine city. The city and citizens deserve to have a common meeting space that is beautiful, accessible, and attracts businesses and creates a place that people want to be. An emerging trend shows that millennials spend the highest proportion of their earnings on enjoying a lifestyle with fine food and drink. Let's create that.
Thanks, Ms. Kiefer.
Thank you.
Rolf Nelson. Rolf will be followed by Bernie Schultz. Schwartz. Schultz. I'm stuck on Schultz. Sorry, Bernie. Oh. Is the closed captioning has stopped? Maybe the... Is there anything we can check downstairs? Thanks, Terry. Rolf.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Rolf Nelson. I'm a lifelong Santa Rosa resident, and I work for Exchange Bank, and for the last 18 years, my office has been in our headquarters building on the north side of the square. Based on my 18-year study of the square, my conclusion is that we don't have a heart to this city. What we've got is a street running through what should be the heart of this city. I appreciate the leadership that you've shown to bring us here tonight, and I encourage you to continue that leadership and take advantage of this historical opportunity to give us back the heart to this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Bernie Schwartz, followed by Pat Grattan.
Mayor Sawyer and City Council members, thank you for bringing the reunification of Courthouse Square to reality after decades of discussion. Like most dynamic change, this vital project has generated the kind of passion that can tend to temporarily obscure the original intentions and goals. And what we need tonight is more light and less heat. The 70s design, although well-intended, has been a proven failure almost from its inception. But the Mediterranean Plaza design has been working around the Western world for hundreds of years. It can be an energetic vortex, and in our context, can be a powerful influence for repurposing the ground floor usages in the buildings adjacent to the square. Please stay the course tonight, so that the basic design elements that will make our square successful are not compromised. The potential of an excellent events venue is exciting, but it's the day-to-day success of the square that will depend on clear lines of sight, flexibility, and easy access, and will promote maximum legitimate pedestrian traffic through the square on a daily basis. Thank you again for your courage in going forward with this project. It's a gift to Santa Rosans now and to future generations to come.
Thank you. Pat Grattan. Pat will be followed by Jennifer Novascone.
Thank you very much. I'm a lifelong Santa Rosan. I came here at age 5 in 1952, so I've been here for 62 years. I live in the JC neighborhood. I have an interest in a piece of property downtown, and I worked downtown for 40 years. This downtown started falling apart after the square, after the courthouse was taken down and the square bisected by a main traffic artery. It's just gone steadily downhill since then. This council is to be applauded. You are a breath of fresh air. I've been passionate about this project for over 20 years. And finally, we have a city council that is really listening to it and understands how important this is and what a game changer it'll be. Thank you very much. I and several other people who support this project circulated a petition starting Saturday and ending this morning to get support for reunification and for option 1. It was surprisingly easy to get signatures. I personally talked to probably around 110 people, 115 maybe. I got 90 signatures approving this. And the most frequent comment I got, or more than any other, was, just get it done. I'm tired of reading about it in the newspaper. So let's get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Novascone. Jonathan Coe, followed by Julie Kawahara.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, I want to begin with my thanks to all of you for moving this project forward. As has been mentioned by previous speakers, the planning for this, the thinking about it, the desire to accomplish it goes back decades, and you have moved it forward very creatively and very effectively, and I thank you for that. I also want to thank the staff that's been engaged in this process. They've worked hard to garner input and suggestions from the community, and then worked equally hard to make sure those are incorporated in the plan that's been put before you. This really is a momentous opportunity for us. It's a chance to realize the visions of citizens in this community that have been in place for decades. And has been mentioned that that enthusiasm, that support continues today. The petition that was circulated in that short period of time garnered well over 300 signatures of citizens who want to see us move this process forward. I believe that the option 1 is, in fact, the best option. It incorporates the input of the community. It achieves the design goals that you prescribed for the plaza, and it's one that, if implemented, will give us that community space that we so badly need. As we've heard, the heart of our community really is broken. The Courthouse Square has failed to provide the vitality and the community space that we so badly needed. But I think we have an opportunity for a new era here before us. With your approval, you're moving this forward. We will stimulate, through the restoration of the square, significant private investment that'll bring new amenities and facilities to the community. We will create a place where the people of this community can come together to meet and to commune. And finally, we will have restored the heart of the city that we so badly need to be vital and thriving. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie, followed by Deborah Davis.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Sawyer and council members. Thank you for giving your time tonight and giving me this opportunity to speak to you. My name is Julie Kawahara, and I'm the owner of Kindred Handcrafts on 4th Street here, across from Courthouse Square. And it's a downtown business that we are open 7 days a week. My staff and I are highly invested in supporting and promoting a quality of life for Santa Rosans in the downtown vicinity and beyond. A thriving downtown has not only economic implications, but builds community and gives us a sense of place. The staff of Kindred and I work hard to know our neighbors, to participate and support downtown activities, and to advocate for fair policies that benefit the community as a whole. I am in favor of unifying Courthouse Square because I believe that our city deserves a welcoming, safe, and fun place to gather. Activating the square and encouraging the public to use the square, not just during special events, but on a daily basis, is critical. I'm going to speak to 3 points that I believe will contribute to creating a vibrant core to our downtown, a place that we can enjoy and be proud of. I believe that the square should have open space that is flexible to encourage multiple uses. I also believe the square needs to have good visibility and lines of sight for both safety and encouragement of full utilization. Parking. I believe that parking around the square will help the square's activation. I have had customers come into my store for the first time because they found parking right in front. I believe that if the public can park on the square, they will discover the beauty and the businesses both within and around the square. The third point is amenities that make the square inviting. I believe that the square should offer amenities that invite people to come downtown, stay downtown, and bring their friends and family. Amenities that were mentioned earlier, like lighting, art installations, unique items of interest, water features and events, and yes, trees. Trees make any park inviting. I recognize how controversial this has been, but I appreciate your compromises and your listening to the public. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Julie. Deborah Davis. Deborah will be followed by Mary Jarvis. Is Deborah here? Mary Jarvis, followed by Scotty Kenyon.
Hello, thank you, Mary Jarvis. I came out swinging to save the big trees. I'm a tree hugger. That said, if we must remove trees to make spaces for parking, please be very careful with the rest of the design elements. The lighting should be warm and welcoming, not blinding. The new trees should be expected to grow high and produce shade and be a practical choice for our climate. Furnish this room with as few permanent structures as possible. Put everything on wheels. And when it's time to hang the paintings in this lovely room, I hope the Art Committee will grant Judy Kennedy more time and space to view her ideas. She's intensely connected to the location and has given it much intelligent and aesthetic consideration. And though I disagree with the notion of art in public outdoor spaces, I feel Judy has the right eye and the right spirit for this job. Thank you.
Thank you. Scotty Kenyon? Scotty here? No. Ann Gould? Ann? No. Is she? Oh, good. Thank you. Couldn't see her. Followed by Judy Kennedy.
Rule by fiat from the City Hall and some of its members is not acceptable. It is an abuse of power by those members of this council who seek to subvert the will of many of the people. Residents and visitors to our downtown area have labeled the reunification project with the removal of the redwoods as the rape of the redwoods and the allure of the parking meter. Since our redwood trees do not have parking meters, are they just simply expendable? A ballot vote on this by the residents and taxpayers of this city is necessary before the removal of our trees. The trees don't belong to the City Hall, the mayor, Carlisle Macy, or any of those intending to remove the trees. They belong to the people, to the earth, and we, the people here, are the stewards of these magnificent living trees, and we must protect and nurture them, not cut them out. My grandparents settled here in Santa Rosa and Cazadero in 1870. Those two big trees in the courthouse square probably began their life here 120 years ago. There is no reason to remove many of our redwoods from this area. Is there an urgency in City Hall to remove the trees before the nesting season of our birds? The birds are our neighbors. We need the birds for the trees and the trees for the birds. Such a shameful and perverse reason to remove the trees. A vote by ballot is required now, not the fiat vote by City Hall.
Thank you. Judy Kennedy. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I ask that you refrain from applause. We still have lots of cards to go.
I'm going to actually go back to 16. Right there.
Followed by Tom Sawyer.
Judy Kennedy here, 620 Oak Street. Mayor Sawyer and council members, I'm here to speak about the art elements in this proposal. First, and you can look at the slides here, I would place temporary art installations at the 4th Street entrance. And you could choose local artists just as you do here in council chambers and at the Finley Center. And you can have art on wheels and fun, interesting local artists with temporary pieces. Second, a memorial to our founding father. This is not our founding father. This is Albert Einstein Memorial in Washington, D.C. Albert is larger than life and sits on white granite steps. At his feet is a dark granite patio etched with the replica of our universe. This memorial is situated in a grove of trees, giving visitors a quiet, contemplative place. For Santa Rosa, I would like to see a similar memorial dedicated to our founding father, Julio Maria Tomas Carrillo. 1824 to 1889. Dressed in gentleman's garb from the 1850s, he would sit on the old courthouse steps, and at his feet, an etched replica of the map he brought to supervisors in 1854. You can sit in Julio's lap. You could have a photo op with the family. You could have a photo op with your Boy Scout troop. You could even have fun. Third, I would move the Azawa Fountain to the 3rd Street entrance, which has been designated in your plan for a spectacular piece. You've got it. With the temporary stage behind the fountain, you would have both light and water elements adding to the magic of stage productions. With programmable lights and programmable water spouts, you can create effects like this. And you can even celebrate St. Patrick's Day and our diversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. I think that, Carrillo Square has a nice ring to it as well. Tom Sawyer, followed by Natalie Belfour.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, my name is Tom Sawyer. I've lived in Santa Rosa for 28 years. I'm an engineer. And I too have questions about the way the project's being funded using the COP bonds and the non-special assessment of special interests and the resolution to take private money. But I don't have time to get into that because you only gave me 2 minutes. But what I would like to say is there was an article in the Press Democrat by Kevin McCollum, November 22nd, 2015. It says, Carly Macy was the nearly unanimous pick of a 7-member selected panel that met behind closed doors last week to review the 3 proposals, which were kept secret except for the name of the firm competing for the work. Well, this panel, the way they did it, is a gross violation of the Brown Act. And with this violation, among other things, it will shut the project down. I'm not against reunification. I'm for a no streets, more of a park environment type of reunification. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Natalie Balfour, followed by Zach Berkowitz.
Good evening. My name is Natalie Balfour. I would like to thank the mayor and the council members and staff for getting us to this point in such a monumental decision. And this decision tonight will, in my opinion, go down in the history books for the city of Santa Rosa. I'm going to speak to you tonight as both a representative for a building owner, 50 Old Courthouse Square, bottom right corner, as well as a member of the future generation of this city who will enjoy the square. From the building owner's point of view, we ask that we have the ability to make the square the best possible square that we can have. In option 2, the road curving over reduces the sidewalk width so small that we won't be able to provide outdoor seating. So from what I've heard through my work with the Chamber and Economic Development, and today even, is the conversion of ground floor space to retail and restaurants and cafes and hotels and things that bring vitality and livelihood to our wonderful city. We respectfully ask that Design 1 be chosen tonight so that we can attract the type of businesses that will create a lively, vibrant square. The design chosen today will determine the vitality for the square's success for future generations. Design option 1 shows a wonderful collaboration between council, staff, and the community. It is this type of collaboration that I look to work with and that will create a vital city for future generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Zach Berkowitz, and Zach will be followed by Ann Seeley.
Good evening, and thank you very much for sticking this out. It's been a long, long journey.
I've been very fortunate to be a partner of 19 Old Courthouse Square for now 12 years. And over that time, I've been involved in Main Street, developing an underground parking garage system that never made it through, to entering the design competition, to finally becoming a member of the Coalition to Restore Courthouse Square. I'd like to take a step back and remember why the current plan to reunify Courthouse Square began in the first place, and what the design elements are essential in terms of its success. The reunification was started to revitalize the heart of the city, both socially and economically, to create a space that would be enjoyed by the community on a daily basis, as well as to attract the type of business that will produce economic vitality for the entire city. Many people blame the current state of the square on the building owners, either because the buildings are vacant or because the ground floor spaces are leased to banks. Given the community wants to see change, the design in the square needs to attract all types of businesses, including retail stores, restaurants, cafes, tasting rooms, brew pubs, and hotels. It is vital that these big businesses, that parking is maximized, and that sidewalks are wide enough for outside dining. The first design option being presented to council today creates both a visually appealing and a safe place for the community, as well as one that attracts the type of businesses that will enhance the long-term vitality of Santa Rosa. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Seeley, and Ann will be followed by Josh Windmiller.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Isn't it great we're here finally doing this? My comments to you will sound a little bit familiar because I sent you an email late last night, but want to make two main points. There are no absolutes with regard to urban design, with regard to trees, with regard to parking spaces. So it's up to your judgment, and I trust you to make a good choice. Second, each council makes landscaping decisions appropriate for their time. During the urban renewal project that put Mendocino Avenue down the center of the square, the staff probably recommended that redwood trees be placed in certain places, and that council made the decision to follow that recommendation. You have a separate landscaping design to make for our time. The Courthouse Square reunification project had been raised during several generations of activists in this area. The first that I remember was in the 1990s. There was a group called Heart of Santa Rosa that I was a part of, and Mr. Hyman was part of, and Bernie Schwartz was part of. And reunification of downtown the square was one of our first goals. A few years later, there were public meetings called during which several hundred people came downtown and to Santa Rosa Junior High School to ask that the square be reunified, and they didn't want any half measures. They didn't want to hear alternatives. They wanted the reunification. You now encounter a generation of people who ask, where did this idea come from? Those of us who've seen the whole arc of interest over the generations of people and the shelving of the project during the recession know where this comes from.
Thanks, Ann.
Thank you for all of your work.
Appreciate it. Josh Windmiller, followed by Phyllis Haig. Josh is gone. Phyllis? Followed by Kathleen Byrne.
Phyllis Haig here. I'm in favor of reunifying the square. I think the plan is pushed through too quickly. I think there need to be a lot of other options on the table. You know, we could close the square and not take down any trees, and it would be simpler, cheaper, and in that way we can honor the service that the trees do for our air, for our spirits, and for the community. When I was protesting on Saturday, we had the sign, "Save the trees," but everybody that drove by that rolled their windows down said, "What trees?" Nobody seemed to know about this. And when we educated them curbside, every single one of them said, "What? I can't believe that." So I think that the community has not been polled effectively. I read the paper. I'm active on social media. I never saw anything about it. My bad. But I don't think that you've reached out in a way that connects the general public and Santa Rosa residents, Sonoma County residents, with this issue. So I hope that you step back and take some more time and involve the public in a greater way. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen Byrne? Oh, the applause drowned out the name, I'm sorry. Kathleen Byrne? Mary Senzia? Senzig. Mary Senzig. Mary Senzig? S-E-N-Z-I-G? Okay. I'll go with that.
I'm Mark Senzig. I've been a 42-year resident here. I used to walk by all the trees and see them grow. I'm a former landscaper, and I just think it's going to be a nightmare, to close off Mendocino Avenue. But, I'm all for reuniting the two. But I would say no streets around it and keep all the trees there. But I better think this money could be spent for taking the time and moving like the soup kitchen and the mission and put a care unit next to it or something like that so they could be taken care of if they need it. I just feel like this money could be used for a lot other things like, alcohol rehab or whatever we need, to help out the homeless people, find them jobs, or take one of the abandoned buildings and reconverting it into livable spaces. We're in a crisis here, and I think this is, the rental thing is much bigger than this reunification. Even though I've had businesses downtown, I know how vital it is. And I also would like to reiterate, we should put in some free parking, like Hillsburg does, like a couple hours. That would attract more people, because my major complaint when I owned a business downtown up above the Vieira Pizza was that nobody wanted to come because, the pay of the meters. So we would kind of like cop them a couple bucks, at the end of their session to, make up for it. But there's just a lot of bad feeling about that, and I think that would help out. Thank you.
Thank you. David Baumgardner? Is that you, David? Is David here? Kimberly Byrne? Or Byrne? Yes, believe me, I understand. It's been 10 for us. Nicholas Haig Eric.
Hi. My name's Nicholas Haig-Eric. I was born and raised in Santa Rosa. I've been going downtown since my father was an attorney in the old Empire building. So literally as far back as I can remember, I've been downtown enjoying the trees. And I moved away to attend college and then moved back here because Santa Rosa is my home and I love it and I want to see it develop in a responsible way. I think Carlisle Macy's design with two one-way streets that are lined with parking on either side is not a responsible design. It looks like a parking lot. I think more parking downtown is absolutely not what we need for responsible development. As a community, we have to grow out of car-centric design and modes of thought. I think business owners downtown want more people coming in, but they have to understand that not everyone can park right in front of their business. We're a big city. We have to think like a big city now, and people have to use parking structures, and that's absolutely essential. I ride my bike everywhere. I think the idea of having two one-way streets where you have people backing out of parking spaces is incredibly dangerous. I completely disagree with Mr. Corsi's comment about it being fine. I don't think it'll be fine. I think it'll be very threatening, especially for children and families on bikes trying to ride through a big parking lot just to go downtown. just doesn't seem safe to me. I want Santa Rosa to grow responsibly, and I think we have to grow slowly. And I think this plan seems like it's being pushed through very quickly and very suddenly, and there's no reason for this to meet a July deadline. Just seems really unnatural, especially with the iterations of this design that I've seen have gone through major changes in every turn, and I don't see why we can't keep on fine-tuning this until it gets to a very, I really want to have a unified downtown square, but I don't see what the time crunch is about. Thank you.
Thank you. Lilith Rogers. Lilith Rogers. Yes, that applause again.
Well, I've got my sign, save the trees, yeah. I was down there and, let's see. I don't live in Santa Rosa, but I come down here and I'm with the people who said, why are you spending so much money on this project? It seems to me, for one thing, if so much of the downtown businesses who have money want this to happen, that they could finance it, at least to a great extent. And then the other thing is that I come to events that happen in Courthouse Square, and they close off the street, and we have an event, and then they reopen the street, and it just doesn't make sense to me to make these streets so difficult for people to maneuver full-time all the time. I don't think that having the plaza permanently reunified will make much of a difference for Santa Rosa. So, thank you.
Thank you. Brandon Rhodes, followed by Carlos Debeck. No? Carlos Debeck? William Bacon? Followed by Reed Combs.
Mayor, Assembly, thank you for hearing us, and I'm not going to take 2 minutes. I brought a sign too. I'm not going to show it. I can't tear it apart either. What I want to say is when I came here, I had a lot of questions and a lot of assumptions, and during the dinner break, I had a lot of them answered. Tell me your name again. Jason answered a lot of my questions, and I find myself very impressed by the presentation. I think, wow, I'd really love to hang out in that park. As an artist who's been homeless in this town, who's lived here in the county for 20 years, I think, you know, there's an awful lot of new buildings going up, a lot of new housing going up, and there's supposed to be programs that put a certain amount of money and a certain amount of housing toward affordable housing, and I don't see that happening. So I also wonder if that $10 million couldn't be spent in ways to house citizens here in the city. But my questions have been answered. I love what I'm seeing. My hope is that whatever park we have, we continue to make living artists a priority who are struggling with housing and find ways to house them and make space for them to show their work and be heard musically, free speech, those things. I'm done.
Thank you, sir. Reed Combs. Reed will be followed by Lou Ann Daly.
Good evening. Thank you for your time and patience today. It's a hard day. I like the plan. I would like to see, I don't understand why they have the parking spaces on both sides. One of my favorite places to eat in the morning is Flavors, and one of the reasons why is it's quiet, it's not on a street, and you're outside. I think if the parking wasn't on the side streets, you could leave more of the trees, and you're also, if you wanted to bring in businesses then with restaurants and such, it's a quiet place for people to come. You've got bicycle traffic and people walking by. Also, I'm wondering, without restrooms, out here, what do people do? What would be to hang out or, you know, to go enjoy the space? If you have a restroom, you have to leave. There's not, so if you're in the middle of wanting to shop or anything, there's not you're going to burden the restaurant owners, or you're not going to stay downtown if you want to have lunch or whatever. So I think some restrooms would help relieve some of the restaurant people, as well as give a reason and a way for people to actually spend time in that space. So, thank you.
Thank you. Luann Daly. And Luann will be followed by Bill Clippert.
Hi, I'm Luann Daly. I have lived here 15 years. I was raised in Washington, D.C., which is a city of lots of parks. And first I want to thank everybody. I haven't kept up with this. When I first moved here, there was a lot of talk about it, and I thought, that'll be great. I wish they would never put a street right through the middle of downtown, but then it didn't seem like, and then all of a sudden it's happening, and they're cutting down a lot of trees, and I thought, what happened to the citizen input? I follow things, and I started a watershed group. I live up on Calistoga Road, and we got almost 1,000 acres into open space, so it's not like I don't pay attention, but I've somehow missed this boat. And then I heard the fellow say about the citizen advisory process possibly having been short-circuited, and that raises a concern for me, and I hope that's not true, but I do agree with the fellow that just spoke and said maybe we could just, it seems like that's been a big priority, that you've done a lot of surveying and everything, but that we could possibly do more. Because I have concern also about the restrooms. I also lived in San Francisco when we did the underground parking at the DeYoung. Oh my, that was controversial. And everybody said public transportation, they'll come out to the DeYoung and the Golden Gate Park, you don't need, but the underground parking won and prevailed, and I'm a big convert. It's really great to have underground parking and people be able to get there by bus and by car. So we do need to deal with parking, but I agree that not right around the square somehow can be solved. I think with farther away parking and handicapped and things like this, there are solutions, and we need to involve the citizens more and possibly slow it down a little. Sorry, I get nervous when I talk in public. And then the fellow who said maybe it's going to be all paved, I would really hate to see that it be all paved. It looks kind of like there is a lot of pavement. And my daughter went to Marie Carrillo, and that's a beautiful school and a great school in a lot of ways, but it's all paved, and I hope we don't have that. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Clippert, followed by Richard Hoff. We're getting there, folks. Only an hour to go.
Mr. Mayor, council people, thank you for being here. My name is Bill Clippert. I have, in the last 30 years, spent hundreds of hours looking and praying for this to happen, so that if people are not aware that this has been on our table for 25 to 30 years, then I apologize, but I've been at that table, and it's been there for anybody that wanted to come with a little bit of interest. Thank you. I would suggest maybe clad in war gear that at the base of 3rd Street where you're entering the park, we have action figures of you guys, and people will applaud it for decades.
Richard Hoff. Richard will be followed by Judith Iam.
I'd like to see my time to Judith Iam.
Well, Judith will still get only 2 minutes. Sorry.
All right. I have been in this county for 38 years. I applaud unification, who could not. This town needs a good commons, but there are significant issues. We've heard from elders, we've heard from millennials, we've heard from lots of different people who all agree that there is still a positive imagination about this. Our own paper, the Press Democrat, only in December, came out with an editorial strongly against this. We've had lots of public comment as well. And so I would like to remind us that as a body, the council has, in its wisdom, occasionally done things like put cobblestones in the middle of the town that everybody has to go bumpity bump along. So it would be good to slow things down. Luther Burbank, I would like to invoke him. What would he do? Would he cut down 87 to 91 trees? I think not. Our commons is so precious. Why are we taking 10,000 square feet of it away? Why don't we increase it? The $10 million, numerous people have spoken to better uses. I think we could make a wonderful commons with far, far, far less money. Parking spaces, to gain 39 to 45 parking spaces when 3,000 are available in nearby parking garages, surely that needs to be looked at. And the former Santa Rosa mayor has said, no great city is great because of ample parking space. So about business viability, there are many, many instances where businesses have found a great upswing with only pedestrian streets where people walk and stop in and do what they want in those businesses. So what we would like is not so much paving and concerned about grass. There are native grasses that can be dry raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ion. Ariel Swanson. Ariel Swanson. Magic.
Good evening. First, let's be clear that designer Lois Fisher stated in the PD that there's not a lack of parking places, there's only a perception that there is. Are we going to kill trees because of a perception? How have we come to a place as a people that we only think of what matters to us? How can we think of trees as merely decorations, props that either help or hurt business, like we are rearranging furniture? The trees are holding their own circle in the center of the Redwood Empire. Go and listen to them. They will tell you that at last they have felt the healing waters of the winter rains and they are beginning to thrive again. Now you want to kill them? Now we are being asked to pick which trees. Do we choose to save our brother and kill our sister? There are children here tonight who trust us to do the right thing and save the trees. Will we fail them? If we fail to save these trees, we will be haunted by their absence. We will be disregarding their right to life. 3 countries and over 30 cities, including Sebastopol, have declared the rights of nature in their constitutions. We need to stop being judge, jury, and executioner. If you want a heart in the center of Santa Rosa, save the trees.
Thank you. Tom Robertson, followed by Ellen Silver.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Again, I would just like to thank you for bringing this to this point. I've been involved in this issue since 1995. There have been many, many, many public meetings. There was a design adopted around 2008, which is the subject of the EIR. This design is much greener, much more pervious surface with better groundwater recharge, less water use because of the elimination of the water wall, less electrical usage because no light arbor. Yes, indeed, we're going to have to take out 3 more trees, I think under option 1, than was approved in that original design. I was glad to hear mention of Luther Burbank, obviously a major figure in the history of Santa Rosa, and I think it would be a good idea to pay some attention to what he might have done. And it turns out that he had a really good prescription for what trees should be in a public space, and particularly where there are streets and so on. And he wrote, "There is one peerless tree," and then some other language. "This is the elm." And then he writes, "Nothing could more admirably meet the purposes of a shade or avenue tree." And I understand that the design team is taking this up, and he actually is considering an elm, which might be the way to honor Luther Burbank. So we know pretty much what he would do. He certainly wouldn't have put in redwood trees here. He wrote extensively about them. They're not a good street tree. But thank you so much for what you're doing. I'm going to give you the statement here. As you can see that I didn't take anything out of context, but you're doing a terrific thing. It's historic. This is a major step, and it will revitalize your downtown. You need the parking, much less than in a smaller square around Healdsburg with over 125 spaces. We're talking about 46 spaces. That's about as many as on one block of 4th Street. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ellen Silver?
I appreciate the creative thinking that resulted in option 2, preserving 3 more heritage redwoods, but there are 3 additional heritage redwoods on the west side near where Exchange Avenue would be that shouldn't be cut. They are magnificent trees with near 4-foot wide trunks, with a few less parking spaces and the road curving around them, similar to what the compromise option did on the east side. They could be preserved. I would be okay with that as a compromise. But still, there are 2 more redwoods, several big cedars, Monterey pines, a large oak, many other trees. We should really make a plan around all of these. This iteration of the project has been fast-tracked, resulting in many citizens not aware that reunification plans would cut these trees, and cutting as soon as tomorrow, February 1st, which absolutely should be delayed because so much of this project, it's not for sure. It hasn't been decided, so they shouldn't cut those trees. This decision needs to be, let's see here. Also, this decision needs to be delayed to give accurate notification and input. Also, the carbon sequestration of the large trees is essential in this time of global warming. It would take about 70 young trees for equal carbon sequestration to one of these large heritage trees. Why should citizens pay for the cost of new trees and the labor to plant them? Use the large trees that are already there. These trees are precious assets we've inherited. Santa Rosa needs to be a leader and role model in preserving them. Thank you.
Thank you. Ted Dutcher? Yes. Followed by Sabrina Kraus.
All right, I've got several comments and a couple of suggestions. I favor reunification. I am in favor of option B quite strongly. The first thing is public restrooms. I'm really dismayed to see that there's no public restrooms provided for in this plan, and I urge you to add them somewhere. The likeliest thing to me seems to be to put them in some existing building right on the plaza. It's sane urban design, and it's humane to put public restrooms there. Having to use a business and buy something, restrooms for customers only, is exploitative, and frankly, I think it's kind of barbaric. The Europeans are way ahead of us on public restrooms in public places, and I'd like to see us catch up with them. Second thing is, how about putting in some solar panels to provide the power for the fountain, the Asawa fountain, and some rain catchment to provide for watering instead of using the city water. Those could be some, anyway, the next thing is lighting. I urge you to use old-fashioned lighting like the gas lights from 100 years ago, and not the monstrosities that I saw at the January 9th meeting. And if you can use some energy-efficient bulbs in those lights, that would be wonderful. My next item is I would like to see more turf in the center of the plaza and less of those pavers. I think the courthouse square profile, or footprint, doesn't allow for enough turf, and I'd like to see more there. The next thing is the redwoods. I thank you and all of the planners who came up with option option 2. I think that's the way to go. I'd like to point out that the 2 trees in the southeast corner, the 2 redwoods next to the bunya tree, are going to be cut bound for 3 or 4 parking spaces, and I'd like to see those stay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dutcher. Sabrina Kraus.
Hello, my name is Sabrina Kraus, and I've lived in Santa Rosa most of my life, consistently for the last 30 plus years. I have to count. Anyway, the unification project, I've always been interested in it from the beginning when it was not have this freeway thing coming through. But I heard the talk of side streets, but I never really heard about that there was going to be a vote last November, and everyone that we protested, when protesting in the square, a couple days ago, everyone we talked to was like, what? They didn't even know about it. And there was only 2,000 replies to the survey, which I replied to, but I only found out about it by chance. Most people didn't even know about it. There's 171,000 people or something like that in Santa Rosa, not exact, but something like that. That's not enough, and I feel like it's just being rushed through. This is being pushed too fast, and it's not a clear enough plan for what to do. I'm really against the big old redwoods being cut down, especially the ones on the west side, and I feel like part of revitalizing downtown might be something like having businesses on the corners of 4th and Mendocino that are open later at night. Same with, like, the city of Santa Rosa, everything closes by 9 or 10 o'clock except for a few loud bars. So it's just, I don't think it's going to revitalize anything to have those little side streets and all this expense that you guys are talking about, the 3 years of extra expense for watering new trees and things like that, and also the, oh, I just lost my mind. Minutes are going to go flying. Sorry. I'm not prepared because I'm a person who works, a lot. I wish I could be more involved with these things, but I can only do what I can do, and I've just been really concerned about this one because I live a few blocks away, and I walk downtown, and I would like it to be more accessible to walking and bicycling and not so much about cars and parking spaces. I'm not interested in parking spaces at all. I want to keep the trees, and we need more time on this whole plan, so delay your vote tonight for another
Thanks, Ms.
year.
Kraus. David Walker. David will be followed by Roy. David here? Roy? Is Roy here? Gretchen Wisenhand, I believe, followed by Ralph Morgenbesser. Nope. Gretchen? No. Ralph's that look at that. Okay, Ralph.
I'm Ralph Morgenbesser, and I own Ralph's Courthouse Classics, the hot dog cart, as a lot of people know in the council. And I've been there for over 20 years. I think it's going to be nearly 25 years this October. So I've seen Courthouse Square for a long time. And the bottom line to me is that as it is, Courthouse Square is not working. To me, it's gone downhill, in fact. I don't see people using the square. I don't see workers coming and eating lunch anymore down there. I don't see people stopping and sitting on the grass anymore. Just your everyday citizens. I constantly am seeing, as I walk around the area, that there are stores that are closing all the time and have for rent, all that. Keegan, property manager, please come and take me. And I don't see any revitalization going on. The bottom line for me is like 1 and 1 equals 2. We have to do something to bring positive sunlight into the area. I know that there were times that I've been in Courthouse Square where we brought the symphony, let's say, in. And when we brought the symphony into Courthouse Square, it was like we brought the light in, and all the people came. As it stands now, Courthouse Square is not working to me. So it's like 1 and 1 equals 2. We got to do something. It's been 20 years that we discussed this. I'm willing to take the gamble. I'm willing to take the risk with money or whatever to make a change. I think we need to make a change, and I applaud the direction that we're going in to revitalize Courthouse Square.
Thank you very much. Let's see, Christmas Lindbury, followed by Stacy Sinjef.
My name is Christmas Lubry. I don't live in Santa Rosa. I live in the West County. My home is surrounded by redwood trees. And I felt great wonder and kinship when I moved to this area and I saw the redwood trees in the center of the town. I wondered at the craziness of having a street run right through the middle of it, but I see that you're trying to bring that to one unified space. But what I don't see the reason for is taking down any of the redwood trees. If you want to do anything, add some trees, but not take any of them out. They have roots that are shallow and they join underground with each other and they hold each other up. And they are very aware when you do anything to them. I make every effort when I'm digging on my property to never, ever disturb any of the roots around there. I don't know which ones are going to be vital. You can limb up redwood trees if you're concerned about sight lines quite a bit and still have the vision that you're looking for. I think this thing has been a rush to judgment. I'm one of the few people in my town of Monterey that ever heard about this. People were astonished when I told them where I was going tonight. They had no idea that this was happening. And I have several friends in Santa Rosa who had no idea that it was happening, and I told them about it tonight. I think the parking is a really ridiculous focal point for this project. What you need to revitalize the town, I lived in San Francisco for many, many years, and what they're doing is basically eliminating most of the parking in many areas of the city and making it open to walkways and pedestrians, and the town is just exploding with energy. I also don't understand why there's no bathrooms or public water facilities for people down there. This money could be much better used for people.
Thank you, Ms. Lubry. Stacy Sinchef, followed by Petra.
Sorry. I find this very difficult because being the Pisces I am, I can see all sides of this. A beautiful new downtown would be wonderful. Killing trees is rape of Mother Earth, and I will not stand for it, and neither will the other good people of this county. Don't pave paradise and put up a few parking spots. There's lots of places where you can put in more parking structures. There are, excuse me. There are lots of options. You could build a parking lot underneath the park instead of having a street go through a parking lot. That's totally ridiculous. And the heart of a city isn't a place, it's the people. Oh, and I don't know what this means. They call these parking spots stalls. Does that mean they're covered, or they're for certain businesses to park there only if you go into that business? Or are they open to everybody? And how many handicap spaces are there? Somebody already mentioned that the surface that they're using is really hard to walk on if you have a walker or a cane, or you're in a wheelchair or a stroller. My son was in a wheelchair for 14 years before he died, and he hated all that stuff. He would go 2 blocks out of his way to avoid it. And you're gonna make handicapped people pay for, they're not gonna come. And that's gonna chase a lot of people away. Well, I had a lot of points here, but
Thanks, Ms.
I guess
Simcoe.
you're not interested.
Petra?
I'm here.
Petra
I'm
will
up
be
here.
followed by Emily Rising.
I'm here. My name is Petra Toucher. I've lived in Sonoma County for 22 years and related regularly to Santa Rosa for all of these years. I feel that there is a great and sad irony in stating that one of the main purposes of this reunification is to create a heart in Santa Rosa, when by removing these living, beating-hearted beings, these redwood trees, you are doing the exact opposite. The fast tracking of this project is reckless and irresponsible, and I believe it needs to be called to a public vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Rising, followed by Durbin Rising.
This reunification of Courthouse Square seems like a foolish city plan. It's being pushed ahead too quickly. Look at all the things we brought up tonight that we have questions on that are great questions, like bathrooms. Big one. I feel kind of disrespected actually by it. It is asking, you guys asked for our opinions at both the previous meetings, and I don't feel like there was much given to us in return, truly. I think it's a good idea, this Courthouse Square reunification, but not at the cost that at the moment it looks like we're going to be losing our big, healthy redwood trees on the west side, and I don't want to lose any trees. You want to cut them down to put 2 one-way streets that seem pretty unsafe. Exchange and Hinton, in their place, would be even more parking. You will choose to disgrace the city with more traffic. You put these small streets to take the onslaught of Mendocino Avenue thoroughfare, abutting buildings in a so-called family park, friendly park. You'd remove trees that provide relief in the summer scorch, habitat, carbon sequestering, and much, much more. This project does not have to be either or. It is easily a both. You can build a shiny, new, pretty soulless looking park, and you can spare us the trees. And I can help you right now. It's pretty simple. You remove Hinton and you remove Exchange, and you renovate B Street and these other parallel streets for the detoured traffic, and you leave the trees growing, and you make happy, healthy decision for all of us here. We can all be happy. We can have our trees, we can have our park, and yay, that's all. Thank you.
Durbin Rising, followed by Wes Daniels.
Hi. Although I'm just a kid and I may not know as much as all the adults here, I know trees are at stake and that they're being cut down. Where would you be without the trees? Have you ever actually seen someone gaze in joy at a parking space? I haven't, but I can guarantee you millions of people look up at a tree with joy. You asked for our opinion as the people? Here it is. We want the trees. We don't need more parking. Why do we need a small patch of grass and a stage when we can sit by the redwoods and dream of a show a lot bigger? If you ask the public, then the public will answer, but the public may not be cared for at all. The people want their opinion to be honored. I represent someone who has spent my whole life, maybe not that long yet, but my whole life here. There are so many great people trying, and I think you are turning them down for as little as parking. I find it unacceptable to remove any trees at all. These people can tell you, go somewhere else. This is where our trees grow and will continue to grow.
Hi, I'm Wes Daniels, and I'm an old guy and a property owner. And I've seen in my lifetime, about when I was in high school, they took the parking out of 4th Street and they screwed up the square, and the businesses downtown just struggled and struggled. These parking places are the lifeblood of the downtown, and it's going to make the place that we need. I'm really tired of Healdsburg and Sonoma eating our lunch, because I'm a Santa Rosa guy, and they have ascended to international prominence, and we ought to be there, and we just don't have our formula together. So in closing, I want to drive my electric Google car. I'm old. When I'm a little older, it's going to drive itself, and I'm going to program it to park at Hinton, and I'm going to plug it in there.
Reese Larson, R-I-I-S. Reese here? No? Dwayne DeWitt?
Yes, sir, I'm here. I'd like to use the overhead if I may. Thank you, miss.
Followed by Kimberly Gerard.
I'll use this microphone. Hi, my name's Dwayne DeWitt. I've been around here all my life too, and this isn't here. This is a spot that planners, they typically run their streets straight. I used to play in the courthouse. My grandfather said when they tore it down that he was gonna basically point out that we'd be ruined the day that we made that mistake. And he called it planner's blight. And zoning disease is what was really happening to Santa Rosa at the time. I'm showing you these two streets right there that are straight because that's how planners always kind of look at things. This was a project down in Berkeley, and the fight was about how they were gonna try to make those streets go straight because some business people wanted some stuff. It ended up being called Curvy Derby because they made the street curve based on what the people wanted, and they got a sports field in there. And it made me think, you know, we could save all the trees by curving the streets that the business people want. I'd like the clerk to let the record show that I believe the environmental impact report is inadequate because the planning for this project isn't done yet. And according to CEQA, you have to have it done so we could have the EIR accurately describe it. So when you're done, please then do the EIR. Also, this certificate of participation, when I was reading about it, it sounds like you're gonna pay it back $1.12 million per year. And I thought, well, that'd be 10 years and you go back to 10 million. But maybe you might have to pay it back more. 20 years would be 24 million, 30 years, 36 million. Please tell me exactly what the cost of this project is so that kid up there doesn't have to end up paying for it the rest of his life. Thank you.
Kimberly will be followed by Greg Arthur.
What is that for? My name's Kimberly Gerard, and I am a resident of Santa Rosa. For me, it's not about reunification or the streets. It's about the trees. Trees that have no voice except through people like myself. It's very, very sad that some of you before me are willing to allow one more tree full of life, many years old, to be cut down in the name of special interests that are not shared by many of the residents of Santa Rosa. If even one tree is to be cut, especially the majestic redwood, I would ask that you personally be present to witness the tree as it is sliced, splinters, and falls from its place in the sky.
Greg Arthur. George Schultz. Or Schultz. There's an S there, Schultz. Finally.
Hi, I'm another old guy. I've been living around here 30 years. I used to take the bus from Courthouse Square every day. I'm familiar with Courthouse Square. You know, I just heard about this thing with the trees and this whole mess here, and you know, nobody informed. I don't know how did you inform people? I called 12 people up this morning, and only one out of the 12 people knew anything about this. And also, I think there should be less parking and more trees. We don't need parking. Cars are a problem here, not a solution. There's other ways. You know, we need to get rid of the parking meters. $45 for a violation? That's outrageous. You want people to come into Santa Rosa, get rid of those parking meters. You know, and put in more of these parking structures or something. We don't need parking spaces right in the middle of the park. And what's with those bricks that went from Mendocino to Santa Rosa Avenue? Those things were just put in not too long ago, and how much did those things cost? Yeah, and $10 million, we can use $10 million for something else. You know, I'm not a conservative. You know, I'm a progressive, but this is not progress.
Pedro Lanis. Willard Richards. Is Pedro Laniff here? Okay. Willard will be followed by Mary Karuba.
Okay, that does it. Mayor Sawyer, council members, my name is Willard Richards. There's a lot more incentive to come and talk to you at this time of night if you're unhappy than if you're in agreement with what's going on. But I wanted to come here to be a voice supporting what you're doing and speaking in favor of it, and to be a voice that does not own property downtown or rent property downtown. I support option one. I do not favor trying to preserve a couple of redwoods that are 5 feet above grade level and would require a wall around them that their arborist says would jeopardize their health. My greatest concern is the lighting. I think that there's too much effort to be artsy and decorative. I prefer more traditional fixtures, and I'm unsure about colored lights. I like more grass, but I understand our climate, so I'm willing to compromise on that. And my final comment is, we only need to look at our neighboring cities with vibrant squares to understand what this project will do for Santa Rosa. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Karuba. Hugh Futrell.
Mayor Sawyer and members of the council, like some others here, I was in fact also born in Santa Rosa and have lived here most of my life. 3 quick comments. One, it should be said before the evening's out that your staff has done an absolutely superb job. Focused, energetic, responsible, superb job, and so is Carlisle Macy. Secondly, the A1 option is incontestably, in my opinion, we're all just expressing our opinions tonight, the superior urban design. The redwoods that are in the southeast corner are unlikely to survive. In order to survive, you would even have to shove the whole street over even further. Even in its current location, it doesn't work. The U.S. Bank building at that corner is a fundamental long-term asset for ground-level active space. And under A2, there is no room for most of the frontage of the U.S. Bank building for outdoor dining. A critical corner of the square, and it doesn't make much sense. The third thing that needs to be said is that someone used the word progressive. This is progressive. This is environmental. You know that, but this is a public meeting and it needs to be said why. Urban-centered, city-centered growth is the most profound, environmentally sensitive land use decision that you can make. More housing, affordable housing, moderate income housing, more street-level activity, more transit, more bicycles is the greatest remedy against climate change of all the land use decisions you can make. And it also creates the soul of our city once again. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you. Daniel Schultz, followed by Kimberly Kunkel.
My name is Daniel Schultz. I own Not of This World Icons on the corner of 10th Street and Mendocino. And I have to say, I support the unification of Courthouse Square. And having lived and grown up in Sonoma as a child, I can really appreciate the value of that, of having a unified square. I wanted to speak to you about two things that haven't come up yet and will probably be coming up soon. The first thing is, I was recently told by someone active on the Courthouse Square Unification Project that due to traffic flow considerations, it's possible that 10 out of 16 parking spaces on 10th Street between Healdsburg Avenue and Mendocino Avenue might have to be eliminated to let the buses come through. Now, I don't know if this is true, and I wish I could have talked to Jason Nutt about this, but maybe one of you can ask him if this is the case, because it will adversely affect several businesses, including Soggy Doggy, the Calabri Art Gallery, Rascal's Hair Salon, Sonoma Cutlery, a new addition, which is a wonderful addition to downtown Santa Rosa. It also affects the Church of the Incarnation and the Glazier Center, because it'll eliminate parking for a lot of people who need to be close to those places. The other issue I'm hoping you can ask Jason Nutt about is several years ago, when I was on the board of directors of Santa Rosa Main Street, Jason Nutt told me that the 15 diagonal parking spaces in front of the Moore building, which is currently, I think it's called the 615 apartment building now, would also have to be eliminated to make the traffic flow safer down Healdsburg Avenue. By the way, these diagonal spots were designed and implemented by a team which included Richard Carlisle, who has been involved in the unification. I don't think he'd like to see that happen, and it's probably not even on the radar, but I just want to make sure it's not on the radar. So I'm hoping you can ask these two questions. The 15 parking spots in front of the apartment building on Healdsburg Avenue, are they going to be eliminated? And also the 10 spots on 10th Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly Kunkel.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Kunkel. I've been a resident for Santa Rosa for 30 plus years. I'm a retired school teacher from Bellevue School District. Thank you all for your service, patience for listening to us all tonight, and thank you all for all your work. I came down here because I'm concerned about the trees, and after listening to all the questions and information tonight and opinions, I've started thinking differently, not just about the trees, for which I care very much. Their service to us is immeasurable, as people have talked about oxygen, carbon sequestration, and so on. But I'm wondering, the square has gone through so many changes over the years. I know a lot of us wonder the pavers in the middle when bumpity bump bump, and you know what that was, how much it cost, and we don't like it anymore, so we're going to change it. Thinking about how this started first, talking of reunification in 1982, and that people really, really want it to happen. I can understand that point of view also, but priorities change. Priorities change a lot. And looking at the world situation now, global warming, and also that you have all voted for number one priority being homelessness, I'm just feeling very unsure about spending $10 million on this at this time. Priorities have changed since 1982. I think we need to look at the current priorities again, more strongly. And then listening to people talk about how it feels rushed through. I too am somebody who try to pay attention, try to stay on top of current issues here in my town that I love very much. And I haven't stayed on top of this one. Friends have brought it to brought it to my attention, and then I've tried to hurry up and catch up on it. But there's questions about the funding, questions about the plan, and I'd like to see a public vote for this and get buy-in and public support.
Thanks, Ms. Kunkel.
Thank you.
Those are all the cards that I have in front of me. Would anyone else care to address the council?
My name is Stacy McCormick. Just briefly, Mayor, you had mentioned, you made a comment, oh, Carrillo Square has a nice ring to it. I say no, it doesn't have an ice rink to it because the Santa Rosa Square belongs to everybody, not just somebody else's name. I just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you. I'm open to any name change. I think starting a square with old seems to be like something I might want to change, but that's up for the people. Sir.
Yes, my name is Roger Doncaster. I've been in Sonoma County for about 16 years, most of that time in Santa Rosa. My simple phrase tonight is I'm in favor of parks, not parking. And although I've heard a lot of great ideas about what's going to happen with the reunification, with the events, with the art, with the concerts, with people being downtown there, I don't know how taking away one street and replacing it with two and parking makes a better park. So I really have a concern about how that's going to end on out. Directing traffic to the side streets that are already there sounds like a much better idea than what's up here on the table tonight. And if we're concerned about cost, I would think it'd be so much easier to just close that center street, let traffic find its own way around or come up with another way around it, and plant trees and put more concert stages and more art into that centerpiece where the streets currently are without taking down any trees. That seems like a much better idea than what we have. There has been a great growth in the number of parking spaces, multi-story parking spaces downtown. There's got to be enough parking downtown now. I heard something like 3,000 spaces. That's an awful lot. I don't know how these few parking spaces are going to make a big impact on that. But an open space that people can enjoy safely downtown could make a wonderful difference. I also wonder how long it's going to take for these trees that look so nice in this diagram to be grown. How many decades before they're up to that size and look as good as this diagram does? And at what point will the next council or the council after that come up with another plan and cut down those trees and change the plan again? Thank you.
Thank you.
May I speak again?
No, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kelly Bass-Seibel and founder of the Santa Rosa Young Professionals Network. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but just in listening to some of the comments about a vibrant downtown, I just wanted to mention we have almost 300 members, ages 21 to about 40. Many of them are new to our community, and many of them were born and raised in Santa Rosa. The number one thing that our members tell us is that they want a place to go after work. They want a place where they can go and enjoy their lunch downtown. They want a place where they feel safe, and many of them choose to take their families to Windsor and to Healdsburg, to the public spaces there, because there is programming for their families. There's movie nights, there's public events where they feel safe. As one of the newest employees working downtown, I can tell you, the square currently is not a safe place to be at night. It doesn't feel comfortable to walk across. And so anything that we can do to put the heart back in Santa Rosa, create a space that's vibrant and that creates a space that people who work and live in Santa Rosa want to spend their time in, is something that I think we need to move forward with. And I think that the future of Santa Rosa, the future leaders in this community are people who, want to have a safe place for their families to come and to enjoy our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, I'm going to bring it back to the council. It's been 3 hours. Just keep going. Okay. Questions. Well, perhaps we should address the questions that came up from the community. There were a number of them that would probably be pretty easy to answer about the DG, et cetera, and how friendly it will be to wheelchairs and walkers, et cetera. So a number of questions. Any questions that came up that you can answer this evening right now?
Okay, let me give this a shot. It's been a while, so I'll do my best to respond to questions. DG, for example, DG's typically recognized as an accessible surface.
Jason, I'm sorry. Tell people what you're talking about, because DG doesn't do it.
My apologies. Decomposed granite or the crushed concrete typically is identified as an accessible surface. Because it is a natural type of surface, it does shift and move. It does crack and expand depending upon what's underneath it. So good preparation is going to be very important. But it also is something that's fairly easy to manage. And so while it does get displaced, it does shift, it does move. When it gets wet, it gets it can, if not properly done, can get soggy. It is something that can be managed by a maintenance team fairly easily. So it is an option. I think it's one that that is being shown in specific locations, not necessarily widespread through the design, but it is something that I think can be managed appropriately to provide proper accommodation for the users of the space. Anything additional about that? Typically, so decomposed granite is an accessible surface and does generally, if properly installed, meet the guidelines of the Americans with Disabilities Act. There was a comment or question regarding talking about what park furniture. That's one of the things I think we want to discuss moving forward. We want to have a larger, broader conversation about what the specific aesthetic of the park furniture is, what type of design feature it is. We do have a downtown furniture palette that is a place for us to start from. We did solicit a little bit of input from the public during the last public meeting, but we want to continue that conversation to make sure that we're choosing the right type of furniture for this specific space. And that will come over the course of the next several weeks, and that's what we would bring back during our next shot with you when we talk about awarding a bid, construction bid. There was a question about the traffic study. This has been studied a number of times. It has been studied by a couple of different consulting firms that all arrived at the exact same conclusions. It was included as part of the environmental impact report and determined to be adequate. I'm not going to say that the traffic is going to improve around downtown. I am going to say that it will function adequately during its peak hours. And so we do recognize that there are going to be pinch points through the course of the highest portions of the season, but we do believe that traffic will work just fine moving around downtown. It has been studied and it's been fairly well documented. It is, I believe, we've got it posted or the environmental impact report is posted on the project website, and folks can view the information regarding traffic there. So there was a question about the use of the word stall for parking stall. That's just a tech, I guess it's an engineering term for parking space. So I just wanted to clarify that. There was the question about the environmental impact report and the adequacy. Staff has prepared an addendum to the EIR to be specific for the option that you are being presented tonight. That was included in the packet of information for tonight's meeting. That has been evaluated by our team and found to be adequate and shows that our project design is consistent with the EIR. And so we feel that the project is not an area of concern when it comes to compliance with the EIR criteria. There were questions, one of the last speakers asked questions about the removal of parking. I'm going to say that I could have answered that question really well 7 years ago. When I was here last. I do recall portions of the conversation. I can't actually tell you today if those are still needed, if the removal of those spaces. I actually think that we've made alterations enough to be able to preserve those spaces, but I'll have to get back and get back to you in regard to those, the response to those questions. And I can talk with the property owners out there specifically about what might need to be done as we continue to move forward. But these were the spaces, the parallel parking spaces on 10th Street adjacent to the businesses, and then the diagonal spaces in front of the, I believe it's a 4-story residential complex on Healdsburg Avenue. I just can't recall off the top of my head right now where we're at with that, but I will find that out and talk with those property owners.
You want to go ahead, Gary?
I have a question. How many, the Transit Mall's bathrooms, what hours are they open?
They are open while City Bus operates, so we shut them down around 8:30 at night.
When do they open in the morning?
They open about 7:30 in the morning.
So they're, and that's a short block away from the square?
That's correct.
And just a very short block. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, there was also a question raised about the Brown Act and the selection committee that selected the design team. The selection panel is not a legislative body under the Brown Act and would not be subject to the Brown Act. That process is similar to the process we use for all of the city's RFP when a selection panel is utilized, and the same process used by most cities throughout the state. So there's no Brown Act violation.
Could you state what an RFP is?
Request for proposal.
Thank you.
In talking with the design team, those seem to be the most pertinent questions. There were a number of other statements, but those were the questions that we pulled out.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think there was
Ms.
a
Combs?
question about why blue signs were not used, the zoning change signs.
So the blue signs are required when we have a public hearing notice. This isn't a formal public hearing. It's not here for land use approvals. It's here for a CIP project, as has been mentioned before.
Okay, Council, since we've heard the public testimony, has that generated other questions at this point? Mr. Corsi?
Just a request before we go on. Could somebody lower this overhead
Oh, yes.
apparatus? I'm afraid I'll lose my fingers when I touch that.
Good idea. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank the staff. I want to thank the public for staying at this very late hour and for your participation in the process, especially the little ones up there that are seeing the public process in full view. I hope that you will continue staying involved. As many have testified here tonight or stated, this is not a new topic for discussion. It's been decades. I moved here in 1990. It was talked about then. It's gotten to this point where it is right now because there have been many compromises by many people. I'm very proud of the fact that of my past service to this community, I'm a founding member of the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. That brings me a unique perspective. As a CPA, I have another perspective as well. That's my private business. And that's why I ask you all that are just so opposed to what we have in front of us is to listen to your local retailers. They can tell you what makes a plaza work and what hasn't because they've observed our current plaza. And no, it's not about them just getting people to buy goods in their store. It's about getting people to use the active square. I think Bernie said it right when he talked about an energetic vortex. I wish I could be that good with my prose, but that can happen. And unfortunately, for all of us that don't use a car, most of us do. And you do need parking spots to bring in those people. That's just a fact where we're at right now. So I've made compromises to bring this forward. Others have made compromises to bring this forward. I'm very proud that the Downtown Subcommittee on which I serve have put in a solid year of public hearings, of bringing this to where it's at. I'm very happy to support option one, although I would like to make one slight alteration with the one tree in the middle as the arborist is nodding his head, saying it possibly could be saved, I would like to keep that option open. I don't see how it affects other factors of design. I'm waiting to hear what my colleagues say, but I want to thank staff yet again for working on this. Jason, you've done a yeoman's work tonight as well as earlier. Kurt as well in our conversations. And that's where I come down on. I'm looking to move this forward and make our square the heartbeat of our city.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next? Sure.
I'll just,
Mr. Oliver?
yeah, sure. I'll go ahead. It's getting late. We're a little weary-eyed here. But thank you all for participating in this process. This has been a long process. It has been a very transparent process all along the way. Somebody mentioned that this is a gift to Santa Rosa. It truly is. It was a gift many, many, many years ago with Mr. Carrillo, and it's a gift, I guess maybe it's getting regifted again to our community. It is time. It is a very significant investment in our economic vitality. It's something that we need. It's something we've really been waiting for. I have been satisfied with the process and the input that has been provided. And I know that we're not done. There's still a lot of details within the center that we need to talk about. The redwoods that Councilmember Wysocki talked about, I'm not sure either way yet. We need to see what develops as far as the design as to whether or not that stays or go, but I would obviously accept the input of our arborist to help guide us in that effort as well. And I also understand, again, that this is not going to be all decomposed granite. I heard about the impervious pavers and such, so everything will have a place, but I know that comes later as far as the actual specific detailed designs of what that looks like, and we can deal with that now. But as it stands now, I am supportive of option option 1, I'm sorry.
Great, thank you. Well, I'll go next. I'm going to go right down the line, perhaps. I operated a business in downtown Santa Rosa for 35 years. And I've been, I think, probably dealing with conversations around the reunification of Courthouse Square and how it would affect the downtown for as long as I was in business. This is, as opposed to being what appears to be the expedition of this project, it's actually one of the slowest projects I think I've ever seen happen in Santa Rosa. 30 years is a long time to wait for something to change. I think back in the 70s when they decided to bifurcate the square, it was being done all over the country. The car was king, and they were willing to split the square to allow traffic to travel at 35 miles an hour right through the middle of our town. I think that was kind of, as we discovered in the future, that was a mistake. I think that in the elimination of our center in conjunction with the new shopping centers that opened up, Coddingtown and the Santa Rosa Plaza, and other centers, and Montgomery Village was not new, but clearly a great deal of pressure to bear on the downtown, and other malls and shopping centers in Santa Rosa that put a great deal of pressure on downtown. The square has been, in many ways, a blight for many, many years. As a merchant, and I was blocks away from the square, I was always in favor of some kind of effort to try to change that square into a usable, attractive, safe, well-lit, and pleasant space to occupy. And now we have an opportunity to do that. No one likes to cut down trees. That is, they're beautiful. They're healthy. They are rather large. They're certainly not native to the Santa Rosa plain. Burbank would probably have been insulted that we planted them as opposed to pleased. They do not, I think the only reason that they're as healthy as they are is because downtown Santa Rosa has a very high water table, and they get plenty of water there and from the irrigation of the lawns when that was happening. They are up and down 4th Street. I saw them planted on 4th Street. I saw them planted in Courthouse Square. The only thing these trees aren't is old. But it's hard to cut any of them down, and it's a very sad thing to do, but I'm willing to compromise those few trees for the future of this square. This, to me, is an investment. This is an investment in the future. It's an investment for for the next 40 and 50 years, people coming to this center, this fifth largest city in the Bay Area and the largest city between San Francisco and Portland, needs to have a viable center. This will encourage city-centered growth, as Mr. Futrell said. That is the best thing we can do for Santa Rosa, because it eliminates or reduces or mitigates the sprawl that we have found so convenient over these many decades. So having people living and working and playing in our downtown is very, very important, and they need a front yard, and this will be their front yard. And this will be an attractive space for not only our visitors and the residents, but it will make, it is a piece, it is not the silver bullet, but it is a piece of the important evolution of our downtown. And I think that it is vital. It will actually create a revenue stream. And we talked about the $10 million and whether or not, who's going to pay for it. Well, my hope is in time, and it may not happen in the first 10 years, but I think it'll pay off very, very well in the future. As any investment does, it doesn't pay off in the first couple of years. It takes a long time. The sales tax dollars generated by the people that are coming to an attractive downtown, I think, will pay off very well in the future. So in that regard, I do consider it a major investment in our downtown in a number of ways. A couple of the things that I think would be important to have, we could use, so there are 3 photos right now that could be put in the same kind of tile format that was done at Burbank Gardens with the wall there behind the fountain. It's a very durable material, and it could show the various iterations of the square over the years. So I think that would be a great thing a historic, a nod to the history of the square. Conversion of the floor space in all the surrounding uses is vital. I would be very concerned about compromising that floor space in the southeast corner. That is that single largest building in Courthouse Square. That took the place of our original City Hall and jail, which would have been pretty cool buildings to have around our square, but that was a long time ago. That building is very large. It would be a great spot for restaurant uses on the ground floor. Any place where we can have restaurant uses is important, and they need that square footage in front of their store, in front of those buildings, to create a great space, not unlike Flavor and the former Rendezvous. They need that kind of space for outdoor dining. So I'm not interested in compromising that space. And I would be very concerned about the probable deterioration of those trees once we cut into those rather shallow root systems that redwood trees tend to have. Those same root systems are busting up the pavement all over our downtown, and I hate to think about the future and how many of those trees may ultimately have to be removed because of the damage that they are doing. It's another sad event in our future, luckily not tomorrow. So option 1 is the one I would choose. I was one that was very concerned about the compromise of the space, the center space of our square for parking. But I do know how important parking is, and Councilmember Wysocki is right. It's how we get around. Today, that's how we get around. And in the future, if we do not need those parking spaces because of the flexibility of this design, we could eliminate them. I am going to recommend that we close the Hinton and Exchange and program the entire square as often as possible, assuming that we move forward with this. It'll be important for people to get used to doing the detours and moving around the square. The more often we close it, the more useful the space, and the more people will get used to it and not feel inconvenienced when trying to, if they come down and they see, oh, I can't go there, they'll almost want to check on the calendar, perhaps, of the programming to make sure that they're not inconvenienced. I hope that the downtown merchants come together. I understand that they are willing and in fact are looking to do that as we speak, to come together and figure out a way to finance the programming of this square. I think that although the entire community benefits, the entire downtown benefits on 3rd, 4th, 5th, and on the other surrounding streets, E Street, B Street, there are a few areas of our downtown that won't benefit from a healthy square, but the merchants themselves have a very immediate benefit, and I'm hoping that they are willing to organize themselves and help with some of the financial responsibilities, not only of the programming, but perhaps the actual maintenance of the square itself. So I think the tree that has a split trunk, I'm picturing that in my head and thinking that it would just be a sad, sad to leave it in that condition. There's something, trees have an elegance and a pride, and in a way, and I think it would look unfortunate. So I'm not necessarily invested in trying to keep that one tree. And I think that in 10, 20, and 30 years down the road, the loss of that one tree would be probably not too sad. And what it would leave behind is an ability to increase the aesthetic of that part of the square. So I would be, at this point, not necessarily intent on investigating keeping that one tree. So I think that's it. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Pardon my lack of brevity.
Yes. Try to finish this before tomorrow, which is going to be very tight. So first, when we started looking at this project, I was always looking at it, this project should be enhancing the vitality of the downtown, and that's kind of been the framework that I've been looking at. And so hearing the presentation today, and thank you very much for that, so I started looking at some of the concerns that we've been hearing, all of council members, we've been inundated with viewpoints across this issue, and specifically about the public outreach, and are we moving too fast? And I heard what Danielle had to say about the public outreach, and it really resonated with me because I've participated in a lot of different community meetings, some very well attended, not many. And wouldn't it be great if there's 170,000 people here, all the residents of Santa Rosa were here? That is yet to ever occur. So I'm not blaming anyone. It's just I really think the city and staff has done a great job of trying to get the word out there. There's been a number of Press Democrat articles, a number of public meetings that have all been noticed. I'm sorry, not everyone who wanted to know about it didn't show up here, but I really think we've done everything we can to get us here today. I've heard some of the concerns about the traffic patterns and made me think about what you had said, Jason, during your first stint with the city when we were widening 101. Because there was some of the naysayers saying traffic's going to be backed up to 4th Street and College, and what are you going to do about it? I was with the police department at the time. And your response, as I recall, was something similar to, traffic is like water, it will find a way. And I found I've done that myself, because as I traverse I live in northwest Santa Rosa, as I go across town, depending upon the time of day, I will figure out a way to go the most efficient way to get to where I'm trying to go. And I truly believe that if we go in this direction, people will do that. So it's really abated my fears based on the issues that were present during the widening of 101. The other opportunity you get as a council member is go to a lot of these different meetings, hear these different comments. So at the January meeting, where I heard some people say, if you do this, I will not come down to Santa Rosa and shop. I factor that in. You weigh that against some of the other business owners who say, without the parking, it's not going to be viable. And I just really want to encourage people that just because if we choose not to vote in your direction, it doesn't mean we didn't hear you. I'm weighing all that. And for me, it goes back to, it was a project to enhance the vibrancy of downtown. Also get them more information from urban, hear what they talked about. When you have something like this, what effect does it have on neighboring businesses? is all positive. And again, the U's are friends to the north up in Healdsburg. Look at the effect the new hotel had. Do you think it's an accident that they put it right across from the square? That adds to the vibrancy. So again, being more of a process person, I really appreciate the process, the team, and Kurt, all the people that you introduced. This has been a very collaborative process, and like I mentioned earlier, this is not in my wheelhouse about what trees should go there, but I trust the process that we've validated and tried to get all of the input so that we can do the best projects. So based on all that, I think the option that will has the best opportunity to enhance the vibrancy downtown is our option 1. So that's the direction I'll be going today. Thanks.
Ms. Combs.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank the staff for the work they've done on this, Carlisle Macy for the work that they've been doing on this, and the subcommittee, which I had the pleasure of serving on briefly, for bringing the project forward. And I want to thank everybody who's still in the room for enduring this process. Welcome. I can count to 4, and 4 of 7 is a pretty good indicator for go on a project. I think people are hoping for more than that from this particular endeavor, hoping for more unanimity among us. So I want to say that I do have some concerns about maintenance and maintenance costs. I have, particularly with the DG. I have some concern about ongoing programming and about the need for assistance from our downtown for both the maintenance and the programming issues. I have a little concern about the COP funding mechanism and would really like to see some more skin in the game from the community that will mostly benefit. I have heard questions about the lighting and look forward to hearing that have a more open conversation. I have heard conversation about wanting the largest boxes for replacement trees we can get. So as we go through the capital project, I would like to really emphasize that. I heard a request for a drinking fountain, and I think that's not an unreasonable request for such a site, at least one. It might be reasonable for us to consider at least one loop around the square that is walkable without DG. So, at least something so that a person can come in and get off of a car and enjoy some of the features without going on the gravel. And I want to thank Linda, Adrian for bringing that to our attention, and Tom Sawyer, who also really talked to me about some of the concerns about DG. I already had some knowledge about it, but I do appreciate that they spoke to me in more detail about it. I like Judy Kennedy's suggestion regarding relocating the Asawa fountain so that it is part of the stage feature at the south end. I like a lot of Judy Kennedy's wild and bizarre ideas, and I hope that we can incorporate some of that vividness and charm into this downtown as we go forward. Some of this, I think, should still be a blank slate, and that we're making a nice canvas for us to work on as we move forward. I want to thank Michael Hyman and Bernie Sanders and Hugh Futrell, and forgive me for butchering your name, Julie Kasahara, for really emerging as strong leaders in our downtown. And I have to say, when I had a luncheon with many of you, I was so impressed to watch over the course of that time a kind of unanimous pull together of our downtown that I had not ever seen before. And I think this is part of that, and I really want to thank you for working together on something for our downtown. That said, I came in here sad to see the trees go. I heard Kimberly and Magic and a lot of people on my Facebook page posting me about trees. I came in here trying to figure out how to make option 2 work. And when the arborist basically pretty clearly said he couldn't protect those 2 trees, even with the box extended, I just couldn't continue to hold out for option 2. That and Willard Richards, who is basically, I consider him our no parking guru in town, came out and said he was in favor of option 1. It made me look at again, listen again, think again about the parking options that are being offered here. So I am going to go forward with master plan option 1 after considerable review and listening, and I do want you to know that it wasn't an easy decision, and I appreciate you all coming and talking to us about it. But I will move ahead with option 1 also.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Karlstrom. Would you like to go next?
No kidding. I think that's a first. And thank you, Mr. Mayor. And since we asked the members of the public to do it, I will keep my comments to 2 minutes. I am a transplant to Santa Rosa and showed up and a little less than a decade ago and said, why is there a street running through downtown? And why is there a mall running through downtown? And why is there a freeway running through downtown? So for, I think, the 3rd time now, I'm very excited that we're having this conversation and that I get to be a part of it. I have 2 items for staff to consider. One is, I know when I'm being pandered to, and I appreciate it, and thank you for implementing Russian River-friendly landscaping guidelines, and please do so wherever and whenever possible. Secondly, 6 hours ago, the attorney representative for the Rosenberg family handed me his card and asked that somebody follow up with him to tell him what you plan to do with the fountain. So please do that. And then with respect to the project designation, I too was prepared to move forward with option 2 this evening. For this council member, the introduction of any of the side streets was a bit of a compromise, and Bernie will remember that. I hear that there is a call for unanimity, and I'm not disrespectful to my colleagues to that extent. So I will just say, save as many trees as possible. Please exert whatever efforts are necessary. Curve the streets if you have to. Lose some parking if you have to. I will say, my son is one of those young people that delights in using the park, and so whatever can be done to save the berm and the grassy knolls, because the kids love racing down that. It's one of the awesome joys of our square, so thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Corsi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't want to speak too late, so I'm glad it's now early. And I had a feeling it might go late, so I wrote a few things down. And I hope you'll bear with me for a couple of minutes. First of all, I want to acknowledge the passion and care that the community has expressed about this project. It's just great to see so many people come out and participate in a project that I think is vitally important to this city. And believe me, we've all heard what you had to say. This is the feedback that we've gotten on this is unprecedented. I've only been on the council for a year, but I've watched this council for decades, and I don't think that there's ever been an outpouring of participation like this. And the survey was great. We've also had hundreds and hundreds of emails and phone calls, face-to-face conversations. And while there's a lot of differing opinions about details, the one thing that I've come to understand very clearly is that most people understand and want Courthouse Square to be reunified. So I'm glad we're here tonight doing that. I also want to thank the staff and consultants for the response to that feedback that we've gotten. We've given you a short timeline to get this public input. You've done it. I think that we've heard it. You've got loads of the public input. You've done a good job of reflecting it in the plan that we have before us tonight. I know that there's been some frustration among the public about how the plan keeps changing, but that's how this process was designed. We asked for your feedback. The staff has responded to it, and now we're making decisions about the changes that you've asked for. Not all of them are going to be done. Not everybody gets what they want in this process, but I think that everybody has been heard. I want to take a couple of minutes and answer the questions that haven't been answered tonight, because I think a lot of things have been said about this project that just need some response. And I ask that everybody take a step back and remember why we're doing this project. Several people have mentioned it. It's been on the agenda of every council since the 1990s. And it's never been about trees, and it's never been about parking. It's been about this community. And it's been about improving our downtown for the benefit of the entire community. We have a nice downtown? No. Whoever said that, no. We have a nice downtown, but it could be better. We want it to be better. It should be a lively place that attracts residents from every neighborhood, where people live, rich people, poor people, old people, young people. It should bring in tourists with attractive places, people who come and visit nice hotels, a variety of hotels downtown. That's what I'd like to see. And for 2 decades, that's what this city has been saying we want downtown. We've been told over and over again during those 2 decades by the experts, and I'm talking about architects, urban planners, landscape designers, and economists, that in order to do the things that we want to do downtown, we need to start with the reunification of the square. That's what we're doing tonight. This is an opportunity for us to set in motion a transformative project for our downtown, something that's going to help our city in ways that go way beyond the boundaries of downtown. Our downtown core is the economic engine of the city where we live. The healthier that it is, the healthier the city is. We just heard last week about how if we want to keep up with the costs of fixing our streets and maintaining our parks, that we need to maximize the value of development in our city's core. If we want to continue to add funds for homeless services, if we want to be able to provide seed money for affordable housing projects, we need to make sure that we get the best use out of the highest valued land that we have, most of which is in the downtown core. That's what we're doing tonight. You can talk about $10 million would be better spent elsewhere, but this is a way to find more tens of millions of dollars in the future for our city. And I've got to just say again about the idea of trading trees for parking, and about paving paradise for a parking lot, and about kowtowing to the business interests and the bankers. That makes for great signs and banners, slogans. It makes a good story, but it's a fiction. I don't work for the business owners or the banks. I'm not a proponent of more parking and more cars. I do work for the people of this city, and I do support the best project possible on this site. I know you don't want to hear this, but yeah, thanks for coming. To do this project right, we need Hinton and Exchange Avenues. We need the parking, not for the banks, not to store cars. We need the streets and the parking to make this a lively, active space all day, every day, a space where people will come even when they're not planning to go to the square. This will be a place like, yes, Healdsburg and Sonoma, which, by the way, have 134 parking spaces around the square and
Ma'am.
298 parking places around the square. The 44 parking places around this square are for the square, first and foremost. None of us are happy with cutting down trees. There's no joy in that. But serving on this council is about balancing competing interests, and it's about making decisions for the greater good of the community. That's the decision that I'm making tonight, and I'm proud to introduce a motion introduce a resolution of the council of the City of Santa Rosa approving option 1 and a master plan for the reunification of Courthouse Square. I'll waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Your votes, council? And we have 7 ayes. Thank you very much. Dwayne DeWitt, are you still in the audience? We're adjourned.
Just couldn't wait. Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
In recreation and parks, the days begin when the sun rises. Most of our workspaces don't have 4 walls or a desk, but there's a lot to be done to get this place up and running. It takes a big team to cover so much ground.